God-level store manager system chapter 301. Liu Sheng didn't know whether to cry or laugh. It seems that it's not a pampered young master who has chivalrous spirit. Han Ming just wants to show his strength. Just show off in front of the old man. But, you just have magic power, and you can't do it without learning magic. Seeing this, Liu Sheng almost understands. It is absolutely impossible to make the system suffer. But it doesn't matter. Liu Sheng is just waiting for someone to open a copy now. Goblin Mountain Range is a 3-person copy, and Han Ming is just enough. There is another person here. Ying Feng, who was wandering in the village, found Han Ming, and immediately walked forward and cried out familiarly, "Brother, have you been promoted?" Upgrade. How to upgrade? Han Ming is still a little unfamiliar with this term. I will not upgrade. Go. Join me in the Goblin Mountain Range. I will take you. Upon seeing this, Ying Feng knew that he had caught a new student, and immediately pretended to be an old player. Appearance. Oh, good. Han Ming was dragged into the Goblin Mountain Range by Ying Feng so ignorantly. A copy of the Goblin Mountain Range. In the deepest part of the mountain range, the entrance of the dungeon is a dark vortex with a little starlight shining inside, which looks very mysterious. Store manager. Are you here? Han Ming was taken a shortcut by Ying Feng and led to the entrance of the dungeon. Liu Sheng has been waiting here a long time ago. Goblin in the wild map of Goblin Mountain Range, although it can't be killed. The refresh rate is once a day. Liu Sheng and Ying Feng have already brushed off a lot of goblin today, so Ying Feng took Han Ming and took a shortcut on this road, and did not encounter goblin. We have been waiting for you for a long time. Liu Sheng stood by the entrance of the dungeon and returned faintly. Now, brother, let me tell you first, after entering, everything will be under the command of the boss, or else take responsibility for the consequences. Ying Feng warned while pulling Han Ming. I see. Han Ming knew that Liu Sheng was not an ordinary person, so he seemed very cooperative. How can a store manager who can afford to open such a store be an ordinary person? Liu Sheng also heard what Ying Feng said, but didn't say much. In fact, Liu Sheng wanted to say something before, after entering the copy, you can watch it from behind. But Ying Feng spoke first, and he didn't speak anymore. Copy, Goblin Mountain Range. As a copy of the first big map, it is just for newcomers to use, so the design is not too difficult. Furthermore, it is mandatory for 3 people to enter the capital, which further reduces the degree of danger. In fact, if you throw it to Liu Sheng, you can leave it alone. It's just that you have to gather 3 people to get the copy, that's all. Through the entrance of the dungeon, after entering the dungeon, you can see the small map of the dungeon as long as you pay attention. A copy of Goblin Mountain Range, a total of 2 rooms, a small monster room, to warm up novice players, a boss room for novice players to challenge. But for Liu Sheng, they are all very simple things. In addition, Ying Feng rushed forward to fight the monsters, and Liu Sheng would just throw the magic behind to clear the monsters. This makes Han Ming extremely envious. Store manager, can you teach me how to use magic? Han Ming looked at it for a long time before plucking up the courage to ask. Do you want to learn magic? What rank are you? Liu Sheng asked. Even if Liu Sheng possesses magic mastery skills, he knows all magic. But Han Ming's skill tree is empty, and Liu Sheng can't recognize Han Ming's rank out of thin air. Chapter 301, Copy, Enter. God-level store manager system. Chapter 302, Wind Element Magician. Han Ming answered. Wind Element Magician, it's a pity that in this world, magic can't be taught, you can only point it on the skill tree. Although Liu Sheng couldn't bear to beat Han Ming's learning spirit. But the truth must be told. In the New World mode, there is no skill instructor. Yes, but on my skill tree, there is no magic to learn. Han Ming was dumbfounded. Then I can't help it. Liu Sheng patted Han Ming on the shoulder, and said regretfully, after all, There is only magic power, and things that cannot learn magic can only appear in the New World mode of the Battle Strength Promotion Arena. In the outside world, even if you can't learn orthodox magic, learning some widely spread low-level magic is with no difficulty. Boss. The boss has come out. Ying Feng, who was anti-guessing in front, didn't have time to chat with Liu Sheng, and they shouted loudly. One head is more than 2 meters high, holding a wolf fang club's goblin with the thickness of a thigh, and walking out of the jungle. That sturdy body shape and height have quite an impression. Pull the monster diagonally to the edge of the room, then continue to the opposite side. Don't force with the boss, meet force with force. Liu Sheng, regardless of the desperate Han Ming, pointed from the back. I got it. Ying Feng responded, and then took the lead and slashed at the goblin boss. According to Liu Sheng's statement, stop and stabilize the boss hatred. Auhu dash. The tall goblin boss let out a scream, then raised the wolf fang club high and smashed it at Ying Feng. Ying Feng immediately rolled to the oblique side. The huge wolf fang club just missed Ying Feng's body and hit the ground. Several cracks were smashed into the ground immediately. The power is quite big. Ying Feng laughed, then stood up with another sword and slashed it on the goblin boss's knee. It's almost done. The hatred stabilizes. Liu Sheng raised the staff and released a slow magic, slowing the goblin boss. The goblin boss attack method is relatively simple, but it has a simple power and a high blood volume. For novice players, it is a boss with a very high fault tolerance rate. Liu Sheng releases slow magic, also to ensure that Ying Feng is not attacked and to improve fault tolerance. Otherwise, with Ying Feng's current HP, he was hit twice by the goblin boss's wolf fang club, and he could go back to Xen's village and wait for his resurrection. After that, follow up and release fireball technique and little icicle to constantly attack the goblin boss. Although it took a little longer, it was very safe to empty the last blood of the goblin boss. I didn't see more equipment for the first pass. Liu Sheng complained while checking what the goblin boss broke. A green leather armor. Ying Feng, here you are. A green staff, then I will keep it. Hey, there is still a skill book. When Liu Sheng checked the last item, he couldn't help being stared wide-eyed in surprise. Skill book, Wind Blade. Use level 3. Restricted rank, Wind Element Magician. It's really weird. According to the character of the system, how could this thing burst out? Liu Sheng looked up and down the skill book, and tried to read it. Unfortunately, it cannot be opened. Chapter 302, Skill Book, God Level Store Manager System. Chapter 303, Boss, what are you holding? Ying Feng found Liu Sheng was stunned for a while, and asked curiously, a bauble. Liu Sheng shook the head, then yelled to Han Ming, wake up first. How many level are you? 3, level 3. Han Ming was desperate, still immersed in the loss of not being able to learn magic. I finally got magic power, but I couldn't learn magic. This kind of pain is even greater than when there was no magic before. That's right, this skill book will be assigned to you. Liu Sheng guessed that Han Ming should have reached the level. The experience in the dungeon is much more than that in the wild. Oh, good. Skill book. Han Ming took the skill book handed over by Liu Sheng in a depressed mood. The residence time of the dungeon has just arrived, and the three of them were immediately teleported back to the novice village at the foot of the mountain. This is the team that prevents malicious brushing of copies. Wait, skill book. Han Ming returned to the village before suddenly raising his head and staring at the item in his hand. Shop, store manager, this skill book. Yes, it allows you to learn a wind element magic. Liu Sheng nodded. You can learn magic. Thank you very much, store manager. Han Ming bowed to Liu Sheng quickly after receiving a positive answer. My dream will finally come true in this brief moment. Even if it can only be achieved in the New World mode, it is also a dream in another sense. The method of using item is explained clearly in the freshman guide. Han Ming did not delay. Directly in front of Liu Sheng and Ying Feng, opened the skill book in his hand. The reminder also sounded. Activation skills, Wind Blade. It needs to consume 50 spirit crystals. Do you want to activate it? System, You really need money. Using skill books, you still need consumed spirit crystal. Liu Sheng was shocked when he saw this scene. System, please do not slander the system at will. Liu Sheng almost scolded. System, you are spying on my thoughts again. System, the host's thoughts are too strong, and they are already reflected on the face. There is no need to deliberately spy. Liu Sheng knows that it is difficult for him to be in this respect. I said that there was no face and no skin system, so I didn't speak at all. And after seeing this prompt, Han Ming chose yes without the slightest hesitation. Trifling is only 50 spirit crystals. Compared to being able to learn magic, simply is a small number not worth mentioning. I finally know why that many people in online games are getting money. Liu Sheng was dumbfounded. Just activate one magic on the skill tree, and you can drop 50 spirit crystals without the slightest hesitation. And it's just a level 3 little magic. It's hard to imagine how many spirit crystals will be needed to learn some advanced magic in the future. Sure enough, the ability of the system to accumulate money is really not a blowout. System, the host has been rewarded. Liu Sheng, I am not complimenting you. After confirming the activation of the Windblade's skill, the skill book in Ming's hand immediately turned into a white light and poured into Han Ming's eyebrows. At the same time, 50 spirit crystals are automatically deducted from Han Ming's membership card. It has appeared. It has really appeared. Windblade magic. Opening the skill tree again, Han Ming looked at the only Windblade icon on it, tears in his eyes. The moment when the dream comes true, it is impossible not to make people excited. Chapter 303, Krypton can become stronger. God-level store manager system. Chapter 304. Learn. Han Ming without the slightest hesitation added the 3 skill points obtained by the upgrade to the Windblade magic. In an instant, a message about Windblade magic poured into Han Ming's mind. It turns out that it is so easy to release the Windblade. Han Ming digested the information in his mind, and suddenly felt enlightened. Then he raised the novice staff in his hand to face gently pointed to the empty space in front of him. Windblade. In a moment, an As-Yuan blade condensed out of thin air and cut it forward. The little magic formidable power of level 3 is not big, but for Han Ming, it is simply an epoch-making change. Success. I can really release the magic. Han Ming stared at the staff in his hand blankly. He was so excited that he almost cried with joy. Ying Feng looked at the time, and then said to Liu Sheng and Han Ming, no, I can't play anymore, or I won't be able to complete the training mission. Then I will go first. Okay. Liu Sheng responded, followed behind, and left the New World mode. Now that the system is live broadcast, it should make the best use of it. In fact, Liu Sheng is free. The map of the New World mode is not that big yet. When there are few people, it is not interesting to play in the online mode. Today is to challenge the teaching of guarding night. The only ones who are still addicted to the New World mode are Han Ming now. Using half-baked Windblade magic, look for Goblin alone in the Goblin Mountain range, and let them taste their newly learned Windblade. The time is up. Then come back tomorrow. After seeing the prompt, Han Ming still had more ideas. Withdrawing from battle strength to improve the arena, Han Ming is still thinking about the magic power he possessed in the New World mode. Wait, something is wrong. Magic, my body seems to have magic power. When Han Ming was thinking about the New World mode, he suddenly found something wrong with his body. It seems that there is something more. Could it be that in the New World mode, the magic I got is real? Han Ming still couldn't believe it and pinched himself hard. It hurts. It seems that I have no dreams. Windblade. In order to confirm his discovery, Han Ming raised his hand and released only one magic he had learned. A small Windblade condenses out in the air. But before slashing out, the sound of fingers came out, eliminating the Windblade invisible. Magic is not allowed in the store, but you are the first offender, just this once. Liu Sheng's indifferent voice also follows closely from behind. Passed it out. Han Ming froze for a moment, then immediately got up, and said incoherently excited, yes, store manager, I'm sorry, I am so excited. Thank you. Thank you very much. I never thought that one day I can also learn magic. Okay, I get it. Don't say it, it's done. Liu Sheng waved his hand, preventing Han Ming from continuing. To be honest, Liu Sheng also didn't expect before. The New World mode actually still has this effect. However, this can also explain why the system deliberately adjusted the charge for the New World mode, and when the skill book was activated, it also needed to charge an extra spirit crystal to allow people without cultivation aptitude to cultivation battle chi and magic in the New World mode, and to learn martial skills and magic. It does require a lot of energy. Chapter 304, The Real Function of the New World Mode, God-Level Store Manager System. Chapter 305. And these energy, naturally need to be extracted from the Spirit Crystal. Just like Liu Sheng upgrades his Store Manager level every time system upgrades his strength level, the system also uses massive amounts of energy to improve it. However, the magic feedback from the New World mode is not all, but only a small part. Han Ming's current real strength, converted to the outside world, is probably the magic capacity possessed by level 1 to level 2 magician. And because Han Ming has no cultivation aptitude in the outside world, he has no way of cultivation. In other words, if you want to continue to improve yourself, you can only continue to spawn monsters and upgrade in the New World mode. If you want to learn new magic, the same is true. System, you are really a good method. Liu Sheng sighed again. System possesses great magical power. I really responded to the phrase, if you don't have gold, how can you become stronger? Although it is said that, it is undeniable that it is absolutely unimaginable to be able to cultivation for people without cultivation aptitude. For some wealthy people, this kind of thing is because they don't have a place to spend spirit crystal. Aptitude is destined by nature. This seems to be a theorem, an iron law. But here in Liu Sheng, the iron law is used to break. Not waiting for Han Ming to leave, Ying Feng's time to get on the machine has arrived. Together, I noticed the situation here. Hey, isn't this the brother in the New World mode? Hello, my name is Ying Feng. Ying Feng introduced himself very familiarly. Hello, my name is Han Ming. Han Ming also politely replied. Then Han Ming bowed to Liu Sheng again and said, Store Manager, I will leave first and come back tomorrow. Well, goodbye. Liu Sheng leaned on the sofa in the deck and responded. Why is this guy walking in such a hurry? Ying Feng leaned behind Liu Sheng's deck, watched Han Ming leave, and said with a smile, probably go back and try the newly learned magic. Liu Sheng replied casually, listening to what you said about boss, I seem to feel that battle chi, which I have not grown much, seems to have improved a little bit. Ying Feng suddenly said. However, after having potato chips as a prerequisite for purifying battle chi snacks, Ying Feng was only a little surprised by the increase in his battle chi. But I can't believe it. After all, adding battle chi is much simpler than purifying battle chi. This is probably the small shop of Liu Sheng. There are too many shocking things to give unnoticeable influence. What about martial skill? Liu Sheng asked casually. Actually, it is statistics of the New World mode. Martial skill boss. If you don't remind me, I didn't find it. Ying Feng, as if he has discovered a new continent, said in surprise, a martial skill. I can clearly feel that I have mastered it better. Mastering a martial skill can be different from adding battle chi. To better master martial skill, perception and time, it is absolutely indispensable. As long as you keep practicing, you can better master the various characteristics of martial skill, and use it under the most appropriate conditions to achieve better results. But, why is this? While Ying Feng was amazed, she also recalled what happened and why she suddenly mastered these martial skills better. After thinking about it, I finally realized that those martial skills that have become more mastered seem to be the martial skills that I have upgraded and added in the New World mode. Chapter 305, The Iron Law is used to break God-Level Store Manager System. Chapter 306. Boss, can it be said that it is the New World mode thinking of this? Ying Feng looked at Luo Sheng in an incredible way. I know what you are thinking, you are right. Luo Sheng calmly affirmed Ying Feng's guess. Good things don't need to be hidden. Open the door to do business and prevent customers from seeing the good things in your store, so you can earn spirit crystal. Very good. Then what standalone mode should I go to? Let's stand aside for the training mission. Ying Feng heard his guess confirmed, and was immediately delighted. For people with a perception like Ying Feng that is not very strong, and perseverance is not very strong, it is definitely a torture to keep practicing the same martial skill. But now, as long as you play in the New World mode, you can better master martial skills. This is definitely a good thing for Ying Feng. System, host, a new task is triggered. Do you need to receive it? Luo Sheng has long been used to this kind of sudden reminder, and it was immediately in his mind replied. Do you still need to ask? It must be received. System, within 3 days, let the number of activated the New World mode reach 30 people, and reward the New World mode second. Big map. 30 people, it shouldn't be difficult to complete. Luo Sheng rubbed his chin, thinking about how to complete the task. In fact, this task was given to Luo Sheng by the system. After all, Goblin Mountain Range is just a novice map. As there are more people, novice maps are definitely not enough. Otherwise, let's live broadcast the New World mode in the afternoon. Han Ming returned to the House of Intoxicated Clouds with joy. I ran into 2 pampered young masters head. In terms of Han Ming's identity, Cloud Mist City can be considered extremely high. If you can be with him, your status is naturally not much lower. Han Ming, you haven't seen your silhouette in the past few days. Where did you go? The first person who spoke was a pampered young master with beautiful clothes and red lips and white teeth. You know that you are a pampered person. Qin Shi, why did you come to me in time? Han Ming was happy when he saw an acquaintance called him, so he walked over and entered the box. This person who spoke first, named Qin Shi, is the Cloud Mist City Lord, the son of Qin Ming. It's just that Qin Ming is the Cloud Mist City Lord, a level 50 professional rank powerhouse. Qin Shi has no cultivation aptitude, which makes Qin Ming's brain hurt, and in the end he has no choice but to let it go. It's not because of the previous animal tide that it was too boring to be kept at home, so I came here to have fun. Another fat young man opened the mouth and said, this person, called Luo Yuanxing, is the son of the Cloud Mist City Vault Administrator. Although the Treasury Administrator has little power on the surface, wherever money is required in the city-state, it must be reported to the Treasury. So no matter who Cloud Mist City is, when you see the Vault Administrator, you will be polite. Boring? Staying in Cloud Mist City all day, of course is boring. Han Ming said with a smile. Although Cloud Mist City is a border city-state, there is a gathering of merchants, numerous trades, and prosperity. Naturally, there are many places for fun. But for Qin Shi and Luo Yuanxing, there is really no place in Cloud Mist City that they are not bored with. Except Cloud Mist City, it is Cloud Mist Forest. It is very dangerous for a pampered young master who cannot be cultivated. So they will not ask for trouble, saying that they are looking for excitement. Qin Shi, they are very pitiful. Chapter 306, Send You a Task. God Level Store Manager System. Chapter 307. It's just that you look happy. Is there something good? I didn't tell us. Luo Yuanxing raised his eyebrows and asked very curiously. The joy on Han Ming's face is obvious, and there is no sign of convergence. In this Cloud Mist City, there are not many things that can make them pampered young masters so happy. That's why Luo Yuanxing is curious. A good thing. Of course it is a good thing. Han Ming slightly smiled. What the hell is that good thing? Does any store have any new iron? Qin Shi jokingly said. Yes, let's say, you have encountered something you have never tried before. Luo Yuanxing guessed from Han Ming's interest. Or what new demonic beast you caught? None, continue to guess. Han Ming smiled and looked at the two friends. Okay, don't be so mysterious and secretive. Just tell me what's good. There are only a few kinds of guesses, and they are all denied by Han Ming. Qin Shi didn't bother to guess anymore. Brother Qin is right, Han Ming, we have such a good relationship. Just tell us directly, let us guess what. Luo Yuanxing also said in an interface, because I can't think of anything else to be happy about. Seeing that the two friends were a little anxious, Han Ming no longer pretended to be mysterious, but beckoned to them to move closer. Qin Shi and Luo Yuanxing leaned in immediately. I ask you guys, do you want to learn magic? Han Ming looked at the two of them, and said mysteriously in a low voice. His eyes flashed strangely rays of light. Qin Shi and Luo Yuanxing were taken aback first, then ha-ha laughed together. Han Ming, I said that you are not crazy because you want to learn magic. Our cultivation aptitude. Do you really have no idea in your heart? If we can cultivation, can we still wait for you to ask about this kind of thing? It would be nice to be able to eat together and wait to die. Don't be whimsical and fantasize about impossible things. Okay, Han Ming, let's talk about business. The two sang and got together. It's not mocking Han Ming, it's more like self-deprecating. With their identity and family background, they have no cultivation aptitude, which is a very painful thing to say. I am asking you questions sincerely. Han Ming said seriously. Okay, we believe you are sincere, we think, really want to, okay. Qin Shi replied very perfunctorily. Now I can tell, why are you so happy? Luo Yuanxing was still curious about this. Han Ming suddenly didn't know whether to cry or laugh. However, Han Ming can also understand the feelings of Qin Shi and Luo Yuanxing, because not long ago, others asked him if he wanted to learn magic. His attitude is probably the same. Ask someone who knows that there is no cultivation aptitude this kind of question. It is undoubtedly a mockery. If it weren't for Qin Shi and Luo Yuanxing, they had a good relationship with Han Ming, I'm afraid they would turn their faces on the spot. I know that you don't believe it. Actually, I didn't believe that there would be such a thing before. Han Ming shrugged, then sat down tightly and said seriously, I'm optimistic. Wind blade. The magic power is concentrated in Han Ming's palm, and a weak wind blade immediately condenses into shape, and then slashes. Got out. Magician does not necessarily need a wand to use magic. The role of the staff is only to increase the formidable power of magic and strengthen the speed of magic condensing. Some high-quality wands can also increase magician's magic capacity. However, in fact, a magician can use magic with bare hands. Chapter 307. Do you want to learn magic? God-level store manager system. Chapter 308. There. Weak wind blade flew out, slashing on the table in front of the three, leaving a shallow cut mark. Qin Shi and Luo Yuanxing immediately stared wide-eyed. However, the formidable power is small, which is not a concern. What shocked Qin Shi and Luo Yuanxing was that Han Ming would release magic. A person who is like them, through childhood, who has tried countless methods to no avail, and has no cultivation aptitude at all. Today, just now, in front of them, a magic is released. I read it right. Fatty, you can see it too. Qin Shi opened his mouth wide, unable to close it for a long time in shock. Yes, it should be correct. I seem to have seen it too. It's not that we have hallucinations at the same time. Luo Yuanxing rubbed his eyes vigorously, feeling that he was dazzled just now. However, the cut mark on the desktop is still there. Prove to them that what happened just now was a real thing, not an illusion. The two of them stared at the cut scar with burning eyes. For a long time, they suddenly raised their heads and looked at Han Ming. What do you want to do? Han Ming was startled by the four glowing green eyes, hurriedly folded his arms around his chest, and looked at the two with a vigilant face. Han Ming, can you really cultivate it? Qin Shi resisted the urge to rush forward, looking at Han Ming expectantly. Luo Yuanxing is also looking forward to Han Ming. Of course no. Han Ming prolonged his tone, and under the extremely anticipated gaze of the two, he spit out the next two words. No? If you can't cultivation, then why can you use magic? kin she almost rushed to give Han Ming a punch. Actually, my cultivation aptitude has not changed. Han Ming shrugged helplessly. Han Ming knows the magician meditation method. After coming out of the New World mode, after discovering his own changes, Han Ming was also very excited to try meditation. However, the cruel facts told Han Ming that his cultivation aptitude has not changed at all. The affinity with magic is still 0. If the guess is correct, everything is due to the battle strength in the arena, the New World mode. But Han Ming doesn't care anymore. Since there are other ways to help him cultivation, it doesn't seem to matter if he can't cultivation in the outside world. Yes, what's going on? Luo Yuanxing also asked eagerly. They will never allow the hope of cultivation to slip away. That's why I am happy. Han Ming said this, and immediately became excited. In a remote alley in Cloud Mist City, there is an incredible shop. The battle in Luo Sheng shop strengthen the arena. You can only play for up to 4 hours a day. Therefore, the training team of Brilliance Academy is impossible to stay in the store. Cloud Mist Forest is a great place to show your training results. So I can only say that since the opening of Luo Sheng's shop, Cloud Mist Forest's demonic beast has really suffered. In the past, the demonic beasts in Cloud Mist Forest still had the advantages of large numbers and complex forest terrain, so mercenaries did not dare to mess around. Deep in the forest, there is a powerful professional rank demonic beast suppression, which is daunting. However, all of this is no longer a problem now. Before, there was only the Blood Wolf group in the Cloud Mist Forest, and now it is the training team of Brilliance Academy. Captain, now those demonic beasts are getting harder and harder to find. A sturdy member of the Blood Wolf group sits on a tree stump while wiping his hands, said the big sword in the side. Chapter 308. Coach, we want to learn magic. God-level store manager system. Chapter 309. Others are also resting on the spot, restoring battle chi and magic. Xlang took a deep look into the forest, spread his hands, and said, Cloud Mist Forest is not a high-rank demonic beast forest. There are not many demonic beasts for brave rank, and there are even fewer demonic beasts for professional rank. Ordinary demonic beasts, without magic core, Xlang would not look good either. So they are hunting for those demonic beasts that are condensed magic core. The proportion of these brave rank demonic beast and professional rank demonic beast in Cloud Mist Forest is not high. As a result of being hunted by the Blood Wolf group, the number is even smaller. You know, the Blood Wolf group, which has been trained in Luo Sheng's shop for so long and is still fully armed, can run rampant even in the depths of the Cloud Mist Forest, unless they are surrounded by professional rank demonic beast. Otherwise, no matter what the situation is, you can retreat completely. However, after walking in the depths of Cloud Mist Forest for so long today, I didn't even encounter a demonic beast that was qualified for hunting. Forget it. Today's hunting mission is over here. Xlang can't help it, can't find the demonic beast, and it doesn't make sense to stay in Cloud Mist Forest. Alright, it would be nice to go to the tavern earlier for a drink. The team member who wiped the sword laughed, then flicked the blade, raised his hand, and slammed the sword on the ground. The big sword is originally a heavy weapon, momentum is big, power is deep. A crack was suddenly cut in the ground, and the soil was shaken apart, exposing the rocks below. You really have too much energy, there is no use. The other team members jokingly said. Isn't it? I've been to Cloud Mist Forest for so long, but I haven't touched a demonic beast. I have been preparing for it for so long, so I can only vent it like this. The player with the big sword haha laughing, then put the big sword back behind him. Let's go. Let us go back and drink. Blood Wolf group hee hee ha ha, took up his weapon and walked outside Cloud Mist Forest. But no one noticed that in the ground that had just been split apart, the exposed rock was outlined with complex but very shallow lines. Above the canopy of a towering tree, a pair of scarlet beast pupils stared at the back of the Blood Wolf group leaving, until they couldn't see their backs. The line of sight was placed on the crack on the ground. It has been 1 day since system released the task. Yesterday afternoon's live broadcast seemed useless. Ling Xiao's guards who stayed in Cloud Mist City have no interest in the New World mode. They are more interested in following Ling Xiao's orders to exercise their fighting skills in standalone mode and online mode. Of course, it is also possible that Spirit Crystal is not enough. Other people who may be interested seem to have come to the store in the morning. The Battle Strength Improvement Training Room, which has been expanded to 100 positions, is completely large enough to accommodate these people. After all, it is because there are not enough people in my store. Liu Sheng concluded. Store manager, what did you say? Xia, who just woke up, seemed a little confused. Nothing, Xia, what do you want for breakfast? Liu Sheng walked to the snack vending machine and asked routinely, fruity jelly, and bacon sandwich. Xia returned quickly. Okay. Liu Sheng held the instant noodles, then put the things Xia wanted on the counter, and walked towards the Battle Strength Improvement Training Room area. The Brilliance Academy training team led by Zhong Linian is still the first batch of guests to the store, probably because they are close. Chapter 309, The Depths of Cloud Mist Forest. God-level store manager system. Chapter 310. Jing Qinian and the others walked ahead, immediately before the snack vending machine, and started buying today's breakfast. It's not just because these snacks are so delicious that they can't stop. More importantly, the special effects of these snacks are also extremely precious and cannot be ignored. Ying Feng, who was walking behind, followed Ying's, chattering about something. Sister, you believe me, come play the New World mode with me. Don't worry about the training missions, wait for the boss to publish a few more instructional videos, and then it's not too late to challenge those guys. This is not so good. Are you not afraid that Teacher Zong will trouble you? Ying's raised his eyebrows and teased. It's not that she doesn't believe Ying Feng, it's mainly because she came out this time and was an out-of-hospital training organized by the academy. It's just and honorable to put aside the training mission. Is it a bit inappropriate? I said Ying Feng, but what you said is true. Can it really directly improve the proficiency of martial skills? Minglan followed and asked suspiciously. The proficiency of martial skill is different from the previous purification battle chi. Not to increase battle chi, or to upgrade the level. Battle chi and magic, as long as the cultivation aptitude is no problem, the cultivation can always come up. Some heavenly materials, earthly treasures, and precious items can also help the cultivation. But martial skill, or proficiency in magic, if you don't practice regularly, you really don't have any. This is a chore, you know. There are thousands of martial skills and magic. And it is different from battle chi and magic. As long as battle chi and magic power are improved, their overall strength will also increase. But martial skills and magic, if you practice one or two more, it will not improve yourself much. And many martial skills and magic have different levels of proficiency, which is simply the difference between heaven and earth. For example, the low-level martial skill of many fighters, charge. When proficiency is low, charge is just an assault martial skill. But in the hands of highly skilled fighters, the charge can forcefully adjust their position at any time to avoid some attacks that should not be accepted. And most importantly, battle chi and magic are both tangible and qualitative things that can be perceived. But the martial skill and the proficiency of magic, that are things that exist in consciousness, are intangible and intangible, invisible and intangible. Even if it is improved, it cannot be perceived. So, although Minglan is very confident in Liu Sheng's shop, he is still doubtful at the moment. Fake, I didn't talk to you, what are you talking about? Ying Feng gave Minglan a stare. I found something good by myself, and I want to share it, but I have to be questioned. Ying Feng is naturally a little unhappy. Okay, the relationship has finally eased, let's try the New World mode together today. Ying's reluctantly played in the middle. Xia, help get a membership card. Ying Feng came to the counter with great experience and said to Xia, okay, it's one, right? Xia put down the bacon sandwich in his hand and confirmed it again. Wait, Ying Feng, where's mine? Mingling followed along and heard about the membership card. He knew that it was a lot more convenient to have a membership card, so I wanted to create one. Yours? You do it yourself. Ying Feng shrugged, then took the membership card handed over by Xia, and gave it to Ying's in both hands. Sister, your membership card. Chapter 310, Martial Skill Proficiency. God Level Store Manager System. Chapter 311, Let's go. Ying's took the membership card and after activating the binding, he took the lead in walking to the battle strength training room area. After having the membership card, you can activate the New World mode by yourself. I just questioned you a few words, as to. Minglan rolled the eyes, followed by a membership card. Cloud Mist City, House of Intoxicated Clouds. Although House of Intoxicated Clouds is a restaurant, it also provides accommodation, but the number of rooms is very small. Early in the morning, Han Ming was called by Qin Shi and Luo Yuanxing. You guys came here early in the morning? What are you doing? Han Ming glanced out of the window, only to see a trace of grey dawn. Go to the store you mentioned. Qin Shi said impatiently. Yesterday you said, wait until today to go, then go now. Luo Yuanxing also looked very excited. At this time, the store manager hasn't opened the door. Han Ming has been woken up and is too lazy to sleep anymore. He yawns, gets up from the bed and stretches hard. It's not that Han Ming is not in a hurry. If it is possible to cultivate all day long, Han Ming would also like it. He can't wait not to leave even at night. But the problem is that in Luo Sheng's store, the New World mode can be played for up to 4 hours a day. It's the same if you go early or late, as long as you have 4 hours. Let's go, and introduce some food to you by the way. Han Ming did not mention breakfast, and took Qin Shi and Luo Yuanxing to Luo Sheng's shop. Walking down the alley, Qin Shi followed, and found that this place was getting more and more deviated. He couldn't help but said, Han Ming, are you really leading the wrong way? This place is getting more and more deviated. That's right, just follow me. Han Ming continued to walk into the alley. Will there really be any magical shops in this kind of place? Luo Yuanxing whispering said. After entering the small alley and crossing the 2 ice sculptures, a gorgeous building that is incompatible with the surrounding houses suddenly appeared in front of the 3 of them. Luo Yuanxing was shocked speechless before he finished speaking. The boss of this shop is too boring, right? A gorgeous shop was built in this kind of place. Qin Shi didn't know what to say for a while. Marble walls, carved glass windows. Such a luxurious configuration, no matter how you look at it, shouldn't appear in such a remote alley. It should be hidden in the world. Luo Yuanxing finally said this sentence. Han Ming went straight up and opened the store door, and then shouted to Xia behind the counter. Xia, help me get 2 membership cards. Just the 2 people behind me. Okay. After Xia answered, he took out 2 membership cards. You probably haven't eaten breakfast yet. Let's have breakfast first. In the Luo Sheng store, Han Ming most want to recommend is not the battle strength promotion of the New World mode of the arena, but rather it's those snacks. This is the professionalism of being a House of Intoxicated Cloud's eldest young master. Breakfast? Let's forget it. Let's go to what you said about New World. Qin Shi waved his hand, thanking him for the breakfast here. Can there be anything delicious here? Can it be better than the dishes of your House of Intoxicated Clouds? Luo Yuanxing also recommends Han Ming not to catch a cold. It doesn't look like a place with good food at first glance. Pampered young masters like them have never tasted anything delicious. Had Han Ming said that there was a place for them to cultivation, they would not have come. Chapter 311, Eat Breakfast First. God Level Store Manager System. Chapter 312. The person who said this will know that he is new when he hears it. Xwang, holding the instant noodles, sitting on the long sofa, just heard it. Qin Shi and Luo Yuanxing touched Huxiu, who was sitting aside, to remind him to see the newcomer. Huxiu raised his head and took a look, then took a sip of instant noodles, and said, "It's not easy. How long has it been since boss has been a newcomer?" Xlang and Husiu's voice did not cover up. In other words, they were just teasing Qin Shi and Luo Yuanxing. Mercenary? Qin Shi followed the voice and glanced at the two people on the long sofa. "It's just a bowl of noodles, such ordinary food. In your eyes, it turns out to be a delicacy." Luo Yuanxing sneered and couldn't help but say, "If you go to the House of Intoxicated Clouds to have a meal, I'm afraid you will have to swallow your tongue. Travel, say that many do." Trifling the bottom servant Bing, "Can they know what food is?" Qin Shi also shook the head, taunted. "For them, mercenaries are really low-level figures." "Oh, Xlang, we seem to be looked down upon." Husiu took a sip of the noodle soup, raised his eyebrows and grinned, pretending to be vicious. "Okay, no troubles are allowed in the boss shop. You can say that you can save a bit of meat." Xlang laughed and said quietly. Seeing that Xlang and Husiu did not reply, Qin Shi and Luo Yuanxing only sneered and didn't say more. For them, arguing with mercenaries is a matter of losing their status. Now that these two people are softened, they don't bother to care about it anymore. "Come here first to activate the membership card." Han Ming shouted at Qin Shi and Luo Yuanxing at the counter. Then, without waiting for the two to come, Han Ming first came to the snack vending machine, bought a bucket of instant noodles, plus a bag of potato chips. "Han Ming," I said, "what is good about these common people's food? You won't eat too much good food in the House of Intoxicated Clouds, so come out to experience life specially." Qin Shi and Luo Yuanxing, according to Xia's guidance, after activating and binding the membership card, they found that Han Ming really didn't know where to buy some strange-looking food. So I couldn't help but talk about it. Then I walked to the snack vending machine, glanced at the instructions and pricing on it, and suddenly amazed. "What is this? I dare to sell 20 spirit crystals, and 30 spirit crystals. The cheapest one actually needs a spirit crystal. The pricing is too arrogant." It's really the first time in my life that I have seen food that dared to be priced this way. Qin Shi and Luo Yuanxing looked towards Han Ming. Their eyes seemed to say, "How did you get deceived?" Is the same. You can doubt anything, but you can't doubt my insistence on deliciousness. Han Ming stared, then tore open the potato chips packaging bag and stretched it out in front of the two of them. "Try it. You will know why I said that." Qin Shi and Luo Yuanxing looked at each other before reaching out and each took a piece of potato from the bag. "Chips come out. There is nothing outstanding about the appearance," Qin Shi commented, and then put potato chips in his mouth. "Han Ming, if this thing is not delicious, you have to ask me to have a good meal at House of Intoxicated Clouds." Luo Yuanxing still doesn't believe in his own hands. "Here, this thin, crispy thing can have any delicious taste." But it was not easy to refute the friend's face, so I put it in my own mouth. Chapter 312, This Ordinary Food. God-Level Store Manager System. Chapter 313. In a flash, a rich fried aroma and fresh potato chips fuse together, forming a unique flavor that makes people want to stop. Suddenly swept Luo Yuanxing's mouth. Luo Yuanxing stared wide-eyed, looked at Qin Shi beside him in disbelief, and found that his expression seemed to be similar to his own. This kind of delicacy is something he has never tasted before in his life. Compared with the foods he had eaten before, the taste of this piece of potato chips directly ditched the delicacies of the past. "Why is it so delicious? How about, I didn't lie to you?" Han Ming said proudly, as if this bag of potato chips is the same as he made. "No, I haven't tasted anything yet. Let me take 2 more bites." Qin Shi coughed, and then directly reached out to grab the potato chips bag in Han Ming's hand. "Yes, I didn't have any taste, I have to taste it again." Luo Yuanxing was unwilling to follow, and grabbed Han Ming. Han Ming immediately hid to the rear, and said, "I have to eat myself and buy it. I just give you a taste to prove that my recommendation is not wrong. Isn't it just 5 spirit crystals? I just buy it." Qin Shi didn't catch Han Ming, so he didn't catch it at all. He went to the snack vending machine first. Luo Yuanxing saw that the situation was far from good, and quickly followed Qin Shi. By the way, other snacks are not as delicious as potato chips, Han Ming said slowly behind. By Qin Shi gritted his teeth. Oh, two pampered young masters, how come they are also eating the food eaten by our low-level mercenaries? Huxiu leaned on the long sofa, pretending to be surprised. Maybe you are experiencing life. What kind of ordinary food can be delicious? Xlang sang with Huxiu next to him. Talking about Qin Shi and Luo Yuanxing flushed. They just couldn't refute it yet. Store manager, in Xin's village again. Can you take some time to help and take us? Han Ming held the instant noodles and sat down in Chi again in the deck next to La. It's you, yes. Luo Sheng glanced at Han Ming, and then agreed. It just so happens that Luo Sheng is also planning to broadcast it to help the New World mode attract some popularity, but Zhengzi can't find anyone. The guy Ying Feng took Yingzwen Minglan to play by himself, and the three of them happened to open a copy. By the way, store manager, these two are the newcomers I brought this time. Like me, there is no way to cultivation. Han Ming introduced Qin Shi and Luo Yuanxing, who had just walked over. I can see it. Luo Sheng knew what was going on at a glance. Three guys without cultivation aptitude. But one of them looks familiar, and looks a bit like Qin Ming. Han Ming, do you say that the place where we can learn magic is this thing? Qin Shi sat in the deck, stared at the crystal ball for a while, and said suspiciously, this bucket of instant noodles is so delicious, it's not a trip in vain. Luo Yuanxing looked at the crystal ball, and already took what Han Ming said yesterday as a joke in his heart. Don't talk, come in first. Han Ming told them in detail the steps to enter the New World mode. The big screen hung on the wall of the shop suddenly flashed. Suddenly attracted the attention of most people in the store. Boss is going to start the teaching video again. Xlang is in the online mode room and the others. Just a free time to watch. Chapter 313. Why is it so delicious? God Level Store Manager System Chapter 314. Let's take a look. Huxiu, who is in the same room with Xlang, has nothing to do for the time being. Aren't they the two newcomers who came here today? Xlang noticed the people on the screen at once. A little familiar. Two pampered young masters who cannot be cultivated. Huxiu saw more clearly. Isn't it a challenge to teach today? Jing Qinian saw the video on the screen changed and took a look, but found that it was not a challenge to teach. Instead, there appeared a village that had never been seen before, and a mountain range. Wu's elder sister, store manager, seems to have a new live broadcast again. Shuang ate potato chips and pushed Wuji beside him. Look first. Wuji always felt that this realm powerhouse would not do anything meaningless. Its big brother Lan Zaya sat on the long sofa and happened to see Luo Sheng's live broadcast. The rest of the Orchid Leaf group are in the online mode room. When Lan Zaya enters the room, they can stop and watch the live broadcast on the screen. Hey, isn't that guy Qin Shi? Lan Yi was taken aback when he saw the person on the screen. The beauty of the 7 stars is very big in Cloud Mist City, but not because of strength. This name can be spread, mostly because of those in Cloud Mist City who want to see the beauty. Qin Shi, a pampered young master, has naturally been in contact with Orchid Leaf Group. However, Qin Shi knew his identity and did not do anything to intimidate him, so the two sides can be regarded as close friends. Isn't he unable to cultivation? So he will appear here. Lan Qinger also said, Qin Shi's cultivation aptitude, they still know very well. Otherwise, why does Qin Shi have such a good father, but he doesn't go to cultivation? Maybe store manager has some new products. Fexia, looking thoughtful, said, what rank do you choose? Luo Sheng stood on the bluestone street of the village, looking at the three people in front of him with a helpless expression. The three are all novice robe, wind element magician, fire element magician, earth element magician, mental disorder. They are all magicians, so how to make copies in the future? Store manager, becoming a magician, until now is our dream. Qin Shi and Luo Yuanxing said in unison. They were very excited, and their tone was very excited. They didn't expect completely. Just as soon as they entered the new world mode, they could feel an inexplicable force surging in their bodies. That is the magic in their dreams. This is definitely a world that has subverted their imagination. Store manager, ask us about magic. The two asked respectfully, not caring about their identities at all. I'll just say it once. Here, I can't teach you magic. If you want to learn magic, you can enter a copy to play a skill book. Luo Sheng finished speaking, then glanced at Han Ming. It means to let him explain. Someone who has personally experienced it came out and said that Qin Shi and Luo Yuanxing also temporarily accepted this idea. You don't need to level up for the time being, there is no magic, and it won't help if you enter the dungeon. Luo Sheng did not intend to take them to level up. In the Goblin Mountain range, there are 3 of them Yingfeng it. Here is something unique to the New World mode, the enemies in the big map. The first big map, Goblin Mountain range, the enemies inside are of all kinds of goblin. More gameplay, waiting for you to develop. The front is the most unique thing in the New World mode. Chapter 314, Isn't they unable to cultivation? God level store manager system. Chapter 315, Dungeon. You can treat it as an alternative challenge room. Your opponents will be replaced with other enemies of all kinds. The name of this copy is Goblin Mountain range. As the name suggests, the enemies inside are all goblin. Luo Sheng took Han Ming and the 3 of them as they walked and explained, and also killed a few eye-opening goblins. As mentioned earlier, for Luo Sheng, a copy of the novice map is not difficult even if it is played by one person. The live broadcast at this time is just a publicity live broadcast. In order to complete the task, however, in order for Qin Shi and Luo Yuanxing to have some experience and upgrade, they entered the dungeon for the first time, and Han Ming stayed outside. Fortunately, the Goblin boss contributed a skill book for my first copy today. Skill tree, Fireball technique. Whoever wants fire element magician skills. Luo Sheng glanced at the exploded skill book, and then asked, I am. Qin Shi shouted immediately. His expression was extremely anxious, as if he was afraid that someone would steal it. Activation skill, Fireball technique. Need to consume 60 spirit crystals. Do you want to activate it? Yes. Qin Shi without the slightest hesitation agreed. 60 spirit crystals were brushed away, and the Fireball technique skill book also turned into a fire, which penetrated into Qin Shi's eyebrows. This Fireball technique? It feels like I was born. Qin Shi digested the more information in his mind, and his heart became more excited. These all are really. I can really learn magic. Thinking of what Han Ming said yesterday, Qin Shi immediately retired from the New World mode. Sure enough, a weak magic power circulates in his body. Fireball technique. The magic power was gathered at Qin Shi's fingertips, and then a subtle firelight appeared. Next to him, Luo Yuanxing looked very envious. With snapping fingers, Luo Sheng yawned and said, Han Ming, have you not finished saying something? Magic is not allowed in the store. Did you forget to say it? No, sorry, store manager. I was so excited. I'm sorry. Qin Shi was so excited that he even stammered. Stand up. However, Qin Shi is only excited, joyful, and excited. Those in the store who happened to be paying attention to the situation on this side were filled with consternation and shock. There was indeed an aura of magic just now. Maybe it wasn't because I felt something was wrong. Xlang stared at Qin Shi. The shock in his heart was beyond words. You feel right, but it was quickly extinguished by the boss. Tusi affirmed Xlang's words. The tone is full of disbelief. Obviously 2 ordinary persons without any battle chi and magic power, so suddenly they used magic. They can be sure that their perception will not go wrong. The breath of ordinary person and cultivator are different, and even the breath of different ranks is different in the eyes of people with keen perception. So this kind of thing is really incredible. However, Xlang and Husyu just think that the use of magic by an ordinary person is an incredible thing. The people of Orchid Leaf Group are different. They are fully aware of the details of Qin Shi, knowing that he simply cannot cultivation. Now Qin Shi suddenly released to be exact, half a fireball technique. Chapter 315, Excitement and Shock. God-level store manager system. Chapter 316. This makes Orchid Leaf Group people completely unable to imagine how Qin Shi did it. Qin Shi can actually use magic, am I really not mistaken? Lan Yi, who has always been calm, couldn't help rubbing his eyes to confirm that he did not have dazzling. The shock caused by this incident is really too great. It's so big that Peak almost has her perception. If a person's aptitude can change so easily, then in this world, there will not be that many ordinary persons who cannot be cultivated at all. For battle chi and magic, the affinity is 0. It means that in this kind of human body, it is simply impossible to contain battle chi and magic. People of this kind of aptitude, let alone cultivated. This is impossible. Isn't it possible that store manager can change even a person's aptitude? Lan Kinga couldn't believe what he saw. But no one has ever heard of things like changing aptitude. Wait a minute, fireball technique, isn't it the skill book in the store manager live broadcast? Could it be the reason for the new world mode? Fexu calmed down quickly and thought of something. Sister Fexu, what do you mean? Yuju said half a sentence. It seems that the new world mode broadcasted by store manager does have merit. Fexu did not directly answer Yuju's words, but praised the new world mode. Sister Fexu, do you mean that Qin Shi can use magic because of the new world mode? Xiao asked directly. Yes, at present. It seems that this is the only possibility. Fexu nodded. It just so happens that I challenge those guys in the online mode every day. I am also a little tired. It's okay to change the mode. Lan Kinga wanted to start after the shock. In Luo Sheng shop, no matter what happens, it seems that there will not be anything strange. The previous personal attribute does not mean that there is no other way to improve the attribute besides upgrading and promoting the realm and completing the trial of trials space. As a result, the medicine pill in the store who permanently promoted the attribute broke this iron law. Look at these things in the store again. Upgrade attributes, purify magic and battle chi, tempering physique, strengthen perception. And now even the problems of aptitude can be solved. I really didn't think of it. Is there anything that this shop can't do? Go and activate this the new world mode. Lan Yi said. If Fexu's guess is correct, then the new world mode will definitely be more useful than the previous two modes. At the same time, Xlang and Husyu made this decision. Notify the other brothers to activate the new world mode for me. Even the ordinary person can learn magic from it. Then we enter the new world mode is definitely not going to be worse. Husyu has already started gearing up. The shortcoming of the single-player mode and the online mode to enhance the arena is that there are too few gameplays. These two modes are really better if they are purely to improve combat skills and battle awareness. Because these two modes are purely used to improve combat skills. The new world mode is different. This is a model improved by the system based on Luo Sheng's ideas. In essence, it is a model that has already made money in order to enrich the gameplay. But it is undeniable that this kind of gameplay is okay if you just look at it, but once you enter the game and start playing for the first time, it is absolutely unstoppable. Chapter 316. Give me the activation of the new world mode. God-level store manager system. Chapter 317. Moreover, the improvement in the new world mode will definitely not be weaker than the first two modes. After all, the name of this crystal ball is called Battle Strength Promotion Arena. Suddenly so many people want to activate the new world mode. By the way, apply for the membership card. Xire is a little too busy. System. Congratulations to the host, the number of people activating the new world mode exceeds 30, and the task is completed. Is it completed so soon? Only 6 people have activated it just now? Luo Sheng was slightly taken aback when he heard the sudden voice in his mind. Regarding this, Liu Sheng really didn't expect it. In theory, his live broadcast does not seem so attractive. However, Liu Sheng never thought that the person who made Xlang and the others determined to activate the New World mode was Qin Shi sitting in the deck beside him. I have to say, it's a mistake. System, the new map will be updated tonight. Please be prepared for the host. Update on the update. What preparations should I make? Liu Sheng leaned on the card in the seat of the sofa. The feeling of comfort after the task is completed is really relaxed and joyful. For Liu Sheng's question, System did not answer, but disappeared silently. Store manager, can you take us again? After being excited, Qin Shi also realized the preciousness of the New World mode, so he immediately put his hands on the base of the crystal ball. You don't need to bring me here, there will be a lot of people coming soon, you just need to take a place with them. Liu Sheng doesn't want to waste time on this kind of newbie map. After level 8, Goblin Mountain Range's experience is suppressed, making Liu Sheng almost inexperienced. And Liu Sheng is not looking forward to the equipment in the Goblin Mountain Range copy. The attributes of those low-level equipment are not much different from the attributes of novice equipment. It's better to take a break. Liu Sheng emptied himself, half opened his eyes, looking at the ceiling. So busy every day, he almost forgot that he was just a store manager waiting to die. Store manager. I don't know how long I have been lying down. Suddenly a shout rang in my ear. Liu Sheng soon came back to his senses and glanced out of the deck. Dingu, long time no see. Old man, is just one day I haven't come, I can't say long time no see. Gapingchuan touched the beard on the chin, laughed. However, in just one day, there are many more interesting things here. Gapingchuan walked to the snack vending machine and bought a bucket packing instant noodles and a fruity jelly. To purify the magic is a thing that requires persistence. Liu Sheng looked outside and made sure that only after Gapingchuan came by himself, he said, Dingu, you come here today? There should be other things. Store manager, I really can't hide it from you, how did you know? Gapingchuan asked while receiving the boiling water. Guess. Liu Sheng shrugged. Ha ha, store manager is still the same. Awesome. Gapingchuan thought for a long time before spitting out such an adjective. Zhong Linian, who seemed to have a feeling, suddenly raised his head, suddenly saw Gapingchuan, and was stunned. Dingu, when did you come here? Not long ago. How did you complete your training mission? Gapingchuan held the instant noodles. Concerned asked, with the help of store manager Liu Sheng. The training mission went very smoothly. 5 people have completed the training mission. Speaking of this, Zhong Linian also specifically mentioned Liu Sheng. Chapter 317, How to Complete the Task Again. God Level Store Manager System. Chapter 318. If there is no store manager teaching, there is absolutely no way to complete it so quickly. If it is not for Liu Sheng's kindness, he is willing to provide battle strength to improve the challenge teaching of the arena video. Brilliance Academy's training team, in such a short time, I am afraid that no one can complete the training task. After all, Major Perfection's fighting skills are definitely not a joke. Although it is only some low-level combat skills, it is still not something the students of Brilliance Academy can handle. Therefore, Zhong Linian must thank Liu Sheng. Thank him for his unselfishness and willingness to provide his own experience. Coupled with the barreled instant noodles to enhance the effect of perception, the out-of-hospital training can be successfully completed. Liu Sheng took a look at her when he heard Zhong Linian mentioned him. I really didn't expect, I just did it to complete the task. And I can still be so great. Gapingchuan hearing this, and took a deep look at Liu Sheng. In that case, I really want to thank store manager. Battle strength to improve the standalone arena. Gapingchuan has personally experienced how difficult it is to challenge the mode and the online mode. Gapingchuan also admires Liu Sheng's fighting skills. In the case of not knowing the strength of Liu Sheng, leaving aside the level and not mentioning it, in terms of combat skills alone, Gepingchuan is totally unsure of defeating Liu Sheng. It can be said that Gepingchuan's attitude towards Liu Sheng is partly due to his kind personality. The other half is also scrupulous about Liu Sheng. This is a trivial matter, not worth mentioning. Liu Sheng waved his hand, and then asked, however, Dingu, what are you here for this time? What? This matter has something to do with Chi Store Manager. The biennial Academy Grand Competition is about to start. The students who came to Chi Store Manager for training this time are this participants of the Time Academy Grand Competition. Originally, the old man was a little worried, but now, thanks to the store manager, I am willing to give in. Speaking of this, Gepingchuan can't help but admire Liu Sheng's behavior. The basic fighting skills are indeed widely spread, but once the details of some combat techniques are involved, it will appear ambiguous. The most basic combat skills are still so, even more how those more advanced combat skills are almost impossible. Like those advanced magic and advanced martial skills, they are impossible things. Many mercenaries, or those who have not joined any cultivation, their fighting skills are built up with blood and sweat during life and death. The fighting skills Liu Sheng demonstrated are extremely powerful fighting skills. They are all things far beyond basic combat skills. If it is placed in those sect forces, these are basically unspread secrets that cannot be learned by non-direct disciple. In this store, Liu Sheng directly teaches Liv, repeatedly playing over and over again. There is quite a feeling for fear that others will not learn. This kind of tolerance has to be admired. It's all trivial things. Don't mention it. Dingu, since it's here, let's take a look at the new world mode. Liu Sheng doesn't care about himself at all. Did you learn the fighting skills? Instead, I started recommending the new world mode, because the battle strength upgrades the training room. It was originally intended to train the user's fighting skills. Chapter 318, not worth mentioning. God-level store manager system. Chapter 319. Liu Sheng's instructional video is just a little faster. You must know that learning combat skills requires a correspondingly high level of perception. The higher the combat skills, the higher the requirements for perception. Compared with Liu Sheng's teaching, maybe the help of instant noodles in barrels is a little bit bigger. However, Liu Sheng knows better that Gepingchuan is the Dean of Brilliance Academy. If he can bring other students, it will be a waste of his own efforts to expand the battle strength and upgrade the training room. However, even if it is a recommendation, Liu Sheng's tone is equally flat. This tone made Gepingchuan all stunned. Well, since it is the invitation of Chi Store Manager, then the old man will give it a try. It took a long time for Gepingchuan to figure out what Liu Sheng meant and made sure that he was really inviting himself. But before that, the old man still needs to look at the situation of these participating students. Teacher Zong. Yes, Dean Zong Linian has been waiting aside. Regarding the Academy Grand Competition, Zong Linian is very aware of its importance and grandeur in the three major academy. This is the competition that determines the ranking of the strongest academy in the Eastern Wilderness. Let the trainees at this time come and gather first. Standing in the lobby in front of the counter, Gepingchuan instructed Zong Linian, Chi Store Manager, don't mind if I use the lobby of the store temporarily. It's okay. Liu Sheng waved his hand slightly, indicating that he didn't care. The training team of Brilliance Academy quickly assembled, standing up in turn according to grade. I believe you should already know that you are the participants of this Time Academy Grand Competition, and the Academy has high hopes for you. This time and the public different out-of-hospital training camps are the best proof. So, I hope that you can earnestly complete the task of this time training camp and win honor for the academy. Gepingchuan usually, although his personality is kind, he can still show his courage and majesty as the Dean of Brilliance Academy. Yes, Dean. The students responded in unison, which looked extraordinary in an imposing manner. The shouts of 9 people filled the store, shocking everyone else to look away. Pipe down, loud noises are forbidden in the store. At this moment, Liu Sheng's hair was about to stand up from the shock, and he quickly stopped it. Yes, Store manager Jing Qinian and the others shrank their necks immediately and said in a low voice, "You don't need to be so formal." Gapingchuan pressed his hand, and then continued. The Academy Grand Competition at this time is divided into two types, single player and squad, 3 grades, each with a venue. Squad is a competition where 2 people are on the court. For each grade of each academy, you need to send 3 people to participate in 2 types of competitions. Gapingchuan paused, and then continued. In the academy, there was a competition in the hospital, and 9 students were selected for the competition, but this time, let's get rid of it. I'm here at this time to inform you that each grade, the people who participate in the single-player competition and the people who participate in the squad competition are separated. For the members of the squad, it is up to you to decide. This is the consistent procedure of the Academy Grand Competition. There are some changes every year, but there is still no change in general. For the 3 major academies, all you need to do is send the most elite 3 of each grade to participate. Take turns to play against each other. If you win a match, you earn 1 point. Chapter 319, News of Academy Grand Competition. God-level Store Manager System. Chapter 320. Finally, the points obtained by the 3 grades in the 2 competition systems are added together, and then the academy is ranked according to the points. This is also the ranking method that best reflects the overall strength of the academy. After Gapingchuan finished speaking, he disbanded the training team. He came over this time only to allow the trainees who came here for training to separate the personnel of 2 competition systems. Now that we have finished talking, Gapingchuan is also going to have a look at the New World mode mentioned by Luo Sheng. This year's competition system actually has a squad competition. Sister, do you want to participate in the squad competition with me? Ying Feng is not worried at all, but looked towards Ying's. It should be the other 2 academy. Do you have any whole cards? Ying's laughed and didn't care. The second-year students don't have to worry even more. Mo Hai and Mo Bei are originally 2 brothers, and the degree of tacit understanding between them is naturally very high. Wu's elder sister, we are all magicians. Would this kind of team be too good? Shuang looked at the staff in his hand, and then at the wand in Wu's hand. Staff, I will let you learn the fighting skills of the great magician in the arena. All magicians can be very strong. Wu stretched out his green fingers, nodded both of his foreheads. The 2 points of the single-player game will be handed over to me. Jing Qinian put down these words and went back to enter the single-player mode of the Battle Strength Promotion Arena. The New World mode is worthy of the New World mode. This kind of cultivation from scratch is really new. This also gave the old man a new insight. After coming out of the copy with Luo Sheng, Gapingchuan couldn't help feeling. Luo Sheng, hearing this, raised his eyebrows slightly. It is worthy of being a real heroic rank. People who can cultivation to this kind of realm by their own strength have both superior aptitude and top-notch perception. Just experience it in the New World mode, and you can have new insights. This perception is really terrifying. It seems to be aware of Luo Sheng's expression. Gapingchuan could not help laughing, and said, Chi Store Manager need not be so surprised. The rank of the old man is Great Magician. The use of low-level magic and general magic is the essence of this level. So starting from the beginning of the cultivation, for my inspiration, it will be so big. But I still have to thank Chi Store Manager. Invite me to experience the New World mode. Gapingchuan did not hesitate to understand his own feelings, and explained a few words aloud. So that's how it is. But this perception, Dingu, is really amazing. Luo Sheng praised it rare. Chi Store Manager is too famous. Compared with Chi Store Manager, it is not worth mentioning. It is not worth mentioning. Gapingchuan was humble. But what he said is sincere. Gapingchuan knows that he is a heroic rank, but he has almost reached the peak that his aptitude can achieve. Although Luo Sheng and Gapingchuan cannot see his strength. However, Luo Sheng's biggest advantage lies in its youth. At this age, he has such amazing fighting skills, deep and unmeasurable strength. If he is allowed to grow, what realm will he reach? It is Gapingchuan himself, the powerhouse level, that is also one step away. it is still out of reach, and almost never heard of the kingship level. However, this kind of sentiment has not appeared for many years. So, then I won't bother you much today with store manager. The old man will leave first. Now, Gapingchuan sighed, then bid farewell to Luo Sheng. Chapter 320, Politeness. God-level store manager system. Chapter 321. For this hard-won insight, Gapingchuan is going to find a secluded place to digest what I have obtained this time. Maybe we can do breakthrough again. Dingu, walk slowly, don't deliver. Luo Sheng nodded, then glanced at the outside of the store. There was still a little light. Watching Gapingchuan leave the shop, Luo Sheng leaned on the leather sofa in the deck again. The temperature seems to have picked up recently. It's not going to be summer, Luo Sheng muttered. This world is also divided into spring, summer, autumn, and winter seasons, and the temperature changes more. It's just that the physique of the cultivation person is better than the ordinary person, and the ability to withstand the cold and heat will be much stronger. In addition, in the previous months, the weather was relatively good in spring, so Luo Sheng did not pay attention to that many. But today when Luo Sheng stretched his muscles and bones outside the store, he keenly felt the changes in climate, which is probably the inconvenience caused by too strong perception ability. System, please don't worry about the host. The environment in the store will not be invaded by cold or heat. No, I am not thinking about this. I am thinking about other things, such as said to develop some seasonal things. Luo Sheng knocked on the face of the table, looking thoughtful said. Luo Sheng is now more and more able to understand the temper of system. If you want to take advantage of the system, it is absolutely impossible. However, if he can make suggestions that help the system earn spirit crystal, the system generally speaking will accept it at its discretion. Sure enough, Luo Sheng said so, and system became interested. System, host, please elaborate. System will consider it as appropriate. Luo Sheng pondered for a moment, then said slowly, System, think about it, summer is here, the weather must be it's too hot. At this time, if there is a bottle of iced drink. Luo Sheng stopped here. His purpose is also fully revealed. That's right, after Luo Sheng felt the climate change, he began to remember the happy water of the fat house that he never forgot. If eating potato chips is not compatible with fat house happy water, what is the difference with salted fish? System, the host's suggestion has been accepted by the system, and the task will be given in due course. Luo Sheng, you shouldn't I just send me a vending machine for drinks? Why should I complete the task? System, I think this is unfair. I made this suggestion. I help you make money. Shouldn't you give me some rewards? Luo Sheng tried to argue with system. System, host, system recommends that you go to bed early. You have everything in your dreams. Luo Sheng is speechless. Speaking of the skin, you are still thick. System, please continue to work hard. Don't think about reap without sowing all day. Forget it. You just give me rewards for the tasks you completed today. Luo Sheng is too lazy to care about the system. It's pretty good to be able to cheat out iced drinks. System, the reward will be issued tonight, and the host does not need to worry. Let's go. Let's go. System, you can withdraw. Luo Sheng waved tiredly. I waved my hand, although I knew the system was invisible. But the system can hear Luo Sheng's voice, then decisively disappeared. After Qin Shi bid farewell to Luo Yuanxing and Han Ming, he passed alone to the city guard magician camp. Speaking of which is probably Qin Shi's luck. After obtaining the fireball technique skill book, Qin Shi and Luo Yuanxing joined other people's teams to rub the copy, but they did not produce a second skill book. Chapter 321. The Nature of System. God-level Store Manager System. Chapter 322. So, even if Luo Yuanxing possesses magic power, there is no magic to use. People like them who don't have any cultivation aptitude want to learn magic on their own. That's impossible. You can only rely on battle strength to improve the new world mode of the arena. Tomorrow, I will help Yuanxing write a skill book that Earth Element Magician can use. Tonight, I will go to the school to try the new magic. Ginshi pondered in his mind. Although Ginshi loiters in Cloud Mist City every day, he is also the only son of City Lord Kinming. In the City Guard Magician camp, the soldiers guarding the campus naturally know Ginshi. Young master, it's getting late. I don't know what you are doing in the school field. One of the soldiers guarding the school field stopped Ginshi and asked routinely. For Ginshi, the school field is like his own back garden, and there is naturally no danger in it. But the school field is still used for training, so the soldiers guarding the school field also need to ask why. I go to the school to practice magic, the demons inside should be fine. Ginshi said with a straight face. There is no problem trying the magic stone, but young master, you have to go in and practice magic. The soldiers guarding the school field heard Ginshi's words and suddenly showed embarrassed expressions. In the entire city guard, who doesn't know that this young master has no cultivation aptitude? Now he actually said that he would go to the school to practice magic. The guard soldiers will naturally feel that Ginshi has thought of some new tricks and wants to go to the school to play a prank. Maybe it is to destroy the magic test stone. Trial stone. That is an important item used for training by magician troops in City Guard. If something goes wrong, as Ginshi, he will definitely not be punished. Then the last punishment will not fall on the guards of the school field. Thinking of this, the two soldiers guarding the school field suddenly see big beads of sweat on their foreheads. But Ginshi's identity, he can't afford to offend. What's the matter? Can't it? Ginshi frowned, asked with some dissatisfaction. In Liu Sheng's shop, he dared not be emotional. Don't you dare to get angry on your own site. Of course, I am worried that young master has never been to the school, and I am willing to lead the way for young master. One of the soldiers guarding the school said very cleverly. Another soldier showed approving eyes. In the name of leading the way, he actually looked at this young master and didn't let him play pranks. At least you can't let him destroy the trial stone. As for the practice magic that Ginshi said, they just smiled and would never take it seriously. This is the best way. Take me to the demon stone. Ginshi didn't think much. He was really not familiar with the schoolyard road, so he clicked, nodded and motioned for the soldiers to lead the way. Although it is getting late, the campus of City Guard is not empty. There are still many soldiers honing their martial skills in the schoolyard. Torch illuminates the wide school field brightly. The sweaty soldier gates in the school field, and when they see the school field guards Ginshi brought to him, they also greeted him one after another. 3 pillars. Isn't it your turn to keep the gold today? Why did you come in? You run around like this and let Captain catch you. You must be punished. Why? Sanzuzi, is the job of the gatekeeper too boring? Do you want to come in and practice with the buddies? The school guard waved his hand and said, I will bring young master to the school to see. You should concentrate on training. Chapter 322, Young Master Gin Master thinks to practice magic. God Level Store Manager System. Chapter 323. Yeah? How can young master come to our school with leisure? Many soldiers who were training stopped their movements and were very interested. Come over. Ginshi has never been to the school because there is no cultivation aptitude before. Come here suddenly now. Naturally people feel fresh. Young master, are you here to inspect the school this time? Or, are you here to check our training results? Several soldiers asked aloud. Neither. I just came over to borrow the demo stone to practice magic. Ginshi casually said. As soon as this word came out, the soldiers who came around looked at each other in blank dismay. Practicing magic. If it wasn't for Ginshi's cultivation aptitude, everyone knew it well, and really believed his nonsense. However, no one is so ignorant to say it, but they are all following behind with interest, ready to watch Ginshi's jokes. In the center of the school field, there is a pitch-black stone pillar, which is nearly 5 people in size and nearly 10 meters high. This stone pillar is covered with densely packed traces. This is the trial stone. This dark stone pillar has high resistance to magical attacks, but because it is hard and brittle, and heavy, it is often used to test the formidable power of magic, or practice the release of magic. Young master, this is the trial stone. The school guard who led the way explained to Ginshi, "Is this the magic test stone?" Ginshi immediately stepped forward and touched the dark stone pillar. The soldiers stood by and wanted to see what Ginshi would do next. Then I saw a flash of fire light up. Fireball technique. Ginshi unceremoniously mobilized the magic power in his body and released a fireball technique. The fist-sized fireball instantly condensed in the air, and then swayed against the surface of the magic trial stone, and then turned into several fire stars. There is no trace left on the trial magic stone, which is enough to prove that the formidable power of this fireball technique is really hard to bear to look directly at it. However, this dash of light is indeed fireball technique. It is magic that can only be used by magicians. The soldiers guarding around, ready to watch the joke, suddenly stared wide-eyed, and their hearts were full of shock. The school field guards the three pillars, and almost stares out his eyes, with an incredible look in his eyes. Did I get dazzled just now? It shouldn't, I saw it too. The soldiers rubbed their own research vigorously. Make sure you have no dizziness. I'm not dreaming. I actually saw young master releasing a magic. I can't feel the pain when pinching my thigh. It seems that I am dreaming. Ah, have you ever dreamed? Pinch yourself. What are you pinching me for? A few soldiers pinched themselves hard, feeling pain, or after being punched by the people around him. I was sure that I was not dreaming. Young master really used magic, really came to practice magic. No, this matter must be reported to the city lord as soon as possible. A few clever soldiers immediately ran out of the school field. A group of soldiers were left behind, looking at Ginshi standing in the middle in amazement, big eyes staring at small eyes. After nightfall, Liu Sheng also closed the store door. Xia seemed to be very interested in the new world mode in the battle strength boosting arena. After the store closed, he immediately found a deck and sat down. Every way to improve one's strength should not be let go. In the process of keeping the shop, Xia is very aware of the benefits of the new world mode. Chapter 323, Young Master actually uses magic. God-level store manager system. Chapter 324. Xia, don't play it too late, your body is more important. Liu Sheng exhorted, and then he found a deck and sat down. Well, thank you store manager for your concern. Xia responded happily. Liu Sheng leaned on the leather sofa and asked in his mind, System, can I update the second big map? System, yes, please wait for the host. System, second large map, Evil Spirit Warrior Frontline, updated. I wish you the player, happy games. System, you can speed this really how fast a bit, won't it be ready during the day? After Liu Sheng heard the word wait a minute, the sound fell off, and the update was completed. He couldn't help but wonder whether System deliberately postponed his rewards. System, please don't mistrust the host, the update speed is fast, because the system is powerful. Liu Sheng hearing this, stunned. When did System begin to become so narcissistic? Forget it, enter the new world mode. Liu Sheng shook the head, put these thoughts behind him, and then put his hands on the crystal ball base. Second big map, Evil Spirit Warrior Front. From here, it will be the dividing line between new players and old players. Goblin is after all just the weakest kind of creature. At least in Liu Sheng's memory, this is the case. But this Evil Spirit Warrior, as soon as you hear the name, you will know that it is definitely better than Goblin. Liu Sheng came to the new world mode with anticipation. The place where he appeared was the novice village. The old man sat on the threshold of a house and sighed. But this time, the old man had no choice but to see Liu Sheng. His eyes lit up suddenly, and he shouted, the advertiser over there, can you come here for a while? Call me? Liu Sheng was taken aback, then walked over. Really interesting, after the update, this old man will take the initiative to call someone. Yes, respected adventurer, thank you very much for your willingness to come here and wipe out those damn goblins for our village. The old man said slowly, you are welcome, this is what I should do. Liu Sheng answered modestly, no, respectable adventurer, it's a pity that this village, I am the only one left, and there is nothing to give you. The old man continued, deeply implement the stingy spirit of system. Luo Sheng resisted the urge to think of a fireball technique on the head of the old man, and slowly said, "It's okay, old man, I said this is what I should do." However, the old man did not pay attention to Luo Sheng's meaning, and still each minding their own business said, "However, this village is not a good place now." So, the man used the last bit of materials in the village to build a transmission formation for you. This transmission formation will send you to the frontline city closest to here, where it's better than this village is much richer. After Luo Sheng heard this long passage, he realized that there is actually a connection between the two maps, and this old man plays the role of describing these connections. Novice village really doesn't have much oil and water to fish. Luo Sheng sipped bitterly, and then according to the old man's guidance, he found the transmission built in a brick house in the corner of Novice Village. Formation. Step into the transmission formation, and the prompt will sound. If the player level exceeds 5th level, you can use transmission formation. The transmission formation is a new way transmission and the destination is Frontline City. You can click favorites below. Record this time. Chapter 324, Evil Spirit Warrior Frontline. God Level Store Manager System. Chapter 325. Reminder, once you leave Xinza village, you will not be able to return. Do you want to start sending? Okay. Luo Sheng is too much knowing the character of the system. There must be no hidden items in the Novice Village. So Luo Sheng has no nostalgia for not being able to return to Novice Village. And this Frontline City should be the second big map, the safety sector of the Evil Spirit Warrior Frontline. Luo Sheng was sent to a town of ancient vicissitudes through transmission formation. Frontline City, just by hearing the name. This is a border checkpoint. The towering city wall lays between the two mountain ranges, forming a barrier that is easy to defend and difficult to attack, used to resist foreign enemies. Behind the city wall is this frontline city that has existed for hundreds of years. The number of system personnel in Frontline City is much larger than that in Novice Village. Boss at the equipment shop, boss at the drug shop, frontline soldiers outside the Frontline City, and patrol soldiers inside the city. These roles all exist. As for what is useful, it can only be discovered by the player slowly. In the Evil Spirit Warrior front, the enemies distributed on the big map are outside the city wall of the front city, and those enemy soldiers who will attack the checkpoints from time to time. The entrance of the copy of the Evil Spirit Warrior frontline is indeed in the enemy's formation. After Luo Sheng roughly visited the frontline city, he came to the city wall and looked at the level. The distribution of foreign enemies. The familiar black vortex is in the center of the enemy's wandering range. Outside the copy entrance, there is a small circle of safety sector. So don't worry about being forced to enter the dungeon before it has been restored, thus making it impossible to pass the dungeon. In fact, the real difficulty here is how to get close to the entrance of the dungeon. At present, it seems satisfactory. Luo Sheng nodded, and then left the New World mode. He was not interested in fighting to the entrance of the dungeon so hard, and then was told that there were not enough people to enter the dungeon. It's better to wait for tomorrow and bring a group of people over. At night, brightly lit in the City Lord mansion. In the office of City Lord, Qin Ming is still under the lighting of magic lights, marking Cloud Mist City's daily official duties. The more prosperous the city-state, the more onerous the affairs. Qin Ming sighed, put down the sheepskin roll in his hand, and gently rubbed his eyebrows to relieve his fatigue. Cultivation can indeed enhance physical fitness, but it does not increase brain power. Even if the spirit strength becomes stronger, it just doesn't get tired so easily. But when dealing with official documents, what is most needed is not physical fitness, but brain power and thinking. Dong 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 dash. A hurried knock on the door suddenly sounded, alarming Qin Ming, who was resting. City Lord, there is an urgent report here. An urgent voice came from outside the door. Qin Ming frowned, said in a tranquil voice, "Come in." The door of the room was opened immediately, and the soldier standing outside the door quickly walked to Qin Ming's city lord. What happened? I need to be so panicked. Qin Ming put his hands on the desk and asked, slightly frowned. There was also a little dissatisfaction with the soldier's panic. Reporting to the city lord is the young master's business. The soldier breathed a sigh of relief and said, What happened to Qin Shi? Did it cause trouble again? Qin Ming heard this, involuntarily raising a point. Although Qin Ming is free from Qin Shi, he is his only son after all. It is impossible to say that you are not nervous. Chapter 325, City Lord. There is an emergency report. God-level store manager system. Chapter 326. No, City Lord. Good news, young master. He came to the city guard school to practice magic today. The soldier reported concisely. What did you just say? Say it again. Qin Ming heard the soldier's report and thought he had heard it wrong. Yes, City Lord, young master. He came to the city guard school today to practice magic. The soldier returned with certainty. Take me over. Qin Ming got up immediately, regardless of the official business on the table. On the city guard school field, Qin Shi is still practicing his new fireball technique. From the New World mode, feedback to Qin Shi's magic power, converted. At best, Qin Shi can only become a toe-level magician. This is a not worth mentioning level for people with a slightly higher cultivation aptitude. But for Qin Shi, it was something that I didn't even dare to dream of before. Unleash a lowest-level magic, fireball technique, which does not require much magic, so Qin Shi can still practice a few more times. If it is the advanced magic of fireball technique, Great Fireball. I am afraid that Qin Shi has exhausted his magic power and can only release it once. It is also the time that Qin Shi can practice a few more times before he waits for Qin Ming's arrival. Father, why are you here? Qin Shi's tone was not a question, but a surprise. As the city lord, Qin Ming usually has very busy affairs. If it is not arranged, he needs to inspect the city guard barracks. There is simply no extra time to come to the school. I'll come over and see. What are you doing here? Qin Ming looked at Qin Shi's palm, and then glanced at the traces on the trial magic stone, only to be excited, surprised, and suspicious, asked aloud. The fireball technique you used just now? Yes, it is the fireball technique. The magic I learned newly today. Speaking of this, Qin Shi got excited immediately. In other words, you can cultivation magic? Qin Ming still couldn't believe it. Qin Shi's cultivation aptitude has always been a problem in Qin Ming's heart. Didn't expect. Qin Shi solved the problem without saying anything, and started cultivation with magical powers. This surprise is really too big. Can this be fake, old man? Look. Qin Shi spread his hands and exhausted the last bit of magic remaining in his body. Condense a trace of fire star. Fireball technique. The fire star expanded rapidly, and then formed a small fist-sized fireball. Yes, this is the fluctuation of magical power. Now, you can really cultivation magical power. Qin Ming saw this scene, almost crying with excitement. Quickly tell me how you solved the problem of cultivation aptitude. After Qin Ming got excited, he thought of the key issue. If there is really a way to improve the cultivation aptitude, then this will be a huge change for this world. At least, the national strength of Desolate Origin Empire will be greatly improved. However, as soon as the mention of cultivation aptitude, Qin Shi began to scratch the back of his head, showing an embarrassing but polite smile, and said, Daddy, in fact, my cultivation aptitude has not improved. What did you say? What was the fireball technique you just used? Qin Ming stared at Qin Shi closely, trying to see something from his face. What information comes out? Unfortunately, Qin Shi's face has always been that kind of embarrassing but polite smile. Seeing that his father didn't believe it, Qin Shi organized some words and said to Qin Ming, actually, this is a miracle brought about by a magical shop. Then I focused on the function of the New World mode. Chapter 326. Daddy, look. God Level Store Manager System Chapter 327. The small shop in the alley. Did you mean the small alley entrance where there are two ice sculptures? Qin Ming listened to Qin Shi the narrative. You can probably guess where it is. If there is another shop in this huge cloud mist city, Qin Ming, don't dare provoke. That is Liu Sheng's shop. Hey, do you know that shop, Daddy? Qin Shi was a little surprised. Of course I know that. If it weren't for that small shop, I'm afraid Cloud Mist City would be leveled by the previous beasts. Qin Ming said here. He did not hesitate to praise his words. The weapons and armors in the Liu Sheng shop have indeed given City Guard a great help, allowing them to face the beasts head-on without losing the wind. Those magical medicine pills have greatly reduced the casualties of City Guard. It's just that Qin Ming's business is really busy, so I haven't been to Liu Sheng's shop for a long time. Even if City Guard needs to change equipment or supplement medicine pills sometimes, it will be handled by Cloud Mist City Vault Administrator Liu Boat. There are such powerful weapons and armors in the store manager store. Qin Shi almost got his jaw in shock when he heard what his father said. Fell to the ground. He thought that in the store manager's small store, apart from the magical New World mode, there are only those delicious foods that are endlessly memorable and unforgettable. But when I hear it now, it doesn't seem to be the case at all. However, Qin Shi was only surprised, and Qin Ming was shocked. The problem of cultivation aptitude has always been an eternal problem of human race. Unlike a demonic beast, human race can rely on the power of bloodline. For example, the powerful dragon clan bloodlines, as long as adult giant dragons can reach the lowest level of Grandmaster rank peak. 80-level giant dragons are invincible under heroic rank. Human race is also not like other races. Many natural cultivation aptitudes are just fine. For example, elf race's magic aptitude, beastman family's battle chi aptitude. What human race can rely on is unity and wisdom, and the peak powerhouse in human race to protect the fire of human race from extinguishing. However, there are only a few peak powerhouses after all, and they can only restrict the powerhouses of the demonic beasts and the powerhouses of other races, and cannot be shot. So the war together depends on the overall race rather than strength. The previous animal wave is a good proof. If it were not for Qin Ming good luck and withstood the beast wave, even if Cloud Mist City is broken, there will be no powerhouse to come and help. That's why Qin Ming was so shocked by the New World mode, which was able to ignore the cultivation aptitude and directly help ordinary person cultivation in Liu Sheng's small shop. This is simply a thing that can change the fate of the entire human race. This is more significant than weapons, armor, and medicine pill. The use of weapons and armor is also based on the body. An ordinary person, even if equipped with the weapons and armor in the Liu Sheng shop, is impossible to defeat a battle-tested cultivator. Your own strength, no matter when, is the most important. And don't mention the various cultivation resources needed after the cultivation, as well as martial skills, magic learning. Just the Taoist sect threshold of cultivation aptitude has cut the way for countless people. At this moment, however, cultivation aptitude seems to be no longer a Taoist sect. The stores of Chi Store Manager, sometimes thinking about it, really make people feel terrifying. Qin Ming was shocked, and could only say such a sentence. Chapter 327, Aptitude and Bloodline. God Level Store Manager System Chapter 328. Father, what did you just say? Qin Shi did not hear the mumbling in Qin Ming's mouth, and asked with some confusion. It's nothing. I'm just saying that Chi Store Manager can open a store in Cloud Mist City. It is really our Cloud Mist City's fortune. If we seize the opportunity, Cloud Mist City might not be the next city-state known for its military force. Qin Ming looked out of the schoolyard and expressed his wish. The reason why Cloud Mist City is prosperous in business depends on its location on the border of Desolate Origin Empire and close to Cloud Mist Forest. As far as wealth is concerned, Cloud Mist City can be ranked in Desolate Origin Empire. But in terms of military force, Cloud Mist City can only be ranked in the bottom of the Desolate Origin Empire. Even the City Lord Kinming of Cloud Mist City is only a 50th level professional rank fighter. Compared to the City Lord of other city-states, it is still slightly worse. Many City Lords of the city-states are already preparing to be promoted to the Grand Master rank. For those city-states with the highest overall military force value, their City Lords are all powerhouses of Grand Master rank, and they have skills that fit their ranks. And the stronger the military force the city-state, the more it is valued by the Empire. After all, this world is still a world that speaks of military force. If you want to maintain peace, you must also use a powerful military force as a backing. So this created the situation of Powerhouse Henkiang, making Cloud Mist City in the military force always in the low-end position. However, the new world mode in Luo Sheng's shop gave Kinming hope. However, the actual effect still needs to be investigated on the spot. Shire, tomorrow I will go to Chi Store Manager with you. Kinming decided to put his official business aside. After all, this matter is related to the future direction of Cloud Mist City. Oh, good. Shi blankly nodded. He still feels that the products in the Luo Sheng store are very difficult to deal with. Unlike Kinming, you can see the true value of these products. The next day, after Luo Sheng got up, he went downstairs and opened the door of the store. Before letting in the fresh air outside the door, he heard a greeting. Chi Store Manager, long time no see. I trust you have been well since we last met. Kinming and Shi are standing in front of the store. It seems have been waiting for a while. It's City Lord Qin, long time no see, coming. Luo Sheng replied blankly, then stepped away. It's not that no one has waited before. But after knowing the opening time of Luo Sheng, the old customers will not come over and wait in advance. After all, no matter how early you come, Luo Sheng is also impossible to open the door in advance. Sire, what do you have for breakfast? Luo Sheng yawned and asked. Towards the counter. Instant noodles in barrels, thank you store manager. Sire answered happily. Shi followed Kinming, walked into the shop, and then ran to Luo Sheng excitedly to line up, and said to Kinming, Daddy, come over for breakfast first. When does Chi Store Manager have breakfast here? Kinming was taken aback. Then he shook his head and said, you eat first, I am here, not for breakfast. The New World mode, how do you get in? City Lord Qin, the New World mode needs to be activated at the counter. It is recommended that you apply for a membership card. Xia heard Kinming's words and immediately said it first. Yes, Daddy. You should go and apply for a membership card first, so that it is convenient to buy breakfast. Shi said seriously. I have no intention of paying for my father at all. Okay, then. Chapter 328. This City Lord is not here to eat breakfast. God Level Store Manager System Chapter 329. Sir City Lord, didn't expect you to be here. Before Kinming could finish speaking, a cry out in surprise came from behind. Looking at the store all attracted the past. It turned out to be you. Why are you here too? Kinming saw the visitor, laughed. It was a fat mustache who made the sound. Cloud Mist City Treasury Administrator, Luo Boat. Behind him was another fat young man who didn't seem to wake up much. It was Luo Yuanxing who came here once yesterday. Traveling? Did you get pulled over by your father early in the morning? Shi immediately took pleasure in other people's misfortune. Isn't it? I told him a long time ago, don't worry, but I called me up before dawn. Luo Yuanxing heard this and immediately began to complain. But I didn't dare to make too much noise. Last night, when the dog came home, his subordinates accidentally discovered that there was a wave of magic in his body. Upon asking, they found out that it was the credit of the store of Chi Store Manager, so he rushed to him today. Luo Boat is a slight bow, respectfully said. Sure enough. Kinming nodded. Luo Yuanxing's cultivation aptitude is no secret in Cloud Mist City. Like Ginche, the affinity for battle chi and magic is 0. And it is a type that cannot be cultivation at all. But now that after listening to Luo Boat's remarks, Kinming has more expectations for the wishes in his heart. Perhaps, It is not an unattainable thing to improve the overall strength of Cloud Mist City. Is the City Lord also because of this? Luobot asked by the opportunity. Yes, this was reported to me by the soldiers at the schoolyard last night. Qin Ming nodded, which was quite ostentatious. Said Shio was practicing magic in the school. I didn't believe it. Didn't expect it was true. It took only one day to learn magic. Young master's innate talent is really not to be underestimated. Luobot complimented. But he said that it was all the credit of the New World mode, so I came to Chi Store Manager to take a look. Qin Ming pretended to be humble. It seems that things like showing off their children's achievements have nothing to do with their status. To play the New World mode, I suggest going to the counter to get a membership card first. Luo Sheng soaked a bucket of instant noodles, put a bucket on the counter, and picked it up when the other bucket went to battle strength to upgrade the training room area. I said, by the way, break this kind of show-off scene. A strange fragrance also followed Luo Sheng and passed into the noses of Qin Ming and Luobot. Luobot shrugged his nose. His eyes lit up, and said, it's so fragrant. Just smelling this smell makes me feel like my index finger moves. The reason why you get fat is naturally inseparable from Luobot's love of food. If you like food, you will naturally appreciate it. As Luobot, the requirements for food are naturally extremely high. However, the instant noodles in the barrel have just been soaked, and the smell that comes out, this extremely delicious smell, can completely stimulate people's appetite. The instant noodles produced by System are no joke. Yes, this scent is far beyond the delicacies I have eaten in the past. Qin Ming also took 2 breaths and began to look for the source of the scent. The first thing that was discovered was the instant noodles in barrels that belonged to Xire and were placed on the counter. You guys, what do you want to do? Seeing the eyes of Qin Shi and Luobot, Xire immediately picked up the bucket of instant noodles on the counter and put it in his arms, and then stared at both of them warily. This is mine. Chapter 329, This is my face. God-level store manager system. Chapter 330. Seeing Xire taking care of the cat, Qin Ming and Luobot are of course impossible to grab their faces. So the two continued to search, and they found the buckets of instant noodles Qin Shi and Luo Yuanxing were holding in their hands. Qin Shi, Luo Yuanxing, the two spoke at the same time, stopped their son, and glared. The expression on his face is full of the sentence, why is there such a delicious thing? Don't tell me. Daddy, you said that you didn't come here for breakfast. Qin Shi took a step back and tried to argue for himself. You didn't ask either. Luo Yuanxing said with a sad face. What did you just say? Qin Ming and Luo Yuanxing asked in unison. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I didn't take the initiative to recommend breakfast to my father. Qin Shi and Luo Yuanxing immediately apologized, admitting their mistakes in an unusually correct attitude. That Xire was holding the instant noodles, and suddenly interrupted. You still don't apply for a membership card, do? The experience of the New World mode, Qin Ming and Luobot, can be said to be very shocking. It can even be said to be very shocking. It directly enhances battle chi and magic power, and directly enhances the proficiency of martial skill and magic. These effects are something they have never thought about before, and they will never think about it, because this situation is basically impossible. If someone told them before, there is a way to make them as easy as blowing off dust to directly increase battle chi and magic power, and directly increase their martial skill and magic proficiency. Then Qin Ming's first reaction was that this person was definitely not awake. Because of this idea of reap without sowing, it is simply a daydream. However, now, with the facts before him, Qin Ming almost overthrew his worldview that he had adhered to that many years. Chi store manager, it's really hard to believe. You can always come up with such incredible things. Qin Ming looked at Luo Sheng and sighed from the bottom of his heart. City Lord Qin is too acclaimed. Luo Sheng said habitually and modestly. However, before the voice was over, a kind voice came from outside the store, which contained a light joy. Chi store manager does not need to be humble. Your store is really the most amazing one I have ever seen." Immediately afterwards, Gapingchuan appeared in front of the counter. "The membership card is activated." "Dingu, it seems that your gain yesterday seems not small." Liu Sheng turned his head and glanced at Gapingchuan, and found that his breath had become more condensed. This is a breath that has surpassed heroic rank. In other words, Gapingchuan had half-footed into the realm of the powerhouse level yesterday. This half-step breakthrough is enough to make him invincible in the heroic rank. The powerhouse class that can be able to move unhindered in the whole world is by no means nothing serious. This is all thanks to New World, and also to Chi Store Manager. Gapingchuan did not hesitate to express his gratitude. "If it weren't for New World, I am afraid that in this life, I would not be able to get out of this step. This has trapped me for nearly 10 years and made me almost desperate." Gapingchuan, while sighing, he instant noodles for himself, and then took fruity jelly and sat in the deck next to Liu Sheng. Qin Ming stood by, staring at Gapingchuan blankly. "I always think this person is a bit familiar." After hearing Liu Sheng's name for Gapingchuan, I was shocked. "Dean Brilliance Academy Dean, Gapingchuan, Desolate Origin Empire Protector Deity." Thinking of this, Qin Ming almost jumped up from the leather sofa in the deck. Chapter 330, Gapingchuan's Breakthrough. God-level Store Manager System. Chapter 331. Desolate Origin Empire Protector Deity's visit to Liu Sheng's shop is much more shocking than Desolate Origin Empire Third Prince Ling Xiao's visit. Ling Xiao stayed in Imperial City and had nothing to do. Although she had a position on her body, she was just a part-time job. Being able to come to Cloud Mist City, although it is surprising, but also not unexpected. But Gapingchuan is different. He is the Dean of Brilliance Academy and has a busy schedule. As Desolate Origin Empire Protector Deity, he is also one of the guardian gods of Desolate Origin Empire. Suddenly appeared in Cloud Mist City, and Qin Ming, the Lord of Cloud Mist City, didn't even know. This is definitely a shocking situation. And looking at Gapingchuan's posture in a light car and familiar road, it's simply not the first time I have come. Qin Ming felt dizzy the more I thought about it. My God, how many secrets are there in this store of Chi Store Manager? I don't know or even think about it. Not only Qin Ming was shocked, Liu Boat, who was sitting next to him, was too shocked to speak. I can only hide in the deck silently, take a sip of noodle soup and be shocked. Chi Store Manager, your place now seems to be not a novice village. Gapingchuan didn't notice the shocked Qin Ming and Liu Boat on the side. Instead, he felt a little bit about the crystal ball in front of Liu Sheng. Interested. I am here on the second big map. If you are 5th level, you can go to the Old Man in Xinza village. Liu Sheng pointed it out, and then took a look at Gapingchuan. The crystal ball in front of you. Level 3. Has the system lowered the experience of wild monsters? Liu Sheng only remembers that yesterday, Gapingchuan brushed goblin in the wild for a long time, then suddenly realized something and left. I didn't expect level 3 only. It turns out that we still need to continue to upgrade. The old man, there is another thing I want to ask. Gapingchuan said halfway, paused, and replied, Dingu, please say. Liu Sheng is still very enthusiastic about answering customer questions. I have ruled out the improvement brought by sudden enlightenment. Then, the proficiency of a few low-level magic has been improved, which should also be the effect of the New World mode. Gapingchuan asked the doubts in his heart that had troubled him all night. At the level of Gapingchuan, this realm, especially the level of Gapingchuan, is the Great Magician, which mainly uses low-level magic and general magic. The proficiency of the magic that one can know is naturally brought to the point of perfection. At this point, there is basically no way to improve the proficiency of magic. Because of the Great Magician of Gapingchuan, the use of these low-level magic has been brought to the extreme. However, last night, after Gapingchuan digested the insights he had gained in the New World mode, he suddenly discovered that his proficiency in several low-level magic had been improved. It's just this slight improvement, but it pulls Gapinchuan into an all-new realm. The perception of low-level magic has also changed from a quantitative change to a qualitative change. Dinga's perception is indeed very keen. Luo Sheng, on the surface, praised Gapinchuan, but also admitted the New World mode in disguise effect. Chi store manager is serious. Compared to you, the old man is still inadequate. Gapinchuan shook his palms and smiled. He was full of praise for Luo Sheng's personality. At a young age, you have this deep and unmeasurable strength. But I can do it without credit or pride. Such a character is indeed commendable. Chapter 331, The Magical Effect of Improving Proficiency. God-Level Store Manager System. Chapter 332. However, Luo Sheng did not hear the meaning of Gapinchuan. He just thought it was normal. But Luo Sheng is not without gain. At least he got a lot of information from Gapinchuan's words. For example, as long as the magic is upgraded on the skill tree, it will be fed back to the real magic proficiency. And this improvement does not matter how high the player's magic proficiency is. The same is true for martial skill. As for the enhancement of battle chi and magic, compared to martial skill and magic, it seems a little insufficient. Maybe for an ordinary person who has not been cultivated, or a cultivator with a low level, this improvement in battle chi and magic power can still be felt. But for a powerhouse of Gapinchuan's level, it basically feels nothing. This is also a normal thing. Just like pouring a glass of water into a bucket, you can naturally feel the increase in the amount of water. However, if a glass of water is poured into a pond or into a lake, it is certain that the amount of water will not increase. The data collection is more complete. Luo Sheng noted these things, and then silently cried out "System" in his heart. System, host, what's the matter at this time? Luo Sheng glanced at Gapinchuan again, and then asked in his heart, System, this the New World mode for martial skill and magic proficiency. It is mandatory to improve. System, yes, otherwise the player is really allowed to practice. Isn't it a lack of game experience? Luo Sheng is silent. This system actually started to use the words in Luo Sheng's mind. When did the battle strength upgrade the arena become a game? Luo Sheng knows that this must be his fault again, so he doesn't bother to care about this kind of thing, because his existence is to make up for the shortcomings of the system. For example, imagination. System, I have an amateur proposal. Luo Sheng considered the words. System, the host, please be blunt. Probably you have tasted the sweetness. The attitude of System is much better than before. Maybe the degree of black heart, Luo Sheng is not as good as System. But when it comes to the means of collecting money, the System is not as good as Luo Sheng. You must know that in this aspect of making money, it is the professionalism of being a store manager. Before, because the store manager level was too low, the System was obviously a bit dull and silly when communicating, and Luo Sheng didn't think he could make suggestions. But since the System has become somewhat humane, it has revealed that it is possible to make suggestions. Luo Sheng knew that it was time for him to become a store manager. I think that when the level is low, when adding skill points, it can be free, but after the level is high, it can become a paid item. Luo Sheng is very objective suggestion, because Luo Sheng discovered that the New World mode is particularly powerful in improving martial skill and magic proficiency. It is completely the function of opening and hanging level. Even a powerhouse of Gapinchuan's level can forcefully increase his magic proficiency. This is simply the divine artifact fettered by breakthrough. Therefore, Luo Sheng feels that if he doesn't write about this function, I'm really sorry for this open-level function. System, host, you seem to be getting more and more black-hearted. Luo Sheng shrugged, said, I don't accept your ridicule, and when it comes to the degree of black-heartedness, I still can't beat you. Chapter 332, Immature Suggestions. God-Level Store Manager System. Chapter 333. System, host, do you think this is really feasible? Luo Sheng, hearing this, suddenly turned pale with fright. This is still the black heart I am familiar with. System, all day long shouting System production, it must be a boutique. Where is the value for money? System, host, please tell me the point. Okay. Luo Sheng spread his hands and said, If you charge at first, then it will definitely not work. However, after they have tasted the sweetness, they must be impossible to abandon this kind of rapid improvement of martial the way of skill and magic proficiency. Liu Sheng grasped this point very accurately, especially for a powerhouse like a Pinchuan that can break through. Spirit crystal simply is nothing. Reap without sowing is not a good thing. It is a win-win if each takes what is needed. System, after careful consideration, system absolutely accepts the host's suggestions. System, in order to thank the host for the suggestions and encourage the host to continue to make constructive suggestions, the system decided to reward the host with a beverage vending machine. Surprise! Liu Sheng almost yelled out in surprise when he heard the system prompt. My own year for day and night beverage vending machine unexpectedly came to my hand in such an unexpected way. I have to say, I really want to plant flowers without blooming. Unintentional positive outcomes. But after joy, Liu Sheng found a problem. System, you rewarded me with a vending machine for drinks, right? Liu Sheng asked as gently as possible. System, yes, the host doesn't need to thank me too much. Liu Sheng resisted the urge to swear, and said, drink vending machines are indeed there. But, where's the drink? System, drink extraction opportunity. Please pay attention to future tasks. Damn. Liu Sheng can't help it in my heart, compared to a gesture of contempt that is universal on all planes. The effect of the New World mode is very obvious on the lower level cultivator. So on the second day, the Blood Wolf group entered the New World mode as a whole team and prepared to stay in it. After completing the training mission, the trainees of Brilliance Academy found that Dingu was actually in the New World mode, and they all entered the New World mode. Other people have the same idea, except for Ling Xiao. The guards who stayed here, and Qin Ming and Liu Boat, after experiencing the magic of the New World mode firsthand. After discussion, they also decided to allocate funds from the vault to select a part of the elite city guard to train in the Liu Sheng store. If you want to improve the overall strength of Cloud Mist City, you can't be stingy with Spirit Crystal. So the income of the Liu Sheng store has increased a lot for a while. However, it is probably because system really lowered the experience of those goblins in Novice Village. And because the refresh rate of goblin in the big map has always been once a day, the number is limited, causing many people to upgrade slowly. As for the copy, the experience of brushing once is actually not much. And every time you swipe it, you will be sent back to Novice Village. And it will take a lot of time to hurry. So there are not many people who come to the front line of evil spirit fighters. Among them are Ying Feng, who entered the New World mode at first, and Ying's Wen Minglan, who were brought in at second day, and Gaping Chuan, who can't be grabbed by anyone. As for Han Ming, Qin Shi and Liu Yuanxing, although they have enough levels, they all refused to leave in Xinza village. Because they have too little magic, they can't brush a copy at all. Chapter 333, Reward, Drink Vending Machine, God Level Store Manager System. Chapter 334. Finally, the New World mode has been promoted. If there are not many people playing online games, how can it be called an online game? Liu Sheng leaned on the leather sofa and ate potato chips. Look at the scenery on the city wall of Frontline City. From time to time there will be enemies attacking the city wall below. Liu Sheng has tried it. The enemy on the front line of the evil spirit warrior has a chance to drop the game gold coin after being killed. This is probably because equipment stores and drug stores began to appear in Frontline cities, and low-level medicines and low-level equipment, kill enemies on the big map, will also drop, but the probability is very low. Much lower than the drop of gold coin. But it doesn't matter. After gold coin, it is the same to go to the frontline city to buy equipment and medicine directly. As for the skill book, this thing seems to only fall from the instance boss. Liu Sheng has not approached the entrance of the copy of the evil spirit warrior front, because there are more enemies on the plain outside the city. It's a bit impractical to want to kill someone by force. So Liu Sheng is now waiting for more people to come to Frontline City to get a glimpse of the dungeon. Hi Store Manager, Hello, Dingu, you really are here. A series of two voices interrupted Liu Sheng. His thoughts also made Gapingchuan glance outside the store. The people who walked in at the store seemed familiar. Ling Youngster-san, how did you find this place? Gapingchuan glanced at the visitor, then turned his head back, and continued to cast magic on the city wall of Frontline City below. This method of spawning monsters can only be used when the enemy hits the city wall. Ling Xiao laughed embarrassingly. Ling Youngster-san is called only Gapingchuan. However, even the Flame Sovereign of Desolate Origin Empire is just an old boy in Gapingchuan's mouth. Ling Xiao felt that he might still make a profit. Long time no see. Liu Sheng lazily said hello. It's really long time no see, Chi store manager, your changes here are really big. Ling Xiao looked at the decoration and layout of the store, and said TSK. This luxurious decoration is not inferior to the Imperial City Palace. It's not about how splendorous and majestic Liu Sheng's shop is, but about the value of this shop. With Ling Xiao's eyesight, one can definitely see that the magic of space folding is used in the battle strength enhancement training room area. This level of magic is not even used in the Imperial City Palace, because simply can't find such a powerful space magician. Are you here to find Dingu? Liu Sheng asked abruptly. Yes, the venue for this time Academy Grand Competition has been prepared, so I specially came to tell Dingu. Ling Xiao nodded said. Gapingchuan hearing this, turned around again and looked towards Ling Xiao. I'm ready so soon. It seems that Ling Xiao is also going to watch the Academy Grand Competition this time. Ah! Ling Xiao did not answer, just laughed. Set up the venue of the Academy Grand Competition in the Grand Plaza of Desolate Origin Empire Imperial City. Without the approval of Flame Sovereign today, how could it be arranged so quickly? However, this is not a major event, but it is better to make the old boy be careful. Gapingchuan exclaimed. Ling Xiao listened to this sentence, froze for a moment, then nodded and said, many thanks Dingu cares. Next, you will be ready after you notify go straight back? Liu Sheng asked casually, sitting in the deck on the side. Chapter 334, Ling Xiao of Long Time No See. God-level store manager system. Chapter 335. I don't have to go back in a hurry. It's just an idle job in Imperial City. I am afraid that the Imperial Father asked me to come out this time. I am afraid that is what I mean. Ling Xiao shrugged. It didn't matter. Liu Sheng saw a trace of helplessness in Ling Xiao's eyes. Not being valued, it means that you are insulated from the position of the prince, and you can't find Ling Xiao in the matter of establishing the crown prince. It's better to stay here in Cloud Mist City. Ling Xiao is very clear in her heart. The fight for the throne has always been a cruel thing among the emperor aristocratic family. Ling Xiao has an eldest brother, an official in the court, and a fourth brother who kills the enemy on the battlefield. It happened that he was alone in the Imperial City, and this already explains the problem. The eldest brother is an official in the court. He can win over the Minister of Imperial Court. The fourth brother can kill the enemy on the battlefield. He can win the heart of the sergeant and take charge of the military. Ling Xiao knows that in these two aspects, he is absolutely unable to compete with his brother. However, it is not without a turnaround. For example, the Desolate Origin Empire Protector deity in front of you Gapingchuan. The prestige of Gapingchuan in Desolate Origin Empire is absolutely no less than Flame Sovereign Ling Xiao. It's just that Gapingchuan, as the Dean of Brilliance Academy, will not actively participate in the power disputes of the imperial family. But not actively participating does not mean absolutely not participating. With the support of Gapingchuan, Ling Xiao's power will never be worse than his two brothers. Ling Xiao chose to stay in Cloud Mist City, which was the idea. Since you are not in a hurry to go back, let's try this. Liu Sheng pointed to the crystal ball in front of him. Chi store manager, is this the new world mode? First go to the counter to activate. I believe you will not be disappointed. Liu Sheng didn't explain much, just pointed to Gapingchuan, and motioned Ling Xiao to look at the crystal ball over there. Ling Xiao looked over Inyan, and then asked aloud, Dingu, What are you eating? Holding a pinch one in a bucket of instant noodles. First take your mouth. After swallowing the noodles inside, he said slowly, "This is the specialty of Chi store manager. Instant noodles in barrels can strengthen the perception in a short time." Ling Xiao hearing this, startled. Not to mention the effect of enhancing the perception, just by looking at the appearance of Gapinch when eating with keen interest pleasure, Ling Xiao can be sure that this food called bucketed instant noodles must have the same taste absolutely. Then, Ling Xiao looked towards Liu Sheng and asked with bright eyes, "Store manager, where is this bucket of instant noodles? Your focus is so strange. What I showed you should be the New World mode." Liu Sheng wordlessly pointed to the snack vending machine next to the counter, and was already unable to complain. Thanks to Ling Xiao coming to Cloud Mist City, the group of guards who have been improving the battle strength in the arena, and the guards trained in the online mode, have also entered the New World mode. Although Ling Xiao is only a part-time job in Imperial City, the identity of the third prince is placed there. It's easy to get some spirit crystal. So Ling Xiao also invested in rich and imposing, so that everyone in the guards had snacks. It's not Ling Xiao's conscience discovery, but for the special effects of snacks, the purification of battle chi and magic, tempering physique, to strengthen the strength of the entire guard team. As the days passed, more and more people came to Frontline City. However, Liu Sheng's level has always maintained a state of being a great horse. Only 4 hours of experience in a day, and the speed at which you can gain experience throughout the day, is definitely the difference between heaven and earth. Chapter 335, Ling Xiao's Mind. God Level Store Manager System. Chapter 336, Chi Store Manager, are you going to the dungeon entrance together today? Gapinch went staying on the city wall, watching the plane wandering outside the city wall. The enemy asked aloud. Yes, I have waited for several days. The team is almost enough, and at this point in time, you can give it a try. Liu Sheng clapped his hands. He shouted behind him, "All come and gather." The attack on the front line of the evil spirit fighters is actually regular, as long as the period of time when the enemy is attacking the city wall on a large scale is avoided. The number of enemies in the wild will be greatly reduced. Otherwise, facing the impact of the enemy's army, a squad is not enough to get out of the city. Boss, here it is. Xlang and Huxiu immediately got together. The preparation is complete, the blood medicine and blue medicine are all ready. Ying Feng and Ying Zhu also leaned over. There is still one, Zaya. Liu Sheng clicked on the number of people, and then shouted directly in the store. "Big brother, what's wrong?" Lan Zaya asked suspiciously. "Did you forget to gather on the city wall?" Liu Sheng didn't know whether to cry or laugh. This little I really forgot about it. Liu Sheng, however, went to Orchid Leaf Group a day earlier and borrowed Lan Zaya as a squad forward. After Lan Zaya activates Dragon Clan bloodlines, the power of the heavy shield warrior rank has become stronger and stronger. With her in the front of the team, there will always be an unbreakable side. Shield. The background story of the evil spirit warrior frontline is actually a frontline checkpoint that has been attacked by enemy troops. The enemy wandering outside the city wall is the patrol team sent by the enemy's army stationed on the front line. And the large-scale impact once a day is the assault of the enemy's army. Because of the plot, the frontline city is naturally impossible to be breached. However, this does not mean that just a few people can fight against the army. Even Liu Sheng can only throw magic on the city wall when the enemy's army starts to charge and attack the city wall. If you dare to go down, you will definitely be swallowed by the army immediately. Then it appears at the resurrection point. But if there are only soldiers on patrol, it is basically not a threat to the squad formed by Liu Sheng this time. The 7-person squad was prepared, only because Liu Sheng didn't know the copy of this time, just how many people it was. After killing 3 patrols, Liu Sheng and the others also came to the entrance of the instance. But before they could go in, a soldier covered in blood and aura of confusion appeared in front of them. "Don't do it. This is a soldier in the frontline city. Liu Sheng immediately stopped the few behind him. The conditioned reflex is normal, so he wants to throw a martial skill or magic. People, the armor style of frontline city is completely different from the armor style of enemy soldiers. Why do soldiers from frontline city appear here? Ying Feng asked puzzledly. I don't know, wait and see, maybe there is a clue to the copy. Liu Sheng said uncertainly. According to previous life, from the experience of playing that many games, this should have triggered the plot before entering the dungeon. As expected, the soldier who appeared suddenly spoke. You should be the advertisers sent by Frontline City. I know I won't live long, so I will make a long story short. Their attack on the Frontline City is just a cover. Their real purpose is not the Frontline City. Therefore, I would like to ask you to find out their real purpose. You can click below favorite records this time chapter 336. The plot of the copy. God Level Store Manager System Chapter 337. Must stop them, please. After a few words, the soldier fell to the ground. This is obviously a small plot before entering the copy, but it also illustrates the situation in the copy. In the words of the soldiers, they naturally refer to the enemy country. Liu Sheng rubbed his chin and placed his hand on the entrance of the instance. Evil Spirit Warrior Frontline Copy 1. The flames of war are rekindled. Number of copies required, 4. It is a 4-person copy, and the description of this copy 1. It seems that there are more than one copy of the Evil Spirit Warrior Front. Liu Sheng received not much information, but knowing that it is a few copies is enough. It seems that the two teams still lack one person. How do you want to divide? Liu Sheng looked towards a few people around him. Since Chi Store Manager did the captain, let Chi Store Manager make the decision. Gapingchuan said without thinking too much. The New World mode is a very novel thing for Gapingchuan. Without much understanding, Gapingchuan will not make random suggestions. As Gapingchuan said, Ying Feng and Ying Zhua naturally not happy to say anything more, otherwise, would it not give Dean a face? Big brother, Zaya listens to you. Lan Zaya also said, we are here to hug the thighs. There is no boss. We don't know what to do, boss. Just tell who you want. We have no opinion. Xlang and Husiu's opinions are still very unified. From the online mode of the battle strength boosting arena, hug Liu Sheng thigh, and when it comes to the New World mode, naturally you will continue to hug. Well then. Liu Sheng nodded. The Iron Triangle of Shield Law, Animal Husbandry, and Animal Husbandry is the most stable lineup for dungeons. But we don't seem to have a priest here, so let's come tonight as an auxiliary attack. After Lan Zaya and Gapingchuan, they explained while letting them choose. Then let me come, boss. Ying Feng immediately stood up when he heard that he needed the rank of knight. Could it be that you are in the rank of knight? I shouldn't, I should be allowed to come. Xlang was not far behind, and stepped forward, knocking on the small buckler in his hand. What's the use of you knocking on the shield? Zaya's shield is much larger than yours. Ying Feng curled one's lip. I'm saying that I can do more than you. Xlang raised an eyebrow and provocatively said, what's the use? Didn't you hear the boss say, what the boss wants is the auxiliary attack position? Ying Feng, not to be outdone, retorted. Seeing that the two of them were still trying to draw their swords, Liu Sheng hurriedly reached out to stop them. Okay, let Ying Feng come. For defense, Zaya is enough. Liu Sheng and Gapingchuan are both great magician ranks and belong to the main output as an auxiliary quality rank, and there are 2 new copies, so there is no problem. Since the boss said so, then I won't argue. Xlang didn't complain. This kind of thing, I'll talk about it before I come over. Before the number of copies was uncertain, of course it was to bring more and not less. There are more people but a few fewer people enter the dungeon. If there are fewer people, you can only lead the team again. Okay, let the rest of you go back to Frontline City first. Liu Sheng continued. Then we will go back first. Husiu nodded, and then left the safety sector outside the copy with Xlang and Ying's. The enemies of the evil spirit warrior frontline are still refreshed once a day. Liu Sheng knows that this must be because of system stingy. Chapter 327, Renewed War. God-level store manager system. Chapter 338. After all, you can gain experience by spawning monsters, and then you can upgrade. After the upgrade, the increase in battle chi and magic power will be fed back to you. These all require energy system in order to save energy. Of course, the refresh speed of these monsters will not be too fast. But in the case of an enemy army's charge, you can hurry up to clean up the monsters, and you will definitely get a lot of experience. So after clearing a patrol, there is not much danger on the way back to the city. Evil Spirit Warrior Frontline Copy 1, The War is Rekindled. A copy of Squad. After entering, Liu Sheng discovered that this copy is actually a story copy. There are not many enemies in the copy room. Even in the boss room, there is only one Pioneer Squad. Boss is the captain of the Pioneer Squad. And the plot shown in this copy is the war in the frontline city, because of what started. The plot is very simple. That is, the frontline city patrol team found a treasure land. During the process of opening treasure land, it was discovered by people from the enemy country. In addition, the relationship between the two empires is not good. The conflict between the patrols, because of the treasure, turned into a war. The four-person squad that enters the dungeon plays the role of a patrol team that discovers treasure land and fights a patrol team sent by the enemy country. Repeat this process of renewed war. It's not very difficult. Although it is the first copy, it seems too simple. Liu Sheng is at the back, knocking down the boss with magic, touched the chin, thought about it. Big brother, the equipment is out. Lanzai carried the shield, excitedly ran to the place where the boss fell to the ground, and picked up the item on the ground with the light film. This is an unassigned flag. Take what you need. Liu Sheng didn't make a special assignment. The people who can come to the store are actually acquaintances, especially those who often form teams together. The relationship between guests, even if they are not familiar, can be familiar with each other. So there will be no disputes over some equipment. Boss, there is a very strange card here. What do you think it is? While Liu Sheng was still thinking, he finished reading the Ying Feng that belongs to him. Handed him a black card with gold edges. The two characters Guild in seal script are also written on it. Guild Establishment Card. Liu Sheng looked at the name of this card, and he was instantly happy. I said, the first pass of the dungeon, how could there be no good things? With the countdown to the end of the dungeon clearance, Liu Sheng and the others were also sent back to the front line. City. The prompt sound in the New World mode also rang immediately. Evil Spirit Warrior Frontline Dungeon 1, War is Rekindled. The first pass is completed. Dungeon 2, Battlefield, officially opened. Guild system is officially opened. Evil Spirit Warrior Frontline Dungeon 2, Battlefield. You need to join guild before you can enter. You can only enter one guild at a time. The same guild member can use the membership card to communicate with each other. The sound was okay. The last sentence shocked Liu Sheng. Does the membership card that I originally proposed still have this function? Boss, what is this guild establishment card? Xlang, who had been waiting in the frontline city a long time ago, immediately checked the guild system when he heard about it. Then when you click create, a prompt appears, saying that guild establishment card is required to create guild. Chapter 338, Guild system is turned on. God level store manager system. Chapter 339, Game props. There is a chance that the bosses of the reignited dungeon will burst out. Liu Sheng explained, then thought about it, then said again, I have one here. You can lend it to you first, and you can return it to me later. Can you really lend it to me? Boss, you are really very good. Thank you so much. Xlang, hearing this, he was suddenly happy, and quickly thanked him. Xlang doesn't quite understand what guild system is, but Xlang is very clear about what guild is. No matter what guild it is, it must be the stronger you create it first. The mercenary guild has taken advantage of the first creation, so now it will be spread all over the eastern wilderness. It is so powerful that no one can match it. Fortunately, the mercenary guild is just an idle organization, so it will not be united by the Empire for crusade. Since Liu Sheng is willing to lend the guild establishment card to Xwang, Xwang naturally inherited this favor, and I am extremely grateful to Liu Sheng in my heart. You're welcome, just remember to return it to me. Liu Sheng took out the guild establishment card that just broke out and gave it to Xwang. In fact, Liu Sheng is just to see the new features of membership card. And if you really want to create guild, Liu Sheng doesn't have the energy to manage it because he is too lazy. But lending the guild establishment card to Xwang not only allows Xwang to inherit his favor, but also increases the New World mode's stickiness to the Blood Wolf group. Then let them crypt on more gold. 3 birds with 1 stone. Xwang can't guess what Liu Sheng's idea is. Xwang only knows that Liu Sheng is willing to give up the opportunity to create his first guild and give this opportunity to himself. This is generosity, this is boldness. Xwang knew that he had this kind of opportunity, which was impossible to others. To create a guild, you need to deliver 200 spirit crystals. As the guild creation fee, you will get a real estate as the guild address. Will you create it? 200 a spirit crystal. Yes. Xwang hesitated for a second, then nodded affirmatively. Good means. Liu Sheng can only clap his hands secretly in his heart for this guild creation cost, and then scolded that system was really black-hearted. A real estate in the New World mode, for the system, simply does not need to spend any additional energy. I dare to collect 200 spirit crystals. This is not what a black heart is. But Xwang still feels good. Such a system is not a good method. So what else is a good method? But of course Liu Sheng will not dismantle the system's platform, because the spirit crystal that customers consume in the New World mode. In fact, Liu Sheng also has a 20% share. After Xwang nodded confirmed, a virtual map appeared in front of Xwang. It is the map of the entire frontline city. The properties that Xwang can choose are marked on it, almost all over the frontline city. Xwang thought for a while and chose a thistry loft close to the city gate as his guild address. Please give your guild a loud name. Xwang. Blood Wolf Guild, created successfully. All join guild in the New World mode. You can use the guild system to communicate, and items can use the guild system to exchange. Except for the New World mode, all guild members can use the membership card to exchange communication. A series of prompts sounded after Xwang confirmed guild's name. Chapter 339, Boss's Spirit. God Level Store Manager System. Chapter 340, Membership Card. Oh, membership card. Xwang was stunned for a while before he remembered what a membership card is. The brothers of the Blood Wolf group, after coming to the frontline city, they all open the guild system for me, and apply to join the Blood Wolf Guild in it. Xwang is directly in the store screamed. The notice of guild system opening. Anyone who stays in the New World mode will be prompted, but only those who are out of Novice Village can create guild or apply to join guild. Has our guild been created? Captain is mighty. Those who dare to compete with Blood Wolf Group should save it. We, the Blood Wolf Guild, also welcome others, but must behave. As soon as Xwang's words were shouted, the store suddenly rang out with cheers from the Blood Wolf Group players. But Qin Ming's face is not so good looking. In the New World mode, the competition with these mercenaries is of course the city guard elites led by Qin Ming. At the same time in Cloud Mist City, I entered the New World mode together, and they must be struggling with each other. As a result, Xwang got the first place, and Qin Ming was of course not happy. However, I don't feel happy to return. In fact, the relationship between the people in the store is quite good. Can't let them be prestigious for a long time. All the city guards in the frontline city will find this guild establishment card for me. Qin Ming immediately issued an order. In the New World mode, Xwang looked towards Yingfeng again. Hey, Yingfeng brother, do you want to come to the Blood Wolf Guild? Yingfeng took a look at Gapingchuan, hesitated for a moment, or shook the head, and said, or forget it. I'll wait for Dinga to create guild. He still knows his identity as a Brilliance Academy student. Guild in the New World mode actually corresponds to outside forces. The mercenaries of Cloud Mist City, the City Guard, the guards brought by Ling Xiao, and the students of Brilliance Academy. At this time, you can't mess around. Also, Xlang thought for a moment, and then understood. Naturally, it will not be difficult. In these few sentences, the Blood Wolf group members who came to Frontline City earlier have all applied to join the Blood Wolf Guild. After Xlang read it, he all agreed. Have you seen the rules of Guild? Take out all your membership cards. Xlang can't wait to try it out because of the guild system. The communication function of membership card is now. In this world, it is not that there is no such means of long-distance communication, but there are very few such means of long-distance communication. Basically only rely on sound transmission magic. However, sound transmission magic is a very niche magic. There are very few magicians who know this kind of magic, and they are almost on the verge of being lost, including Gapingchuan. There is no such sound transmission magic. So Xlang wants to try the communication function of membership card, and Gapingchuan is also very curious. Even when Xlang took out the membership card, everyone in the store turned their eyes away and stared at Xlang's membership card in his hand. I have joined the Brothers of the Blood Wolf Guild. Take out the membership card. Xlang opened the communication function of the membership card while shouting and following the prompts. On the crystal membership card, the words Blood Wolf Guild appeared, and after a flash, a list of members of the Blood Wolf Guild appeared. Chapter 340, Blood Wolf Guild. God-level store manager system. Chapter 341. There, semi-transparent membership card is like a borderless screen. There are also two options for Netoon communication and guild communication. Xlang randomly selected a guild member, and then clicked on the Netoon communication. The selected guild member immediately appeared on his membership card to request communication and confirm the option. After confirming, a small window immediately appeared on the membership card. What is displayed above is the screen of the communicating parties and each other. This is actually magic of imagery. Xlang stared wide-eyed, exclaimed. This is not magic of imagery. Magic of imagery is used to record images. This is obviously a directly transmitted image. Gapingchuan immediately denied Xlang's words. Captain, I can hear you here. The picture on the membership card. At this time, there was also a voice. In this scene, all those who were staring at it suddenly felt extremely shocking. I actually did it. Use the membership card to communicate. That's great. If there is such a way of communication, it can play a huge role in many situations. The effect. This is the sound transmission magic. No, it's more than that. It is more high-rank application than magic of imagery, but this is impossible. This kind of the weak magic power, in the process of transmission, how can it not collapse? Those who don't understand magic of imagery and sound transmission are all amazed. The communication function of membership card is shocking. But Gapingchuan knows how to use magic of imagery, and has also heard about sound transmission magic. However, after performing simulation calculations in his mind, Gapingchuan discovered that this communication function is simply not a simple magic that can be explained. Store manager, I have to say, you gave me another surprise, or maybe, shocked. Gapingchuan speaking helplessly after spreading out his hands. Gapingchuan may not be able to fully understand the magic that is exclusive to each element magician. However, in addition to these exclusive magic, in Desolate Origin Empire, and even the entire East Desolation, Gapingchuan's ability to understand magic can definitely be ranked among the top 3. This is the case. Gapingchuan has no way of understanding what appears in the Luosheng store. Even Dinga doesn't know what magic this is. This is too powerful. The things in the boss shop have never disappointed me. Have got to see Gapingchuan assertion. The store suddenly bustling. Luosheng curled one's lip. He said in his heart, of course you can't understand it. How can anyone who majors in magic understand the products of science? Although Luosheng himself knows that this thing is simply unscientific and very magical. To be precise, It should be a combination of science and magic. Blood Wolf Guild recruits people. The only requirement is to comply with Guild's regulations. Once you join, you can use the membership card communication function. Limited space. First come first served. Everyone, don't hesitate anymore. In addition to expressing shock at Liu Sheng's shop, it was the people from the Blood Wolf group who started shouting news of hiring. Be quiet. No loud noises in the store. It wasn't until Liu Sheng made a sound that the store became a little quieter. Can I use it only when I create guild? The guards will give me a way to collect the guild establishment card. Ling Xiao has always been very concerned about this kind of strategic resource. Sensitive. Chapter 341. This is not scientific, but very magic. God-level store manager system. Chapter 342. It's just that the previous medicine pill, which has permanently added attributes, can't be bought all. Ling Xiao is also helpless. Gepingchuan also looked towards Liu Sheng with great interest. Dingu don't need to look at me. I don't have a guild establishment card here anymore. There is a chance that it will fall in the copy of the renewed war. Liu Sheng spread his hands and pointed to a clear road. Suddenly, the store was full of people who rushed to the ranks. Presumably, within a period of time, the renewed war will be very lively in the copy. Evil Spirit Warrior Frontline Dungeon 2, Battlefield. The entry rule is that the same guild, at least 8 people, can enter the dungeon. And after a guild enters the battlefield dungeon, other guilds can no longer enter. You can only wait until the previous guild exits. In the copy, it is just like the name of the copy, the battlefield. This dungeon is an infinite dungeon, which is the battlefield between the frontline city and the enemy country. As long as the player does not die, they can always gain experience in it. However, after death, you can only wait until second day before you can enter the battlefield dungeon again. Liu Sheng can also foresee that these guilds will spend a long time in the battlefield dungeon. The specific way of contention is to see who comes early. Cloud Mist City. Guild the Mercenary. Mu Qianqiu and Wan Zongshan frowned and looked at the table. There was almost a small pile of materials. There are more than a dozen pieces of information on it, all of which are in the depths of Cloud Mist Forest. A powerful demonic beast appeared in the depths of Cloud Mist Forest, and it has hurt many people. Moreover, many people have been poisoned by demonic beasts. There are mercenaries, people from caravans, and people visiting Cloud Mist City. Demonic beast hurting people is normal, but it appears too frequently and definitely has a big problem. Wan Zongshan, what do you think the demonic beast would be? Mu Qianqiu lifts the head, lighted the description on the parchment scroll, and asked aloud. I can't be sure for the time being. I only know that the speed of this demon beast is extremely fast, according to their description. Wan Zongshan has taken several sheepskin rolls, one by one. Open it, and then point to the information above to integrate it together. Anything to find? Mu Qianqiu looked at Wan Zongshan. He is not good at this kind of brain power, so it is better to give it to someone who is good at it. I suspect this is a demonic beast of Grandmaster rank. Wan Zongshan looked at it for a long time before rubbing his brows and uttering his own guess. What? How could the demonic beast of Grandmaster rank appear in Cloud Mist Forest? Mu Qianqiu suddenly showed a terribly surprised expression. The reason why Cloud Mist Forest is classified as a low-level demonic beast forest is because the demonic beast level in it is not high. Grandmaster rank demonic beast, even in the high-rank demonic beast forest, can occupy a place at the top of the food chain. Even more how is in the low-level demonic beast forest. As for heroic rank demonic beast, almost no one wants to provoke it. For demonic beasts of this level, the territory they occupy and their territory are restricted areas. And now, a Grandmaster rank demonic beast suddenly appeared in Cloud Mist Forest. It was a joke. With the mercenaries in Cloud Mist City, it is simply not enough to kill the Grandmaster rank demonic beast. Even Husu, the strongest mercenary, is just a professional rank. The mercenary squad with the Grandmaster rank powerhouse simply disdain to come to Cloud Mist City. What should I do? Should I ask other guilds for help? Mukienkiu asked in a panic. Chapter 342, Reappearance of Storms. God-level Storm Manager System. Chapter 343. Don't rush for help. This matter is still uncertain. First publish the exploration mission and set the rewards and points higher. Wanzongshan thought for a while and said slowly, "Isn't this joking about the lives of those mercenaries?" Mukienkiu slightly frowned. If it is really a Grandmaster rank demonic beast, then the mercenaries who explored in the past are probably buried in Cloud Mist Forest. No, how could this be a joke? Wanzongshan laughed and said, "Regardless of whether the mercenaries can come back, we can get the information we want. The demonic beast is the Grandmaster rank demonic beast, or number." Mukienkiu suddenly feeling laugh. Wanzongshan, it seems somewhat cold feeling, shook the head. Mukienkiu threw this feeling behind his head, then hurriedly got up and said, "Then I will release the task first." Deep in Cloud Mist Forest, a kitten with mysterious patterns on its fur is lying on the tree and licking its paws. Under the tree, several professional rank demonic beasts are guarding around, like a guard guarding a kitten. In the forest farther away, there are many demonic beasts wandering around. The wandering routes are faintly centered on kittens. Meow. Suddenly, the kitten let out a lazy cry. The professional rank demonic beast, who was guarding under the tree, immediately entered a state of battle upon hearing this cry. At this moment, on the paw that the kitten was licking before, a small crystal suddenly fell out, like a gorgeous little gem. The gem hasn't landed yet, and the professional rank demonic beast, who was guarding under the tree, just rushed away and started a fierce competition. The kitten was watching interestingly on the tree, with dim light shining in its diamond-shaped pupils. The tiny crystal was finally snatched by a demonic beast that looked like a wild wolf, but the fierce competition made it bloody, and the large and small wounds looked very miserable. However, this demon beast didn't care about the wounds on his body at all, but gave a warning row to the demonic beasts around him. Then he swallowed the crystals he grabbed into his abdomen. In an instant, a flash of fluorescence appeared in the eyes of this demon beast, and then quickly spread throughout the body. The wounds that had appeared because of the battle before were also healed rapidly at the speed visible to naked eye under the shining of fluorescent light. Soon, an imposing manner far surpassing the surrounding demonic beasts erupted from the wolf-shaped demonic beast, and the powerful pressure rushed to the four directions, forcing the professional rank demonic beasts to back again and again. The demonic beast, who wandered farther, fell face down on the ground, not daring to move. Crash bang dash. The surrounding trees were shocked by the pressure. But there is only the big tree where the kitten is, and the branches and leaves on it are not affected at all. The powerful coercion only broke out for more than 10 seconds, and was restrained by this wolf-shaped demonic beast. The fluorescence covering the surface of the wolf-shaped demonic beast slowly disappeared, and the exposed figure was 2 full circles larger than before. The rays of light from a pair of beast pupils are even more profound. The fur on the body is also brighter and brighter. Ow dash! The wolf-shaped demonic beast issued a loud roar, and then leaned under the big tree, indicating the acknowledge allegiance to the kitten. The kitten was lying between the branches, seeming to be a little tired, and gave a startled cry. All the demonic beasts seemed to have received some order, and immediately began to disperse to the outside. Not long after, this area where demonic beasts were originally gathered was like there had never been a demonic beast. Chapter 343, Kitten in the Depths of Cloud Mist Forest. God-level Storm Manager System. Chapter 344. Since the promotion of the New World mode of the Battle Strength Promotion Arena was launched, the Battle Strength promotion of the deck in the training room area has always been able to maintain a very high occupancy rate. Opening at the opening time of Luosheng, it's almost 3.5 rounds a day. After the guild system was updated, none of the people who came to the store did not apply for a membership card. This made Xayah a lot more convenient. However, because of the opening of the battlefield dungeon, those guilds also started a new round of competition. Although the guild establishment card has a low burst rate, The city guard led by Qin Ming and the guards led by Ling Xiao have been unremittingly reviewing their books, and several bursts have been made. So on the second day and third day, Qin Ming's Cloud Mist Guild and Ling Xiao's Whistling Wind Guild were successfully created one after another. During this period, for the extra guild establishment card, Ling Xiao also gave one to Gapingchuan. It's a small favor. So, after that, the Brilliant Guild belonging to Brilliance Academy was successfully created. And there is another one, Orchid Leaf Guild, created by Orchid Leaf Group. The guild establishment card used is the one Xlang gave back to Liu Sheng. Because Lan Ziao was in the team when the first battle reignited the dungeon, Liu Sheng lent them the guild establishment card. However, it doesn't really matter whether it's not yet, because Liu Sheng didn't have the idea of creating guild. And today, the first two to enter the store are Xlang and Huxiu. Those who follow closely from behind are the people from Orchid Leaf Group. Because of the members of the Blood Wolf Group, I dare not squeeze the people of Orchid Leaf Group. Let's say it first. The rule is that guild is the first to enter the store, advanced battlefield copy. So my Blood Wolf Guild is the first to enter. Xlang looked at Lan Yi, who followed closely from behind. Seriously speaking, hey, Knight has no energy at all. Nalan Kinky spit out a small tongue at Xlang and made a face. Two big men, arguing with our little girls, are not irritable. Yuji curl one's lip said quietly, can't say that, at least the team members of Xlang Captain are still knighted. Lan Kinga shrugged, then glanced outside the store and teased it. The Blood Wolf Group team members are all standing outside the store, looking at the people blocking the door. You don't want to use words to run on me. I don't want to eat yours. Xlang has been robbed of the number one with these guys for several days. It would be nice if Orchid Leaf Group got the first place. After all, the same person can only enter the battlefield dungeon once in a day. There are only 7 people in the Orchid Leaf Group. No matter how powerful it is, it can only last for about an hour. The army charge in the battlefield dungeon is no joke. But if the Whistling Wind Guild or Cloud Mist Guild get the first place, based on their number, they start to go online and enter the copies in turn. Basically a day is spent. The number of Blood Wolf Guild is relatively small, and it takes up to half a day to go online in turn. Alright, let the Blood Wolf Guild go first. Lan Yi raised his hand and motioned them to stop talking. Sister Lan Yi is right. Cloud Mist Forest doesn't know when several powerful demonic beasts appeared. We can't deal with it. It's okay to take a break here at store manager. Fexu said lightly. Hearing Fexu's words, Huxiu paused in his footsteps, then turned around and said, have you also encountered an unusually powerful demonic beast? I thought it was just a demonic beast that appeared by accident. Chapter 344, The Sudden Appearance of Strong Demon Beasts. God-level store manager system. Chapter 345. But powerful demonic beasts usually have their own territory. How come they come to Cloud Mist Forest? Huxiu's words also aroused other people's note. In the Liu Sheng store, they are all mercenary squad of Cloud Mist City, cream of the crop. Naturally, I am concerned about the news released by the Mercenary Guild. No wonder that in the past 2 days, unfathomable mystery appeared in the guild mission hall to explore the depths of the Cloud Mist Forest. Xlang heard the words of the two and soon just wanted to understand this, because when the Blood Wolf Group hunted demonic beasts in Cloud Mist Forest, they also encountered strong demon beasts that shouldn't have appeared in Cloud Mist Forest. Of course Huxiu and Lan Yi are not stupid. Fexu is exceptionally intelligent. Xlang just mentioned it, they thought about it, and already guessed pretty close. Mukienkiu and Wanzongshan are really good plots against. Huxiu said suddenly, with an unusually cold expression on his face. To tell the truth, with Huxiu's character, he just can't look down on such a villain. They are merchants, not mercenaries. Self-seeking is the nature of merchants. After Lan Yi figured it out, they were also coldly snorted. It's really too damn, guys. If there is no boss shop, I am afraid I can't get out of that guy. Xlang also sipped fiercely. In Guild's mission hall, The missions hanging out will be cancelled after completion. In the past 2 days, the mission to explore the depths of Cloud Mist Forest has never been cancelled. This shows that this task has not been completed. The mission to explore the depths of Cloud Mist Forest is not a difficult mission, and the rewards and mercenary points given this time are very high. There are definitely not a few mercenaries who accept this task. But this task has not been completed yet. What does this show? Those mercenaries who have accepted the task have an accident in the depths of Cloud Mist Forest. No one can come back. Xlang. They can also guess the situation. Even Lan Yi and the others found it extremely difficult when they encountered those strong demon beasts that appeared suddenly. In the entire Cloud Mist City, apart from the Blood Wolf group, I am afraid that there is no mercenary squad that can walk out of the Cloud Mist Forest alive under the hands of those demonic beasts. Training in the same Liu Sheng shop, each other can be regarded as knowing each other's details. Even they can't deal with the demonic beast. There is no doubt about it. Absolutely, Grandmaster rank demonic beast. Asking ordinary mercenaries to explore the details of the Grandmaster rank demonic beast is not just asking them to die. Then Mukienkiu and Wan Zongshan released this kind of task, and they didn't need to give rewards or mercenary points. And they also got the information they wanted to know. These sudden demonic beasts can also be determined to be Grandmaster rank demonic beasts. This behavior of not putting the lives of mercenaries in sight has made everyone who are mercenaries angry. If it weren't for the Liu Sheng store's equipment and medicine pill support, coupled with battle strength to enhance the arena's masochistic training, with their strength, there's absolutely no way to be so easily in the Grandmaster rank demonic beasts. Men run away. Every great realm is a huge gap. The gap between demonic beast and human race will only be even greater, because the fleshy body of demonic beast is more powerful than human race. The attributes are terrifying. This is to make up for the demonic beast, unable to learn martial skills and magic like other races, and unique attribute compensation. Chapter 345, Guessing. God Level Store Manager System. Chapter 346, Terrorist Physical Ability. Able to chase the weak with no difficulty. If this matter can't be resolved, it won't take long for Cloud Mist Forest to get in again. Fexu frowned slightly, speaking slowly. Yes, if we can't even enter Cloud Mist Forest, don't talk about other people. Xlang also frowned. The Grandmaster rank demonic beast is a devastating existence for the low-level demonic beast forest. A dominance will only make the entire Cloud Mist Forest's ecology quickly collapse. But the most important thing is that it will severely restrict the entry of human race. Looking at those high-rank demonic beast forests, there will not be city-states built around it, because the invasion of Grandmaster rank demonic beast cannot be prevented at all. Not to mention heroic rank demonic beast. Cloud Mist City is prosperous because Cloud Mist Forest is a low-level demonic beast forest. Moreover, it is located on the border of Desolate Origin Empire, and the business location is convenient, so it will become a prosperous commercial city. However, with the emergence of the Grandmaster rank demonic beast, this balance will soon be broken. The decline of Cloud Mist City is also close at hand. However, those mercenary groups that can own the Grandmaster rank powerhouse are all the famous large mercenary groups. How could it be possible to come to such a low-level demonic beast forest? And the Blood Wolf group led by Xlang, with Liu Sheng's equipment support and battle strength training, apart from the powerhouse without Grandmaster rank, the overall strength is definitely not weaker than those of the famous large mercenary group. It's even worse. But this still cannot pose a threat to the Grandmaster rank demonic beast. The lack of a true powerhouse has always been one of the drawbacks of the mercenary squad. As for asking Gapinchuan for help, don't even think about it. The heroic rank powerhouse is an agreement between all races. If the country is not destroyed, the powerhouse cannot be easily shot. Because of the heroic rank powerhouse, against the non-heroic rank, it was a massacre without any suspense. Once Gapinchuan takes a shot, the heroic rank in the demonic beast will also come. Then when the time comes, It is more than just Grandmaster rank demonic beast. But it's not serious enough now. Those Grandmaster rank demonic beasts are only active in the depths of Cloud Mist Forest for the time being. Kusu motioned them not to be too nervous. I think, City Lord Kin and them, it shouldn't be ignored. Yes, it's useless to think so much. I can still improve a little now. Strength is one thing. Xlang didn't get too entangled in this kind of things that could not be handled for the time being. Today, I finally got the first place, but the advanced copy is more real. Because those demonic beasts dominate in Cloud Mist Forest, they are also impossible to impute until Luo Sheng's shop. The heroic rank really cannot be shot easily, but if someone provokes it, it's a different matter. After all, the majesty of Powerhouse. The weak are not entitled to offend. Luo Sheng listened to the whole process next to him. Then I took a big bite of bacon sandwich and wondered if I should do something. System, host, I seem to hear you calling me. Luo Sheng, I don't have one. Appear and disappear for system unpredictably. Luo Sheng is very used to it. After hearing the prompt, he reflexively replied and then paused. System, wait. Do you have another task? Luo Sheng knows that system suddenly appears. There must be something. As for whether it is a good thing or a bad thing, then I no longer know. Chapter 346. Threat of Grandmaster Rank Demonic Beast. God Level Store Manager System. Chapter 347. System, there is no task. I just came out to remind you that the matter at this time is a continuation of the last event. Luo Sheng listened to the system, begin to work hard to recall the so-called last event. Are you talking about the animal tide? After finally remembering something, Luo Sheng quickly confirmed to the system. System, yes, in view of this incident, it is the host's repercussions that your last task did not complete perfectly, so you need to find a solution to this matter. In other words, you deducted my reward. Luo Sheng asked suddenly. System, yes, I don't. Hearing this, Luo Sheng coldly smiled. System, you really learned badly, and you actually learned to deduct my rewards. Yes, if you hand over the rewards obediently, I will forgive you. As soon as these words came out, the system was silent for a long time before making a faint voice. System, it seems that I am still too honest. System, task, crisis in Cloud Mist City. Continued, not long ago. The wave of beasts seemed to be left in Cloud Mist Forest to solve the hidden dangers. Please find a way to solve the crisis encountered by Cloud Mist City. System, task reward. Open a new purchase channel. Luo Sheng finished listening to this task for the reward. He almost scolded. The reward for this task is actually to open a new purchase channel. Such a huge reward. The system even wants to deduct it. Luo Sheng didn't scold the system. He was already considered good. You know, Luo Sheng now has only 4 purchase channels. Medicine Pill Egg Pool, Weapon Egg Pool, Armor Egg Pool, Jewelry Egg Pool. These 4 purchase channels are the foundation of Luo Sheng's origin and foundation. However, it is a pity that these 4 purchase channels, so far, there are only 2 levels, ordinary level and excellent level. As for the rare level products, they are all drawn from the excellent level egg ponds. And Luo Sheng is sure that the types of rare level products that may be brought out by 10 consecutive draws are definitely not the total number of rare level types. Those real good things must be in the rare egg pool. This shows the importance of purchase channels. Luo Sheng just thought of this in his mind. System suddenly appeared again and began to pour cold water. System, host, one thing must be explained. The highest level of the egg pool purchase channel is the excellent level. What did you say? Luo Sheng only thought of the rare egg pool, and the system came up with such a sentence, almost choking him to death. No wonder his store manager level has been upgraded to level 4, and the egg pool level is only good. Is the highest grade just good? Then, what about the more high rank products, treasure level, epic level products? Luo Sheng asked eagerly. According to the system classification, above the rare level, there are 3 levels, treasure level, epic level, and legendary level. And so far, The highest level that has appeared is the rare level. Luo Sheng can also see that ordinary level, the corresponding highest realm, is brave rank. Excellent grade, corresponding to the highest realm, is professional rank. Rare level, corresponding to the highest realm, is grandmaster rank. That's why many rare level products have such high usage restrictions. Basically, they must be used with professional rank. However, this is not very applicable to medicine pill. This is like the equipment and medicines in the game. General equipment has level restrictions. The stronger the equipment, the higher the level restriction. Chapter 347, Honest System. God Level Store Manager System. Chapter 348. However, the difference in level between blood medicine and blue medicine is, at most, the amount of blood regained to blue. The difference in equipment level is directly reflected in attributes. However, a game is a game after all, and it does not represent reality. In the Luo Sheng store, the attribute descriptions of the equipment produced by the system are actually just rough description. For example, the biggest difference between reality and the game is the endurance of equipment. The lower the level of equipment, the more powerful it bears, the faster it will wear out. This is also the reason why Xlang and the mercenaries who fight frequently need to change their equipment frequently to supplement the medicine pill. Ordinary level equipment needs to be replaced almost every 2 or 3 days. Because of ordinary level equipment, the most suitable user is a cultivator with more than 10 levels. Brave rank is already the highest applicable level. If it is a professional rank like Xlang to use ordinary level weapons, then it only takes 2 battle chi bursts to make this ordinary level weapon completely depleted. But it is undeniable that even ordinary level weapons are not comparable to those forged by the so-called forging master. The weapons built by forging master are not easy to wear. That's because of those weapons simply can't instill battle chi, so naturally they won't be consumed by the outbreak of battle chi. However, weapons that can't instill battle chi have more than one grade of lethality. You should know that the weapons of true powerhouse are tailor-made with various rare and precious materials. They have good conductivity for battle chi or magic. It's not a big-ticket item created by forging master, which can mention on equal terms. This is also the equipment in the Luo Sheng store, which is truly amazing. It is extremely conductive to battle chi and magic, and it also comes with a variety of powerful effects and skills. That's why Luo Sheng cares about higher level products so much. Not only because of higher level products, the price will be higher. Luo Sheng's pursuit of spirit crystal is not as persistent as the stingy system. But because of higher level products, the accompanying effects and skills will be more powerful and more diverse. System. Higher rank products will appear in other purchase channels. Hearing this slow answer, Luo Sheng raised his brows. Then I remembered the reward for this mission. No wonder you just wanted to deduct my reward, because you didn't want me to enter a higher rank product. System, you are not doing this right. You know, if there are better products in the store, we can earn more spirit crystal. Isn't that good? Luo Sheng earnest and well-made advised. System, I don't have one. Don't talk nonsense, forget it. I slipped away. Leaving this sentence, System disappeared all at once. Well, it seems that he should know that he was wrong. Seeing System disappeared, Luo Sheng immediately nodded with satisfaction. When quarreling with System before, Luo Sheng has always been the loser. This time, standing on the commanding heights of making money, and finally won the System once, Luo Sheng is definitely refreshed. However, after refreshed, Luo Sheng still needs to think about how to complete it this time. The new purchase channel must be obtained. This is the best way to stabilize the emergence of new products. Chapter 348, Endurance of Equipment. God Level Store Manager System. Chapter 349. Ancient Gauze Empire is one of the neighboring countries of Desolate Origin Empire. While Cloud Mist Forest borders Cloud Mist City, it also borders Ancient Gauze Empire. Only in the territory of Ancient Gauze Empire, there is no city-state outside Cloud Mist Forest, but a plain. So when mentioning Cloud Mist Forest, most people will not remember that on the opposite side of Cloud Mist City, Across Cloud Mist Forest, there is an ancient Gauze Empire. Although ancient Gauze Empire did not attach importance to Cloud Mist Forest, but such an important thing happened in Cloud Mist Forest, but it was still noticed by the border guards of the ancient Gauze Empire. The scouts of the border guards quickly reported the news. The Grand Master rank demonic beast appeared in Cloud Mist Forest. This is really big news. The Frontier Army General leads the camp, and the Southern Army Lieutenant looks at the news from the scout, is also thinking about the authenticity of these news, and the next arrangement. Cloud Mist Forest was originally not under the jurisdiction of ancient Gauze Empire, the Southern Guard Army. It's just that an order came from Imperial City to send scouts from the Southern Guard to pay close attention to the situation in Cloud Mist Forest. This made the Southern Army Lieutenant, the highest general of the Southern Army, feel an unusual taste. Before, the Beastman tribe had an action. That time, it seemed that it was the period when Cloud Mist City was suffering from the Beast Tide. But this time, Cloud Mist Forest is abnormal. Beastman the tribe didn't move. Could it be that there was an accident, or they could hide it from the scouts? Lieutenant Shunan is in a high position, so naturally he can get a lot of news. The analysis of intelligence is much more far-reaching than the average person. No, impossible. Lieutenant Shunan looked at the parchment scroll on the table carefully, and denied his guess just now. I heard that the Beastman tribe has a treasure brought back from the ruins, which can quickly catalyze the promotion of the demonic beast. The Grand Master rank demonic beast suddenly appeared in Cloud Mist Forest. Absolutely impossible is a natural promotion. Then there must be the shadow of the Beastman tribe. But, what are they doing this for? Or to say in Cloud Mist City, the so-called reclusive powerhouse is just their guess. Slowly rolled up the parchment scroll, the Southern Army Lieutenant knocked on the table, and a messenger immediately came from the door. Walked in. This information, speed up, return to Imperial City. Yes. The Beastman tribe, Palace of the Beast Imperial Palace. Originally, trifling Grand Master rank demonic beast was not enough to alarm the Beastman tribe. But this time, there is something wrong with the Grand Master rank demonic beast. HMPH. The Grand Master rank demonic beast appeared in Cloud Mist Forest. It seems that the people of ancient Gauze Empire did not listen to the advice. The Beast King leaned on the lion chair and said coldly, in order to confirm the situation of the secluded powerhouse in Cloud Mist City, the Beastman tribe sent several groups of people there. Finally, it is confirmed that there is indeed a heroic rank in Cloud Mist City. Among the agreements between heroic ranks, one of them is the city-state where heroic rank lives. If it is attacked, heroic rank can take action at any time to help the city-state repel the invading enemy. Therefore, among the various forces, the city-states where heroic rank lives are on record. These city-states are less than as a last resort and can never be attacked. It is precisely because of this that the Beast King will decisively give up and stop attacking Cloud Mist City. Chapter 349, Guess of Ancient Gauze Empire. God-level store manager system. Chapter 350. Although the Beastmaster will not be afraid of a heroic rank, this does not mean that he is willing to offend a heroic rank unclearly because of such trivial matters. My Emperor, you seem to be worried about the ancient Gauze Empire. Next to the lion chair, there is also a beastman with a black robe hood, hiding his face in the shadows. He is among the Beastman tribe, in addition to the Beast King, another heroic rank Beastman High Priest. Of course I won't be bothered by this kind of thing. Ancient Gauze Empire wants to grab something, but wants us to contribute too, which is not very good. The Beast Emperor said calmly. The advice he has given, the news that Cloud Mist City may have a heroic rank has also been passed to Ancient Gauze Empire. Since the Ancient Gauze Empire still doesn't want to give up, then their Beastman tribe will not mix up anymore. My Emperor, you seem to have forgotten the spirit transformation stone you brought back from the ruins. High Priest's tone did not fluctuate, as if he was talking about something that had nothing to do with him. What? The Beast King brows and sits up straight. With a pair of sharp beast pupils, He suddenly looks at the high priest beside him. "Are you saying that the spirit transformation stone is still deep in the cloud mist forest?" "Yes, in order to avoid heroic rank's attention last time, I didn't retrieve it immediately." "Urge spirit transformation stone," High Priest said slowly. "In other words, the Grand Master rank demonic beast of this time." The Beast King's brows frowned slightly. "No, normally speaking, the energy for urging the spirit transformation stone should have been exhausted. This matter is still uncertain." High Priest shook the head. "The spirit transformation stone he brought back from the ruins." High Priest is the most familiar with the amount of energy that urges spirit transformation stones. "I hope so." For the Beastman tribe, it is not good news to offend the Ice King at this time. The Beast King said with his eyebrows. "For heroic ranks like them that represent a certain force, the ones who are most afraid of offending are those heroic ranks that are alone. Because those guys act unscrupulously. Even if they cannot pose a threat to these heroic ranks, they can easily destroy the forces below them." At this time, the Ice King in their mouth sneezed suddenly. "Is anyone thinking about me? Why is my nose so itchy?" Liu Sheng rubbed his nose, muttering to himself. "I looked at the weather outside and it seemed to get a little hotter again. That should not be a cold. Who is thinking of me?" Liu Sheng was eating potato chips. Lizizi thought. The Grand Master rank demonic beast appeared in Cloud Mist Forest. After confirmation by the Mercenary Guild of Cloud Mist City, it was quickly passed to the Mercenary Guild of other city-states. After confirming the news, a well-known mercenary squad in the mercenary world also came to Cloud Mist City. Dragon Tooth Mercenary Squad, captain known as Long Ya, Grand Master rank Sword Knight. It is rumored that the Knight Sword in his hand has 3 Long Ya in the forging material. This is also the origin of the Dragon Tooth Mercenary Squad team name and the origin of the title Captain Long Ya. Mercenary Guild, Tavern. Long Ya sat outside the bar, sipping rum. The other members of the Dragon Tooth Mercenary Squad occupy most of the seats in the tavern. Hoo-hoo-hee-hee. In the tavern, we already know about the Grand Master rank demonic beast, and we are here for this. Long Ya drank and laughed and said, "It seems that the Grand Master rank demonic beast is not worth mentioning in front of him." Chapter 350, Accidents of the Beastman Tribe. God-level store manager system. Chapter 351. The violent bear sitting next to Long Ya immediately echoed, "Long Ya, captain is right. For these few Grand Master rank demonic beasts, are they dead? I know how many people are." Long Ya put the wine glass on the bar and said, "Everyone knows that Cloud Mist Forest is famous for producing low-level demonic beasts. What a great mercenary can come to Cloud Mist City." Roll. If I hadn't heard that the Grand Master rank demonic beast had appeared here, this kind of border town, I would disdain to come over. The Blizzard Bears, while listening, smile. That is, Dragon Tooth Mercenary Squad, a famous squad in the mercenary world. It is our honor to be able to come to Cloud Mist City and solve our problems for us. Long Ya was touted by this, and said it quite comfortingly. In Long Ya's eyes, Cloud Mist City is indeed, as he said, it is a place that some low-level mercenaries like to come over. So I said, after we have solved those demonic beasts, you can come to Long Ya as the Blizzard Bear. Just stay in this kind of place and stay with a bunch of trash. How can you have any strength? It's an improvement. Long Ya laughed and took a sip of rum, and said without concealment, "Long Ya, captain is right. Trifling several Grand Master rank demonic beasts can't be solved. The mercenaries staying here don't waste is what? Don't. That said, if they don't waste it, then there is a chance for us to earn points. Then we have to thank them. To a bunch of waste say thanks. Then let's not mix in the mercenary world." That's true. Ha ha. Dragon Tooth sitting in the Mercenary Guild's tavern and drinking. The people of Mercenary Squad, hearing Long Ya's words, immediately followed. The mercenaries of Cloud Mist City started frigid irony and scorching satire. Dragon Tooth Mercenary Squad, who owns the Grand Master rank powerhouse, is very proud. In the entire Cloud Mist City, even a Grand Master rank mercenary can't be found. They simply won't take it seriously. These are the mercenaries who are still drinking in the Mercenary Guild pub. complexion ashen. Being scolded by others as trash is personally uncomfortable, even more how these unruly mercenaries. However, there is no way to refute it, because they really can't solve those Grandmaster rank demonic beasts in Cloud Mist Forest. And facing the Dragontooth mercenary squad, there are really not many mercenary squads that can confront head with the courage. After all, Grandmaster rank is not a joke. However, the violent bear did not have this conscious, and did not feel that this sentence of waste included himself, and after being invited by Long Ya, he felt very honored. Long Ya, Captain can invite me, of course I have no problem. In fact, I stayed here before, and it was only compelled by circumstances. The so-called a talented person chooses a patron of integrity. If I can join the Dragontooth mercenary squad and stay away from here, I would be very happy. After a few words, the Blizzard stripped himself out. The meaning of the words is that the people who are also following the Dragontooth mercenary squad, mocking the mercenaries of Cloud Mist City, are just a bunch of trash. While he stayed in Cloud Mist City, he just didn't find a place to go for the time being. It is a blessing for the Blizzard leader to come to Long Ya. If this is the case, Long Ya squad will come to Cloud Mist City, and it is not without gain. Long Ya held the cup of Lang in the cup. The mulled wine was drunk. Brothers, to join the new members, a toast. Cheers. Captain, you recruited the bears into Long Ya, isn't Cloud Mist City no one anymore? Chapter 351, Taunts and Invitations. P. God Level Store Manager System. Chapter 352. The rest is rubbish. Even if the bear doesn't leave, can Cloud Mist City stand up? That's right, why bother with so much? Brothers, cheers. The members of the Dragontooth mercenary squad raised their glasses and gestured to the bear. After all, in terms of level alone, the Grim Bear of level 48 is indeed the number one person among Cloud Mist City mercenaries. This level, even in the Dragontooth mercenary squad, can be regarded as the group of peak people. Oh, Long Ya in the rumors has only this vision. However, other mercenaries who dare to be angry but dare not speak, does not mean that no one dares to speak. When the members of the Violent Bear and Dragontooth mercenary squad raised their glasses, a teasing sound suddenly sounded. Who is talking? As soon as this word came out, the Dragontooth mercenary squad, which occupied half of the tavern, immediately stood up. Why, people from Long Ya, don't you even have to talk now? Xlang leaned on the back of the chair and put the wine glass in his hand on the round table in front of him. For Dragontooth mercenary squad's style, Xlang is really uncomfortable. Even more how? The people of Long Ya, they repeatedly say that the people of Cloud Mist City are rubbish. Xlang is not the kind of Blizzard who bullies the soft and fears the hard, and tends to be inflamed. How could he be able to bear it? Oh, dare to ask this brother, who is it? Long Ya raised his hand and motioned for the players to be quiet, then looked at Xlang and asked with a faint smile, "You brother, I can't afford it." Xlang was not in the mood to pretend to be polite with Long Ya. You. After choking on Long Ya, Xlang sat up straight without waiting for Long Ya to reply and said, "Cloud Mist City, Blood Wolf Group, Captain, Xlang." Xlang Captain, well, you just said my Long Ya's vision is only this, why do you say such a thing? See, Long Ya Xlang didn't plan to talk to him politely. He naturally wouldn't be polite. Why? With a violent bear bullying the soft and being afraid of the hard, you are as timid as a mouse. With your Long Ya, you can only be arrogant and despotic. Xlang said unceremoniously. What did you say? Xlang immediately couldn't sit still. Because of what Xlang said, it hit the pain in the bear's heart. Obviously, among the mercenaries of Cloud Mist City, the Violent Bear has the highest level. But the strength of the Violent Bear mercenary group is the weakest among the three mercenary groups. Even the Orchid Leaf group with only 7 people can't compare. Do you think who you are, dare to say that we captain? There are such people who are not afraid of death. I think you don't want to stand and walk out of this tavern. A trifling professional rank. Do you really think you are a who thing? The people at Dragontooth mercenary squad were also angry. For so long in the career of mercenaries, It is really the first time they have been told that they are only arrogant and despotic. Others are awed by the strength of their dragon-tooth mercenary squad. Even if they are oppressed and suffer, they dare not say anything. But Xlang doesn't care so much. Being a mercenary, if you lose your temperament, it's better not to do it. For so many years, you are the first to dare to say such things. Long Ya grinned, said coldly, squeezed his hand and motioned the dragon-tooth mercenary squad players to calm down. However, since Xlang Captain dared to say that, he must be very confident in his own strength. Having said that, Long Ya's words turned forward, said with a sneer, why don't you come to a contest to prove that you are qualified to say this kind of thing? Dare you? You can click on the favorites below to record this time 3rd chapter 150, with you, only arrogant and despotic. God Level Store Manager System Chapter 353. Long Ya Captain is really a good plan. Is it just and honorable to bully the weak? Xlang teased. Long Ya was blushing when Xlang said it. With the strength of the Grandmaster rank, it is easy to be ridiculed if you say you want to fight with a professional rank. But Long Ya still insisted, so, don't you dare. Then we are only better than fighting skills, without battle chi. How about skills? Long Ya is still very confident. Combat skills. It takes a lot of time and high-intensity combat to hone. For mercenaries, fighting is something that will never be missing. Therefore, generally speaking, the higher the level, the stronger the fighting skills. This is a kind of strength control for one's own power. Long Ya also has absolute confidence in himself and can beat Xlang in combat skills. It's okay to try. If you lose, you have to apologize to all the mercenaries in Cloud Mist City, and then say that you are a waste. Xlang sits leaning against, speaking slowly on the chair. Oh, with this condition, what if you lose? Long Ya asked with interest. Because he simply doesn't think he will lose. Let's take care of it. Xlang said word by word. As soon as these words came out, the people in the Dragon-Tooth mercenary squad in the tavern suddenly issued a big laughter. Is this the so-called one's own courting death? A rubbish dare to challenge our Long Ya Captain. It's a daydream. It's really ridiculous to say that it's left as it is. Captain, hurry up and get rid of this kind of ignorant guy. It's really a delay in drinking time. Even Cloud Mist, no one of city's mercenaries is optimistic about Xlang. Xlang Captain, we thank you as we speak. But you still have to be careful. If not even a bar, we have, it does not matter. Yes, this matter is really useless for us. A professional rank actually wants to challenge the Grandmaster rank, even if it is just a competition of fighting skills. The realm gap is insurmountable. The Blizzard also said with a sneer, Xlang, for the sake of both you and me in Cloud Mist City, I kindly advise you, after apologizing, hurry up and get out. It's really noisy. Xlang stood up, looked towards Long Ya, and said, don't waste time, just stay here. Come and drink together. The members of the Blood Wolf group, apart from anything else, immediately moved the round table to make room for Xlang. For the members of the Blood Wolf group, what Xlang says is what they won't say much. This kind of discipline has been done very well before. Now that I have joined the Blood Wolf Guild, I am more disciplined. Since you are so impatient for courting death, then I will fulfill you. Long Ya put the wine glass in his hand on the bar, then stood up. The members of Dragon-Tooth mercenary squad are all looking good at the show. Competing combat skills among mercenaries, generally without weapons. Swords face each other, and most of them are life and death. Even if Long Ya is arrogant and despotic, but also does not know how to measure, saying that it is fighting skills, naturally he will not use his famous Dragon-Tooth Knight sword. Come on. Long Ya beckoned contemptuously. If Long Ya still has the first strike against a professional rank, it will be looked down upon. Since Long Ya Captain is so polite, then I am not polite. Xlang would not be humble at this time. The lion fights the rabbit, still using its full strength. Even more how Xlang is not a lion to Long Ya. Chapter 353, let's have a try. God Level Store Manager System Chapter 354. In the Battle Strength Promotion Arena, Guarding Knight is never an active offensive rank. But Xlang has not only fought against Guardian Knight, there are too many ranks that can be the first to attack. Taking a step forward, Xlang took the lead and seized the advantage of the first attack, which is extremely huge. In the battle strength promotion arena, Xlang, who has fought with the monsters, knows this well. The action is good. Long Ya raised his eyebrows and immediately shot, trying to intercept Xlang's attack. But how can Xlang make Long Ya happy? The punch is like a gun, and the momentum is like a wave. Xlang imitated the attack method of the spearman. Once the first strike is taken, it will be suppressed to the end and will never give Long Ya a chance to fight back. After several fights, Long Ya felt the pressure doubled. How is this possible? A trifling professional rank. How can the fighting skills be so strong? Long Ya gritted his teeth. His eyes revealed an expression of disbelief. The Dragon-Tooth mercenary squad, who was waiting for a good show around, also felt something was wrong. Not even drinking alcohol. However, their tension does not relieve Long Ya from half the pressure. Xlang's offense is as dense as a wave, layered on top of each other, and simply does not give Long Ya a chance to breathe. Boom! A muffled sound came out suddenly. With a careless Long Ya, he issued a groan and flew out directly, knocking down several round tables before falling to the ground. The appearance of this scene made everyone in the tavern stunned. I can't believe what my eyes see. In their eyes, the almost unrivaled Grandmaster rank actually lost like this. I lost so cleanly. Even if it's just a competition of fighting skills, this is an incredible thing. The people of Dragon-Tooth mercenary squad are even flushed with shame. What I said before was like slaps one by one, fiercely slapped them on their faces, making them a little afraid to look up at people. Long Ya captain, admit it. Xlang sneered, then said with a fist, damn it. Long Ya lightly coughed. The complexion ashen stood up from the ground. Long Ya captain, please, fulfill our agreement. Xlang reminded him timely. Do you want to admit that you are a waste? No, impossible. The dignity of the Grandmaster rank does not allow Long Ya to admit that he is an arrogant and despotic waste. Long Ya remembered what he had said before, and suddenly pulled out the Dragon-Tooth Knight sword from his waist, and said gloomily, since it's a combat skill test, neither of you nor my ranks are fighters, so don't take weapons. So can it be considered true strength? So, are you planning to deny it? Xlang's voice also sank. How can I say that I don't admit it? Since my rank is the Sword Knight, then I can be regarded as my true strength if I take the Knight Sword. Long Ya sneered. Dragon-Tooth Knight Sword is the weapon that Long Ya has become famous for. It is this Dragon-Tooth Knight Sword that made Long Ya his name among the mercenaries of the Grandmaster rank. A general weapon, and Dragon-Tooth Knight Sword is basically the end of the battle. Even those weapons forged using precious materials, when faced with the Dragon-Tooth Knight Sword, most of them ended up in damage. After all, Dragon race, in this world, is one of the most powerful races. The scales, bones, teeth, and claws on the giant dragon are the most peak forging materials. Ordinary precious materials cannot be compared with the teeth of giant dragons at all. Chapter 354, Never Admit. God-level store manager system. Chapter 355. Now, take your weapon. Let's try another game. Long Ya is absolutely unwilling to admit that he is a waste, so he can only show his whole cards. Taking Dragon-Tooth Knight Sword, Long Ya has absolute confidence and is impossible to lose. Fighting against someone like you who doesn't obey the agreement really humiliates my reputation. Xlang shook the head disappointed, and simply did not draw out the Holy Light Knight Sword. Compared from weapons alone, the rare weapon in Liu Sheng's store, the Holy Light Knight Sword, is definitely not weaker than Dragon-Tooth Knight Sword. It's just that the Holy Light Knight Sword is a defensive weapon, and the Dragon-Tooth Knight Sword is an offensive weapon. However, Xlang knows that even if he wins Long Ya again, I am afraid that Long Ya will not abide by the agreement, and more likely, a third trial will be proposed. This kind of arrogant and despotic people want to make them bow their heads. Unless their true strength is stronger than them, they will never be convinced in their hearts. Are you scared? As a knight, don't you dare to pick up your sword. Long Ya swung the knight's sword in his hand and asked proudly, as knight's 8 virtues, it really makes you lose thoroughly? Xlang was coldly snorted, and looked down upon Long Ya more and more. Humility, honesty, honor, justice, compassion, bravery, spirit, sacrifice. Knight's 8 virtues, Long Ya hardly do any of them. My business, don't care about you. Long Ya complexion sank, the dragon-tooth knight sword in his hand swept towards Xlang. Xlang didn't expect at all, and Long Ya would actually ignore his face and directly take a sneak attack. It's just Long Ya's shooting speed, which is much slower than the fast attack ranks of swordsman, assassin, and spearman in the arena that promote battle strength. Even if it was a sudden move, Xlang reacted. In an instant, he pulled out the Holy Light Knight sword from his waist. But there is one silhouette, which is faster than Xlang's movements. The moment Long Ya shot, he appeared in front of Xlang. Glang! The sound of golden and iron ringing resounded through the tavern. A giant axe, lying between Xlang and Long Ya, a strong man, grinning, slowly let out a sound. Sneak attack, it's not a good habit. Speaking of someone, there was a huge force on the giant axe, and at the same time, there seemed to be another. The coercion broke out suddenly, but it was fleeting. Boom! Punch! Long Ya was shocked by this huge force and retreated again and again, almost hitting the bar. Go on, just stop. Steady his figure and lifted it up. Long Ya's eyes were fixed on the visitor. Who are you? Dare to take care of my business? I'm just an ordinary mercenary in Cloud Mist City. I just can't understand your behavior. That's why I shot, that's all. The big man stood in the lobby of the tavern with the giant axe in his right hand. Look at each other with Long Ya, without letting go. Who's you? When did you come? Xlang just drew out the Holy Light Knight sword when he saw one silhouette appear in front of him. After Long Ya was shaken back, Xlang discovered that the person who appeared suddenly was Husu carrying the dragon-marked giant axe. Not long after I came here, I was outside the door before. Didn't expect this guy actually dared to take a sneak attack. I can't bear it, no thanks. Husu shrugged. I didn't plan to thank you either. They are all from the Blood Wolf Guild, so why not thank you? Xlang took the Holy Light Knight sword and took a step forward, stand side by side with Husu. Looking at Long Ya, he said, now, do you want to come again? 355th chapter, I'm just an ordinary mercenary. God Level Store Manager System Chapter 356. Tone barely fell. Everyone in the Blood Wolf group stood up, but no one made a sound. But that power suppressed everyone in the tavern. Xlang is simply not afraid to compete with Long Ya's squad for the strength of the entire mercenary squad. What they lack is just the Grandmaster rank powerhouse. And now, Husu is here too. The two of them want to contain a Long Ya, that is with no difficulty. Long Ya Captain, they dare to provoke, we have to show them good looks. Yes. No one has ever dared to offend us Dragon-Tooth mercenary squad so much. If you want to fight, we will fight. We are not afraid of you. The people of Dragon-Tooth mercenary squad also stood up. I glared at the people of the Blood Wolf group. The rest of the idle mercenaries in the tavern immediately all rushed towards the door, for fear that they would accidentally harm the pond fish. But their strong curiosity made them all outside the tavern, paying attention to the situation inside the tavern. One is Cloud Mist City's top mercenary squad, Blood Wolf Group. One is the famous mercenary squad among the mercenaries, Dragon-Tooth mercenary squad. The battle between them is definitely a major event that all mercenaries should pay attention to. Husu, we know you. Long Ya stared at Husu for a long time before speaking slowly. Among the mercenaries, there are not many famous Lone Rangers, and Husu is one of them. I also know that you, Long Ya, good luck, got 3 Long Yas. The breakthrough to Grandmaster rank does not mean that you have the background of Grandmaster rank. Husu grinned, said in a cold voice to you. Long Ya was choked by Husu, and for a while, it was a bit speechless, because Husu is right. His strength and fame are more from luck. But there are not many people who know this. because not everyone is lucky to meet a Grandmaster rank variation beast killed by a giant dragon, and also get a Grandmaster rank trial crystal and 3 giant dragon teeth. Needless to say, I am not a person who likes to talk too much. If you want to fight, then fight. Husu raised his head, dragon-marked giant axe raised, pointed finger towards Long Ya. Husu is not interested and goes to promote Long Ya. Husu simply doesn't care about luck. He only knew that if Long Ya dared to impudent in Cloud Mist City, then he would definitely teach Long Ya profound lesson. Captain, do it. They dare to provoke us so much. Yes, it's just a bunch of rubbish. They dare to be so arrogant and don't teach them a lesson. I really thought we were afraid of them. Following Husu's actions, the members of the Dragon-Tooth Mercenary Squad immediately boiled. The furious Dragon-Tooth Mercenary Squad players almost rushed up desperately and taught Husu a lesson. The scene instantly became extremely tense. The battle is almost on the verge. The mercenaries outside the tavern are also extremely nervous. But there are more people who are still worried about the Blood Wolf group. Dragon-Tooth Mercenary Squad, after all, owns the Grandmaster rank Sword Knight Long Ya. Previously, even if Xlang beat Long Ya, no one would think that Xlang is stronger than Long Ya. At best, it can only prove that Xlang's fighting skills are better than Long Ya. But if you really want to count the battle chi, the gap between Grandmaster rank and professional rank can't be made up by simple combat skills. The strength of the Dragon-Tooth Mercenary Squad is also very famous among the mercenaries. It has a record of hunting and killing the Grandmaster rank demonic beast several times. Chapter 356. If you want to fight, fight. God-level store manager system. Chapter 357. Able to hunt down the Grandmaster rank demonic beast, which is a dividing line between the mercenary squad. In the eyes of the mercenaries in Cloud Mist City, Blood Wolf Group is still far behind the Dragon-Tooth Mercenary Squad. But just when everyone is extremely worried, Long Ya suddenly raised his hand. Husu, today I will give you face. Long Ya slowly put the Dragon-Tooth Knight sword into the scabbard, and took a deep look at Husu. Let's go. Long Ya's words stunned everyone present. Captain, why are we leaving? Yeah, Captain, they provoke us so much. Why should we bear it? I am not willing to. Long Ya. Captain, our Dragon-Tooth Mercenary Squad, when have we been so angry? The members of Dragon-Tooth Mercenary Squad shouted, very puzzled. His tone was full of disobedience and anger. Give me a little quiet. My order. I don't want to say second time anymore. Long Ya Shen shouted in a low voice, suppressing all the voices. The power of Grandmaster rank lies there. Even if the people of Dragon-Tooth Mercenary Squad are not convinced, they can only follow Long Ya's orders. The mercenaries outside the tavern, looking blankly at the Dragon-Tooth Mercenary Squad, left here under the leadership of Long Ya. The heaven-overflowing giant wave turned up in my heart. Compared to being puzzled, the mercenaries of Cloud Mist City were more shocked. In their opinion, there must be a fierce battle between Blood Wolf Group and Dragon-Tooth Mercenary Squad. Even if the Blood Wolf Group is strong, it is at best that Dragon-Tooth Mercenary Squad wins. It is almost impossible for the Blood Wolf Group to win, because the strength gap between the two mercenary squads is too big. But the mercenaries of Cloud Mist City, in any case, could not imagine that the powerful Dragon-Tooth Mercenary Squad would retreat without a fight. This scene of Tiger's Head, Snake's Tail made the whole scene fall into a kind of silence. Doubt, astonishment, shock, can't believe it. Various emotions revolve in the hearts of these mercenaries. Let these mercenaries, to the Blood Wolf Group, and the Lone Ranger Husu, have more awe and 3 points of respect. Even Dragon-Tooth Mercenary Squad is unwilling to confront them directly. This is enough to prove that the strength of the Blood Wolf Group and the strength of Husu are definitely not as simple as they saw. It may even be much stronger than they thought. Although this guy is arrogant and despotic, he seems to be a bit smarter than I thought. Husu only said aloud after the person watching the Dragon-Tooth Mercenary Squad leave. Just like him. Go to the boss. Another ice sculpture given for free. Xlang shrugged, putting away the Holy Light Knight sword. Brothers, Close the team. After Xlang finished shouting, he looked towards Husu and said, "You said in the guild exchange that you got a copy of the battlefield today. The first is the Brilliant Guild, right?" "Yes, I just came from boss." "Then we are in the past, right?" 2. The members of Dragon Tooth Mercenary Squad, although they left the tavern with Long Ya, but I was still very unconvinced. They don't understand why Captain, who has always been strong, is so cowardly at this time. This is definitely a very shameful thing. "You guys, I must be thinking why I left directly, right?" Long Ya seemed to know what they were thinking, and suddenly said, "Yes, Captain, although we respect your order, we don't understand it." 300 Chapter 57, Retreat Without a Fight. God Level Store Manager System Chapter 358. "Yes, Captain, why should we be afraid of them, a trifling mercenary squad of the small border city-state?" The members of the Dragon Tooth Mercenary Squad said immediately, "The doubts in my heart. You don't understand, it's normal." Long Ya sighed, and then said, "Husu, you may not know him, but he is indeed a very strong guy. However, this is not the main reason for my retreat. It is the weapons in the hands of Husu and Xlang that you didn't notice. It is a weapon of the same grade as my Dragon Tooth Knight Sword." Long Ya raised his eyebrows and said solemnly, this is also something he absolutely never thought of. The fight against Husu, Long Ya can feel that the Dragon Tooth Knight Sword in his hand does not have the feeling of crushing the opponent's weapon in the past. On the contrary, there is a faint feeling of being suppressed. This is something that Long Ya has never seen since Dragon Tooth Knight Sword was created by using giant dragon teeth. And at the moment of confrontation with Husu, the fleeting terrifying pressure made Long Ya feel lingering. Can have this kind of terrifying coercion. In addition, Husu is well known as a lone ranger among the mercenaries. Long Ya chose to retreat temporarily. After all, to be able to burst out with such pressure, its true strength is absolutely impossible to be weaker than yourself. And Husu's attitude of not caring about fighting with himself and the others convinced Long Ya. But Long Ya was impossible to think that the terrifying coercion was just the skill that Dragon-marked Giant Axe had. Dragon's Prestige. Just enter Battle Chi into Dragon-marked Giant Axe, and the terrifying Dragon's Prestige will burst out. In the battle, the Dragon's Prestige that broke out often only needs to make the opponent appear distracted for a moment, and then the battle can be distinguished. This matter, don't talk about it, don't ask any more. You just need to know that Husu is more dangerous than you think. Long Ya stopped the players from trying to make a sound. The members of Dragon Tooth Mercenary Squad, after listening to Long Ya's words, looked at each other in blank dismay. They completely didn't expect that the opponent they faced before would actually be so strong. Even Long Ya Captain is so afraid. You know, Long Ya is the Grandmaster rank powerhouse. Even when he talks about Husu, he looks like he is secretive, which is evident. Thinking of this, they realized Captain Bai's good intentions. Avoiding war is also a science. Cloud Mist City, Luo Sheng shop. Luo Sheng lay on the long leather sofa, yawning lazily. Luo Sheng, as the store manager, has the privilege, which means he can enter the battlefield dungeon without restrictions, and there is no one-time rule. So Luo Sheng has been in the New World mode all night a few days ago. Finally, we have reached the second big map. The experience limit level of the Evil Spirit Warrior Frontline to 15th level. Upgrading further, the experience gain will be suppressed. So Luo Sheng decided to rest for 2 days, and then went to the depths of Cloud Mist Forest tonight to solve the task. It's not that Luo Sheng is dragging the time and not completing the task. In order to be fully prepared, all the parts that can be improved are improved. After all, the task at this time is not simple at first glance. Luo Sheng doesn't want to fight the Grandmaster rank demonic beast head. At this time, Ling Xiao came to Luo Sheng, bowed slightly, and said, "Chi Store Manager, thanks to your care these days, the Academy Grand Competition is imminent, and we are also going to the Imperial City." You can click on the favorites below to record this time. Chapter 358, Long Ya Captain's Good Intentions. God Level Store Manager System Chapter 359. Liu Sheng was slightly taken aback when he heard these words, and then sat up. I saw the people of Brilliance Academy, all standing in the lobby of the store. Obviously they were all preparing to leave. Are you all going back? Liu Sheng asked. Yes, boss. Although we really want to stay here, we must participate in the Academy Grand Competition in order to prove the strength of our Brilliance Academy. Ying Feng spread his hands and said resolutely, Glorious Guild, New World First. Glorious Guild, New World First. There was an echoing voice immediately behind. Guild's cohesion is stronger than imagined. Ahem. Gapingchuan coughed hard as a reminder behind. The voice in the store immediately became quieter. Chief Store Manager, sorry. Gapingchuan said with some embarrassment, because he is the chairman of the Brilliant Guild. It's okay. Liu Sheng waved his hand and said lightly, being in the same guild's friendship is a very deep bond. Liu Sheng doesn't hate this. Store Manager, if you have time, why don't you go to the imperial city of Huangyuan with us? I will arrange everything, and you will have fun. Ling Xiao invited aloud. Chi Store Manager, the old man also wants to invite you, as a judge, to the Academy Grand Competition. Gapingchuan also followed. In the Academy Grand Competition of the three major academies, the deans of the three major academies have always been the judges. No one else has this qualification, because the deans of the three major academies are all heroic rank powerhouses. This is also the reason why the three academies are powerful. But this time, Gapingchuan believes that Liu Sheng also has this qualification. In Gapingchuan's mind, Liu Sheng has long been a heroic rank living in Cloud Mist City. As a judge of the Academy Grand Competition, it is more than enough. Many thanks to the invitation of Dean Gu and Ling Young Master, but I really don't have time. Liu Sheng calmly declined the two. I know my own affairs. When Liu Sheng is in the store, don't say a heroic rank, even if it is 10 heroic ranks, he will not miss it. But outside the store, it might be possible to hit whoever. It's a pity. Gapingchuan didn't force it. Yes, it's a shame not to let the boss see us fighting heroically. Ying Feng also echoed. Liu Sheng glanced at Ying Feng, who was full of regret, and suddenly said, it's not that you can't see it. Oh, boss, you plan to go to Imperial City with us, is it? Ying Feng said joyfully in surprise. No, in fact, Guild's communication screen can be played in the store. Liu Sheng pointed to the big screen on the wall, then casually explained. You only need to keep one guild member in the store, and others live there. Leave one person. Ying Feng and the others looked at each other in blank dismay. All of them who come to the training camp will participate in the Academy Grand Competition. Even Gapingchuan and Zhong Linian will also go to the Academy Grand Competition. How can anyone stay here? You have been so long, haven't you found it? Liu Sheng looked at their expressions and knew what they were thinking. What did you find? Gapingchuan felt a little bad when he heard Liu Sheng's tone. In the guild system, under the chairman's position, there is an option for guild relationship. Guilds set as friendly relations can communicate with each other. Liu Sheng said slowly to Chapter 359. Guild Settings, Friendly. God Level Store Manager System Chapter 360. Although Liu Sheng did not create guild, their understanding of these things is not comparable to Gapingchuan. Gapingchuan, hearing this, immediately opened the guild system communication panel on the membership card. There really is an option of guild relationship in the corner. After clicking on, the names of all the guilds that have been created are displayed above. Didn't expect really? Gapingchuan laughed twice, and then set the Whistling Wind Guild created by Ling Xiao into a friendly relationship. On Ling Xiao's membership card, a prompt appeared immediately. Brilliant Guild, set your Whistling Wind Guild to be friendly guild. Do you agree? Agree. After confirming these two in guild's communication options, the member list of the other party's guild soon appeared. But, Store Manager, this time, the guards will also come back to Imperial City with me. Ling Xiao was surprised and a little embarrassed. If you are not in a hurry, you can wait. Liu Sheng glanced outside the store, then stood up and took out a bottle of Meidong vitamin from the counter. Energetic drinks. Although I can't go with you, I still can use this bottle of wheat to move. I wish you all the best. Chi store manager, is this? Gapingchuan is now facing Chi. Every new product in the store is very interesting because I don't know what kind of shock the next product will bring to me. Midton vitamin energy drink is not for sale, so you can't see it normally. Luo Sheng calmly introduced the function of Midton. Ignore the level, just a sip, instantly restore all the battle chi or magic power of the drinker. Meidong comes back anytime. This feature has shocked Gapingchuan. Chi store manager, aren't you joking? Do you know how important this is? Gapingchuan asked with a solemn tone. Ignore the level, instantly restore all the battle chi and magic power of the drinker. This is not a joke. The battle chi and magic capacity between heroic rank and brave rank is the difference between a lake and a small water. The difference is more than 1,000 times. Children are not deceived. Luo Sheng, neither fast nor slow, said, as if to state a fact. No, this is the truth. System is produced without any falsity. If it is based on reason, it will make people suspicious. But Luo Sheng's usual flat response is even more convincing. I have no reason to doubt the things in the Chi Store Manager store. Since Chi Store Manager is willing to give away such a precious divine object, the old man would thank you first. As Gapingchuan, Rao was also moved by this bottle of Meidong vitamin functional drink. This kind of item that can instantly restore battle chi and magic power, in many cases, is better than having one more life. After all, one more life, there is a possibility of being guarded by others. Dingu, you are welcome. I cannot be there to cheer for you personally. Please forgive me. Luo Sheng peaceful said. In the tone, I didn't care about this bottle. In Gapingchuan's view, it is simply the magical vitamin drink of Shinshui. In this regard, Gapingchuan has to sigh. The foundation of the Luo Sheng store is indeed deep and unmeasurable. However, in Luo Sheng's view, as long as it is not a system's clearly marked product, he will not feel much heartache when sending it out. On the contrary, it is also a reward, so you don't need to spend spirit crystal yourself. Hey, it seems we came at the right time. While the two were talking, Xlang and Huxia walked in from outside the store. Chapter 360, Stunning Wheat Motion. God-level store manager system. Chapter 361. Ying Feng saw Xlang and said hello. You guys came so punctually, will we leave at this time? These two people, it's a real friendship with a rookie warrior. The decision of Brilliance Academy to leave today is also what Ying Feng and Xlang said. Yes, I came here specially for you. Xlang nodded, then beckoned behind him, loudly shouted at the members of the Blood Wolf group. Go first, activate the membership card to take up the position and don't let the guy Kinming get ahead. Then he went to make himself a bowl of noodles. By the way, you came just right. Set our guild relationship to be friendly. Ying Feng said suddenly. What kind of friendship? Xlang pressed the lid of the barrel with a fork and turned to look at Ying Feng. Then, listening to Ying Feng's explanation, Xlang hammered his palm and suddenly took out his membership card. It turns out it can be like this. It's really good. We are so worried that we can't go to the scene to cheer for you. After the people from Brilliance Academy and Linxia's guards have left, the shop really needs to be clean. In the evening, after sending away the last person from City Guard, Luo Sheng also closed the shop. Sire, I have something to do when I go out at night. If you are tired, go to sleep first. Luo Sheng took a robe and put it on himself, then exhorted at the door of the store. I see, store manager, please pay attention to safety. Xia answered happily. Nor will Luo Sheng ask what he is going to do. After confirming that the dragon bone armor and Ikian Kikiu are brought on, Luo Sheng also took a membership card by the way and walked in the direction of Cloud Mist Forest. This time I went to Cloud Mist Forest. Luo Sheng is not for fighting, just to inquire about the situation. Furthermore, when I really met the Grandmaster rank demonic beast, Luo Sheng felt tired when fighting. which did not fit his lazy personality. It's a good idea to come back and decide how to complete the task after inquiring about the situation. In the depths of cloud mist forest, a bonfire is burning, and orange-red flames rise. Around, there are a few camps, the silhouettes of which are adequate, seem to be resting. Long Ya sits by the bonfire, and the reflection of orange-red flames flashing in his dark pupils. The scouts are dispatched. They are all scattered, but there has been no news of demonic beasts. Sitting aside, the team returned to Long Ya's words. After leaving the tavern of Cloud Mist City Mercenary Guild, Long Ya took the Dragon-Tooth mercenary squad to Cloud Mist Forest. Lost such a big face in the tavern, naturally I have to find it elsewhere. Long Ya is not the kind of person who is scorned by others and can ignore it. The best way to find face is to solve the Grandmaster rank demonic beast in Cloud Mist Forest. Then you can just ridicule those guys, just a bunch of trash. The problems of your own city-state can only be solved by people from other city-states. The corpse of the Grandmaster rank demonic beast is something they cannot refute, and it is true. After Dragon-Tooth mercenary squad entered the depths of Cloud Mist Forest, no one else was found. The mercenaries of Cloud Mist City are indeed discouraged from the depths of Cloud Mist Forest. But it's really strange, why can't you meet the demonic beast? Long Ya stared at the bonfire and said in a daze. Logically speaking, no matter which demonic beast forest, it is impossible to encounter the demonic beast. Chapter 361, Ways to Find Face. God-level Store Manager System. Chapter 362. Unless the demonic beasts feel the strong breath of the coming person and take the initiative to avoid it. This is why other demonic beasts rarely appear in those powerful demonic beasts. Probably I feel the breath of Captain, so I dare not come over. The players laughed and joked. The breath of Grandmaster rank is indeed a very powerful pressure for low-level demonic beasts. The general demonic beast will not provoke this kind of powerhouse foolishly. Long Ya frowned and said, in the depths of this Cloud Mist Forest, there are Grandmaster rank demonic beasts. Don't they dare to come over? Captain, you are the long-famous Grandmaster rank powerhouse. Those Grandmaster rank demonic beasts are only recently promoted. Isn't it normal not to dare to come over? The team members complimented Long Ya's strength is extremely convincing. Level 60 and level 80 are both within the scope of Grandmaster rank. But the gap in overall strength between the two may be several times or even 10 times as large. Long Ya was complimented by the players, and felt a little airy in his heart, and began to feel that this might be the case. Otherwise, there is no way to explain why in the Cloud Mist Forest, there is no demonic beast. Even if this is the case, you can't relax. As long as there is a situation, report it immediately. But Long Ya has not been completely dazzled by the compliments, very solemnly in order. However, the spirit of relaxation has begun to make Long Ya completely unaware of it. Among the branches and leaves of a towering tree, a kitten is looking at them coldly. In the shadows in the distance, silhouettes of demonic beasts are coming here. In the middle of the night, it is the most tired moment. Even these mercenaries who have been battle tested and vigilant are no exception. Ahoo dash. At this groggy moment, a beast roar is sounding across the sky, tearing open the boundless night. In an instant, everyone who was resting in the camp was awakened. What's the matter? Long Ya pressed on the hilt of the Dragon-Tooth Knight sword beside him, and stood up. Others also quickly walked out of the camp. In this place where fighting can happen at any time, everyone sleeps in their clothes, even if the armor on their body is not so comfortable when they are resting. But the little time saved may save yourself a life. I don't know. There is no news from the scouts sent out. The team members quickly said after confirming the situation. What? No news? Long Ya brows tightly frowns, releasing his breath. In normal times, this can be used as a means of deterrence, and it can also be used to explore the surrounding environment. But this time, the breath of Long Ya just released. Several imposing manners that were not weaker than him immediately broke out around him. That is, the breath of Grandmaster rank. One after another the rays of light from the icy beast pupils emerged from the shadows. and slowly approached under the light of the campfire. Glang! Crap! Everyone backs up and prepares to fight. Long Ya immediately pulled out the dragon-tooth knight sword and stood in front of him. He finally knew why no scout came back to report the news. Because of these Grandmaster rank demonic beasts, simply won't let those scouts have a chance to come back. In the darkness, those demonic beasts also slowly emerged. The demonic beast exuding the Grandmaster rank imposing manner, only the 8 demonic beasts walking in the forefront, following, almost all professional rank demonic beasts. Chapter 362, Grandmaster rank demonic beast appears. God level store manager system. Chapter 363. However, for the Dragon Tooth mercenary squad, let alone the 8-head Grandmaster rank demonic beast, even if there are only 3, they can't handle it. How come there are so many Grandmaster rank demonic beasts all at once? When Long Ya said this, his voice became a little stiff. The coercion of the 8-headed Grandmaster rank demonic beast, mixed together, is absolutely majestic. In an instant, it completely suppressed the breath of Long Ya. Team, Captain, what do we do now? Why, how come there are so many demonic beasts? Such terrifying coercion. Will not all be Grandmaster rank demonic beasts? Right. Damn it, why are so many demonic beasts suddenly appearing? The members of Dragon Tooth mercenary squad, holding their weapons tightly, watching the approaching demonic beast group. Both legs are shaking. There are even a few lower-level players whose legs are so weak that they cannot stand firmly. The demonic beast group does not make people desperate. What makes people desperate is those Grandmaster rank demonic beasts. Here, it can be said that these Grandmaster rank demonic beasts only need to exert a little effort. Except for Long Ya, no one can escape. The best proof that none of the scouts who dispersed before and hidden to investigate the situation returned. In this situation, I am afraid that the strongest mercenary squad must choose to escape. Even more how Dragon Tooth mercenary squad, not even the mercenary squad of Cream of the Crop. Is Cloud Mist Forest really just a low-level demonic beast forest before? Long Ya's mind could not help but have such a question. 8 Grandmaster rank demonic beasts suddenly appeared, even in some high-rank demonic beast forests. This situation rarely occurs, because the demonic beasts are not in harmony with each other. Even demonic beasts that live in groups will choose a clan with the highest rank and the strongest strength as the leader. Even more how demonic beasts that live alone have their own territory. This will happen unless there is a more powerful demonic beast that can suppress these Grandmaster rank demonic beasts. Thinking of this, Long Ya came out to feel like of one's hair stand on end. Being able to suppress the existence of the 8-headed Grandmaster rank demonic beast is definitely not something that I can deal with. I might even have some difficulty in running away. How is this possible? With the trash in Cloud Mist City, why such a terrifying guy appeared in Cloud Mist Forest? Long Ya couldn't understand at all. If this were the case, Cloud Mist City would have long since fallen apart. After all, the strength of Cloud Mist City Mercenary Guild is also rumored in the mercenary world. The entire Cloud Mist City, not even a Grandmaster rank can be found. This level of strength, in fact, there is nothing wrong with Long Ya's cursing the last sentence. But now, when he faces these Grandmaster rank demonic beasts, Long Ya also feels a little bit of fear. There may be people who are not afraid of death, but absolutely no one is not greedy for life. Hey, didn't expect people who are not afraid of death will come to my sight. A tender voice suddenly rang. Who is talking? Long Ya was taken aback by the sudden appearance of the voice. Then I looked closely and found a kitten, standing on top of a Grandmaster rank demonic beast, looking at him interestingly. You are talking. Long Ya turned pale with fright. In addition to the demonic beasts of some extraordinary natural talents, the demonic beasts that want to speak humans' words have the lowest heroic rank. It's no wonder that these 8 Grandmaster rank demonic beasts, which don't fit at a glance, appear here all at once. Chapter 363, Want to escape, but can't escape. God-level store manager system. Chapter 364. If a demonic beast with a heroic rank is the leader, It makes perfect sense. But after figuring it out, Long Ya got even greater despair. If facing the 8-headed Grandmaster rank demonic beast, Long Ya will fight to the death and may escape. Then, when facing the last heroic rank demonic beast, Long Ya has no chance of escape, because this is simply not a level of power. Moreover, Dragon Tooth Mercenary Squad goes deep into the Cloud Mist Forest, which can be regarded as their initiative to offend the demonic beast of this heroic rank. Even if they die here, no one can ask. There is no agreement that triggered the heroic rank at all. It's really interesting. It seems that these human races are not afraid of me. The kitten opened its small mouth, revealing its thin teeth and pink lips. Little 7 and 8. Go get rid of them. The kitten waved its small paws and directed it with an immature voice. The two Grandmaster rank demonic beasts standing on the side suddenly let out a roar as if they had been ordered, and then rushed directly at Long Ya. And the professional rank demonic beast, which is behind the two Grandmaster rank demonic beasts, also followed. It looks like a well-trained army. It's over. Everyone in the Dragon Tooth Mercenary Squad felt a sense of despair in their hearts. In the face of this demonic beast group, there is simply no hope of survival. Brothers, let's give it a go. One who can survive is one. In the end, Long Ya felt proud in his heart. Since you can't escape, let's die more vigorously. However, when the two sides were confronting each other and a side-to-side massacre began, a voice suddenly appeared in the distance. Wow, what a cute little cat. With this voice, Long Ya saw a man wearing a robe covering his face in the shadows. The silhouette of appeared behind the demonic beast group. Where this silhouette passes, the demonic beasts around them all give way. Even the few Grandmaster rank demonic beasts, after looking at this silhouette and letting out a few low growls, slowly stepped away. With the appearance of this silhouette, all demonic beasts have entered a state of alert. How is this possible? The people of the Dragon Tooth Mercenary Squad looked at this scene with stunned eyes. Shock, astonishment, filled the hearts of everyone present. Can make so many demonic beasts retreat? Even the Grandmaster rank demonic beast is no exception. Can it be that the person who came here is a heroic rank powerhouse? No, it should be said that it is definitely heroic rank. But why does heroic rank appear in such a place? Isn't it said that the good Cloud Mist City is a waste city-state? Why does the heroic rank powerhouse appear? Still, I am really blocked from news, and I look down on others. However, Liu Sheng, who ran to Cloud Mist Forest in the middle of the night, didn't expect, and I can still see people here. After all, it has been a while since the appearance of the Grandmaster rank demonic beast. Even Xlang will not stay in Cloud Mist Forest at night recently because it is too dangerous. Who are you? Why do you appear in such a place at this time? Liu Sheng asked curiously. After all, this year, there are not many people who have the courage to die. However, Liu Sheng's curious tone, to Long Ya and the others, is extremely majestic. If we go back to Senior, we are Dragon Tooth Mercenary Squad, because we heard that the Grandmaster rank demonic beast appeared outside Cloud Mist City, so we came here to check it out. Long Ya trembling answered with fear. Chapter 364, this is definitely a heroic rank. God-level store manager system. Chapter 365. Long Ya is arrogant and despotic. It also relies on the strength of its Grandmaster rank. But in front of heroic rank, it was all fake. Even more how? Now this Senior is Long Ya's life-saving straw. Whether you can walk out of this heroic rank demonic beast alive, it all depends on the meaning of this Senior. So did you even attract mercenaries from other city-states? Liu Sheng hearing this thought in his heart. But this silence almost scared Long Ya to death. Before, Senior, if there is any dissatisfaction, we will leave here immediately. Long Ya thought his answer angered the Senior in front of him, and said quickly, other people even dare not breathe. It's okay, but the things here are really not something you can mix up. You should leave first. Liu Sheng has no interest in the Dragon Tooth Mercenary Squad. So he said lightly. This kind of plain tone, in the eyes of Long Ya and the others, is absolute confidence in one's own strength. Faced with so many Grandmaster rank demonic beasts, even with the heroic rank demonic beast hidden in it, face doesn't change and peaceful. This strength, this demeanor is worthy of the heroic rank powerhouse. If this is the case, then we will leave first. Please be careful with the senior. Since the senior said to let himself and the others leave, Long Ya would not be polite. He also knew that the battle between heroic ranks, even if a little bit of lingering power came out, was enough to drink a pot by himself. To be able to leave, naturally I cannot ask for it. Hey, you guy, did you ask me before letting them leave? The kitten sitting on top of the demonic beast heard this and immediately revealed its airplane ears. Fiercely said aloud, "It's just that the immature voice sounds more like acting like a baby. By the way, I almost forgot that you were there." Liu Sheng's voice didn't fluctuate at all, although he was really surprised why the kitten could talk. But it must not be shown in front of outsiders. Moreover, Liu Sheng knows that if he shows a surprised mood, I am afraid that he will not be able to bluff the demonic beasts in front of him. But Liu Sheng does not care. Does not mean that Long Ya and the others cannot care. As soon as the kitten said the words, Long Ya and the others had lifted their feet and stopped forcibly in the air, not daring to fall, for fear that the demonic beast next to him would make another surprise attack. In this case, even if the human race senior is beside him, he and the others cannot escape death. Moreover, Long Ya doesn't think that he and the others have weight, allowing this senior to do his best to save people from a heroic rank demonic beast. Liu Sheng slowly looked at the demonic beasts around him. He can still feel the breath of Grandmaster rank. But this talking kitten can actually squat on top of the Grandmaster rank demonic beast. It seems that the source of the accident in Cloud Mist Forest this time should be on this kitten. Liu Sheng thought so in his heart and slowly opened the mouth and said, "These people are also the descendants of human race. I hope you can give this seat a face and let them leave." "You say let them leave and leave, then my face will be where to put it?" The kitten stood up, and the fluff on the ears and back of the plane exploded, making him look angry. A majestic imposing manner also broke out. It completely crushed the imposing manner of the previous Grandmaster rank demonic beasts. The surrounding leaves were impacted by this imposing manner, making a crash bang sound. Some of the smaller trees are almost broken by the waste. Chapter 365, Let Them Leave. Have you asked me? God Level Store Manager System Chapter 366. Dragontooth Mercenary Squad has at least one third person, was deterred by this imposing manner. His legs softened and he sat down on the ground. This is simply not an imposing manner comparable to an ordinary Grandmaster rank. Is this a heroic rank? Long Ya's teeth were shaking. If we face those Grandmaster rank demonic beasts before, Long Ya's imposing manner can resist one or two. When facing the imposing manner that this kitten burst out, he felt like a flatboat in the waves. It is possible to be overturned by the waves at any time. Let yourself die without a burial site. Although Long Ya has not personally experienced the imposing manner of heroic rank, but in the face of this imposing manner that can completely crush him, even if he guesses wrong, he may not be far from heroic rank. Grandmaster rank Beak, half-step heroic rank. Liu Sheng calmly feels this imposing manner. Compared to Gapingchuan, this kitten is still worse far. Gapingchuan is also a heroic rank peak anyway. After the realization of the New World mode, he has even stepped into the powerhouse level. What is still missing now is probably a trial crystal of heroic rank. Kitten, you seem to be too confident about your own strength. Liu Sheng knows that if he doesn't do anything, he might really be the cat was suppressed. So between the words, a vast imposing manner suddenly rose up. Boom. All other imposing manners were shattered by this vast imposing manner, and then swallowed thoroughly. If it is said, the imposing manner that the kitten broke out earlier is the words of a rushing river. At that moment, the imposing manner rising from Liu Sheng's body is a vast ocean. The river flows into the sea, and the river is inclusive of all rivers. The entire Cloud Mist Forest, at this moment, became deadly silent. There is no demonic beast, dare to make a sound at this time. Long Ya and the others, even stared wide-eyed, tremblingly looked at the senior in robes. This is a kind of awe of powerhouse, and fear of this horrible imposing manner. And this imposing manner affects more than Cloud Mist Forest. In Cloud Mist City around Cloud Mist Forest, it can be said that tonight is a sleepless night. Far away in the ancient Gauze Empire on the other side of Cloud Mist Forest, the southern frontier army is like a big enemy, and the fire is bright between the camps. And further afield, each heroic rank powerhouse was also alarmed by this imposing manner. In Cloud Mist Forest, is there anyone who is blindfolded who dares to provoke this kind of existence? This terrifying pressure, who is passing through Cloud Mist Forest powerhouse. The breath that I have never felt before should not belong to Desolate Origin Empire. Is it true that the rumored matter please? The feeling of this aura does not seem to be the powerhouse of human race. It seems that there are quite a few races mixed in. No matter how these heroic rank powerhouse guesses, no one will feel that the existence that broke out in a terrorist imposing manner would be Cloud Mist Forest or Desolate Origin Empire's powerhouse. If it is the heroic rank of these places, they are impossible to know. The existence of such a realm, impossible, does not emerge at a young age. The foundation of Empire's guardian is no joke. Deep in the Cloud Mist Forest, Liu Sheng quietly looked at the kitten in front of him. The imposing manner of the vast sea, gathered beside him, makes the people around Liu Sheng and the demonic beast almost out of breath. Chapter 366, The Vast Coercion. God-level store manager system. Chapter 367. It seemed to feel Liu Sheng's sight. The kitten, who was still angry, immediately slumped under his feet, with his head lying prostrate on the top of the demonic beast. Then he closed his eyes and covered his two small ears with two small furry paws. Now, do you think, what should I do with you? Liu Sheng looked at the kitten in front of him, and suddenly spoke. I don't think I should be dealt with, because I'm just a little kitty. The kitten's immature voice came out immediately. This time it was really acting like a baby. This vast imposing manner gives it too strong an oppression. The kitten can feel it, as long as he resists. I am afraid he will be killed in a flash with no suspense. In this regard, Liu Sheng has to sigh with emotion. Dragon bone armor is so easy to use. That's right. This terrifying imposing manner is the dragon bone armor, one of the store manager suits, and the vast dragon's prestige that comes with it. Dragon bone armor, the top in the store manager set, is forged from ancestral dragon bone. Ancestral dragon, what is that? Myriad dragon's ancestor. That is not in this world. Those giant dragons like big-bellied lizards with wings can be compared. In fact, Liu Sheng doesn't know whether there is true dragon this thing in this world. But the records in the documents that Liu Sheng has read should not exist. But these are not important. As long as dragon's prestige is real, it doesn't matter. Moreover, Liu Sheng can feel that the dragon's prestige exuded by the dragon bone armor is more powerful and majestic than the might of the giant dragon, worthy of the name ancestral dragon. It just so happens that this seat still lacks a pet. Since you said so, come to this seat. Liu Sheng pondered for a moment, pretending to be profound. If this kitten finds that he is just an empty shelf, I am afraid Liu Sheng will run away. But as long as you take this opportunity to bring this kitten back to the shop, it will be round or flat, not just rubbing it yourself. Exactly. It can solve the source of this mission. It's really travel far and wide looking for something, only to return and find it easily. It is an honor for the little kitty to belong to an adult. The kitten covered her little ears and slowly lifted the head, pretending to be pitiful. At this time, Liu Sheng was able to take a closer look at the kitten's appearance. This is indeed a kitten, so small that it doesn't look awkward even if he stands on Liu Sheng's shoulder. The pure white fluff does not have a trace of variegated color, and the big eyes are as clear blue as the sky, which looks cute and elegant. It's quite like the linking snow lion that Liu Sheng's previous life has always wanted to raise. This kind of little mo thing will kill a large group of girls in seconds. Even Liu Sheng can't bear to look at the kitten's pitiful expression. I kept saying to myself that this is a demonic beast of the Grandmaster Ankh beak. and I broke free from this cuteness. Linking lion cat. The whole body is white. One blue and one yellow mandarin duck eyes are the top grade. Although this one does not have mandarin duck eyes, it is still a top grade snow lion. Luo Sheng is happy in his heart, but on the surface he is still calm. Reached out and grabbed the kitten, rolled over and glanced at it, and then said, I see you as white as snow, so I call you Little X. How about? Thanks, Master Xi, for giving the name. It took a long time for the kitten's voice to come out, but I can hear that there is quite a reluctance in it. Chapter 367, Because I Am Just a Little Kitty. God Level Store Manager System. Chapter 368. But Luo Sheng doesn't care about this kind of thing. Naming this kind of thing has always been his weakness. Names like Little Black, Little White and Little Huang can be described as yes of the words at hand. As for names with a little connotation, forget it. What are you still doing here? Luo Sheng solved the matter, looking back and seeing that Long Ya and the others hadn't left yet. He couldn't help but ask. Long Ya and the others were shocked by this question. There was a layer of cold sweat on his back for an instant, and his entire body was erected. Before, Senior, we'll leave right away. Right away. Luo Sheng responded indifferently. Then, like a warning, he glanced at the demonic beasts round him, and slowly retracted the imposing manner that the dragon bone armor exudes. However, although the imposing manner has converged, the demonic beasts who were previously oppressed by a dragon's prestige still lie down at this time. I didn't dare to underestimate the human race in front of me. At this moment, I can't feel the threat of human race. Even if it is heroic rank peaks powerhouse, Luo Sheng can talk and laugh with it, and at this time naturally will not be afraid of these demonic beasts lying low on the ground. Turn the 1000 chance ball into a small cage and put the kitten in it just in case. Then Luo Sheng walked slowly towards Cloud Mist Forest, neither fast nor slow, showing an expert demeanor. Dragon Tooth Mercenary Squad looks at Luo Sheng's back, full of awe and admiration. Is this true powerhouse? If anyone tells me in the future, Cloud Mist City is all rubbish, I have to slap all his teeth. This is our human race's guardian god. That line, its potential, is the person whom carry the tripod thing. Back in Cloud Mist City, the cat stared at Luo Sheng with all doubts, turning around, and came to the door of a shop in a small alley. Put away the robe, put away the dragon bone armor. Then, the kitten suddenly realized that he might have been deceived. However, Luo Sheng, who has already returned to the store, is not afraid that this kitten will find that he has been deceived. Well, Little X, this is where you will live in the future. There are no special circumstances. You should not be able to get out. Luo Sheng put away the 1000 machine ball and put the kitten in it. In the shop. Then I said to System in my mind and told System to prohibit kittens from leaving the store. Going one step further, Luo Sheng suddenly found that Xia was leaning on the long leather sofa, holding the quilt taken from the second bedroom on the second floor, with a sleepy expression on his face. Look like this little lass, isn't it waiting for me? A smile appeared on the corner of Luo Sheng's mouth, and he glanced outside the store. It's already midnight. Don't you plan to go to work tomorrow? Store manager. Did you come back? Perhaps after hearing the movement, Xia frowned slightly, and then he opened his sleepy eyes. It's me, Xia, go to sleep upstairs. I will come to the guard shop tomorrow morning. Luo Sheng gently rubbed Xia's head and said quietly to N. Xia clicked, nodded, and then sat up from the sofa. Before Xia got up, the cat lying on the door of the store thinking for a long time ran over, and said to Luo Sheng baring fangs and brandishing claws, Hey, you guy, before are you lying to me? You are simply not that strong. Luo Sheng raised his eyebrows. Didn't expect this kitten is quite clever, and I figured it out all at once. But it's a pity, when you enter the store, you can't help it. Chapter 368, You guy, are you lying to me? God Level Store Manager System. Chapter 369. As the Luo Sheng level of Store Manager increases, there are more and more permissions in the store. So in the face of the kitten's question, Liu Sheng certainly admits that it is impossible. I didn't lie to you, for example, like this. Liu Sheng snapped his fingers and used store manager permissions to directly block the power of the kitten. The kitten suddenly turned pale with fright. What did you do to me? Wow, what a cute kitten, come here, let the elder sister hug. Xia sat on the sofa and noticed the existence of the kitten, and his eyes lighted up. Then he held the banned kitten in his arms and rubbed the kitten's furry head unceremoniously. Let go, let me go, you weak fellow, do you know who I am? You dare to do this to me? The kitten struggled. However, without the support of a cultivation base, it is not much different from an ordinary kitten. It didn't take long for the kitten to give up the struggle. The unlovable let Xia rub its furry head, and said to Liu Sheng with a sense of sorrow, I know I'm wrong, I shouldn't doubt you, but it's just a little kitty, it shouldn't be treated like this. You know it's wrong now. It's too late. I'll help you unlock the ban tomorrow. Liu Sheng is not used to kittens. This thing about pets, you still have to train when you need to train. Hey! The kitten uttered a faint sigh with an immature voice. Xia, don't you wonder why it talks? Liu Sheng asked a little curiously, standing beside the leather sofa. No, store manager, you probably don't know yet, I'm actually from the Mooncat clan. Xia said nervously with the kitten in his hand. After all, many races are incompatible with other races. Liu Sheng was silent for half a minute before he said, actually, I knew it at first, but does it have anything to do with this matter? In Liu Sheng's eyes there is simply no racial opinion. As a store manager, guests of any race should be treated equally. Store manager, thank you. Xia suddenly thanked you. Then he rubbed the kitten and said, don't store manager notice that this kitten is not a demonic beast, but a rare variation beast. Variation beast. Liu Sheng eyebrow raised. Speaking of which, this is the first time he has seen variation beast. Variation beast is different from demonic beast. Compared with the flood of demonic beast, variation beast is much rarer than demonic beast. In their bodies, magic core will not condense, but crystals will condense. Trial crystals for opening up trial space and skill crystals for acquiring skills are obtained by hunting variation beast. However, relative to the same level of variation beast and demonic beast, variation beast's comprehensive strength is definitely overwhelming demonic beast. And most importantly, the spiritual wisdom of variation beast is far more than demonic beast. In this way, Grandmaster ranks variation beast can talk, but it's not unusual. Then Xia, do you know what variation beast this is? Liu Sheng then asked. It stands to reason that cat variation beast. I should know it, but I haven't seen this one. Store manager waits a while. Xia said. His body suddenly surged. Battle chi. In an instant, a pair of cute cat ears appeared on Xia's head. A fluffy tail also stretched out from behind Xia, swaying from side to side. This is the semi-beast transformation state of the Lunar Clan. Chapter 369, Rare Variation Beast. God-level Store Manager System. Chapter 370. The kitten nestled in Xia's arms, suddenly stared wide-eyed, staring closely at Xia's eyes. Those beautiful eyes, I don't know when they turned into a pair of diamond-shaped beast eyes. The original breath should be devouring civet, but why did it become like this? Xia looked at the kitten in his arms for a long time before speaking. Devouring civet is an extremely rare variation beast, which can rely on devouring various heavenly materials, earthly treasures, divine weapon and other items to enhance its power. But the body shape is more like a large leopard than this kitten body shape, so Xia is also a little skeptical of his own judgment. Devouring civet, right? Then I asked Jingu. Liu Sheng hasn't studied variation beasts at all, so it's more reliable to find a professional. Well, Jingu should know. Xia's knowledge of the cat variation beast is inherited from the family. But for variation beasts research, Xia and Gapingchuan are far behind. Liu Sheng didn't go away. He took out his membership card directly, opened the communication system, entered the Glorious Guild, and chose the name of Gapingchuan. The privilege of store manager is just that wayward. Liu Sheng was a little worried at first. Will it noisy Gapingchuan to rest? But the communication request was sent, and within 2 seconds, it was accepted over there. The scene from Gapingchuan appeared on the membership card. It was a small office, with a hill of books piled on the desk, and a magic lamp beside it, illuminating the whole room like daylight. Gapingchuan holds a quill in his hand, and several books are spread out in front of him, and the membership card is placed on one of the opened books. Dingu, I'm sorry to interrupt your rest, Liu Sheng said politely. The image of the high gold store manager is not ignorant of etiquette. Gapingchuan, hearing this, a kindly laughed, said, Chi store manager, at this point in time, what can I do with the old man? I often heard that Dingu is knowledgeable, many talents, Bogatong Jin, so I have one thing I want to ask Dingu. Liu Sheng said modestly. Don't dare to be, to the store manager. The old man dare not say that he is knowledgeable. Gapingchuan said with a smile. However, even though Gapingchuan said so, there was still a trace of uncontrollable joy in Gapingchuan's heart. After all, in Gapingchuan's view, Liu Sheng is a powerhouse on the same level as himself. Gapingchuan's beard curled up at the corner of his mouth and said, if you have any questions about Chi store manager, please tell me directly. Before asking questions, I would like to ask Dingu, how much do you know about devouring civet? Liu Sheng didn't directly tell the situation of the kitten, but asked this question first. Devouring civet? Gapingchuan was taken aback for a moment, then put down the quill in his hand, and slowly touched the beard on the chin, with a look of memory in his eyes, slowly said, this name hasn't been mentioned for a long time. So, this devouring civet hasn't appeared for a long time? Liu Sheng keenly caught information in Gapingchuan's words. It's really been a long time since I appeared. Gapingchuan nodded, and then slowly spoke. Devouring civet can be said to be one of the rarest species in variation beast. To be honest, the last time the old man heard about devouring civet, it was 20 years ago. Chapter 370, Ask the Professionals. God-level store manager system. Chapter 371. Gapingchuan laughed, and then said seriously, I am talking about this rare, not just referring to the scarcity of devouring civet, but because devouring civet extreme danger. Once in this world, one is immortal, and there will never be a second one. Variant beast species, devouring civet, feed on heavenly materials, earthly treasures, divine weapon, and various spirit material treasures, and absorb its energy to improve oneself. The power of various changes, tyrannical strength, very happy and hurtful. This is the record of devouring civet in the ancient book, and devouring civet true strength is more terrifying than what is introduced in the ancient book. Devouring civet on the occasion of peak can even feed on dragon race giant dragon. Gapingchuan said here, paused, and then said, Chi store manager, you suddenly asked this question. Did you meet devouring civet? Liu Sheng glanced at him and he was being hugged by Xia in his arms, a little cat with a look of lovelessness. There are many changes. The strength is tyrannical. No, I just heard the name by chance today, so I'm here to ask Dingu. Liu Sheng, I feel that I have already got the answer. It's so late. I'm really sorry to disturb Dingu. You are welcome, Chi store manager. The old man has not rested yet. It is not an interruption, Dingu said with a smile. In that case, I won't bother Dingu anymore. You're welcome. After a few words of greeting, Liu Sheng turned off membership card. Then I took a closer look at the kitten. Liu Sheng hasn't noticed the many changes, but he is extremely happy and hurtful. In Cloud Mist Forest, Liu Sheng sees it truly. After this guy appeared, almost none of the mercenaries who entered the depths of Cloud Mist Forest survived. Tonight, if it wasn't for Liu Sheng's whim, he would go to Cloud Mist Forest to do the task. I am afraid that on the second day, the Dragon Tooth mercenary squad will be delisted. Your judgment should be correct. This guy is devouring civet, Liu Sheng said, confirming Xia's feeling. Dingu is still knowledgeable, and the ancient book is really useful. The doubts of the two people were resolved at once. Really, that's really very good. Xia said excitedly that it can relieve Liu Sheng's worries and make her feel that she is not, that absolutely does not have. And the cat ears on the top of Xia's head and the cat tail swaying behind him. After confirming the identity of the kitten, he took it back. A look of pity flashed in Liu Sheng's eyes, but Xia did not notice. Genuine cat lady store assistant. This is the dream of a second-generation otaku. However, Liu Sheng is also impossible to say. Let Xia remain in a semi-beast transformation state, so let's go with the flow. By the way, store manager, did you name it? Xia rubbed the cat's head and suddenly raised her head to ask. For the Lunar Civet clan in Demi-Human, the cat variation beast can be regarded as their relatives. Cat demonic beasts can also be regarded as friends. So even though devouring civet is a very dangerous variation beast, Xia still likes it very much and cares about this kitten. Because of the Moon Cat clan, Xia may be the only clansman left. It's called Why Don't You Give It a Name? Liu Sheng looked at Xia's expectant gaze, hesitated for a moment, and still didn't say the name Little X. To be honest, Liu Sheng knows that this name is indeed a bit inferior. Xia, hearing this, lightly followed the fur on the furry kitten's back, thought for a while, then opened the mouth and said, well, just call it Xuangxu. Chapter 371, Xuangxu, God-level store manager system. Chapter 372, Xuangxu. A good name, one with a name and a surname. As for why the kitten has the same surname as Xia, Liu Sheng is too lazy to ask. You should be satisfied with this name. Liu Sheng glanced at the kitten. Reluctantly, Xuangxu, at least better than your name. The kitten replied weakly. Store manager, your name? Xia was a little curious. Nothing, Xuangxu will live with you in the future. Liu Sheng really didn't want to bring up this matter. It's great, Little X. Xia happily rubbed her cheek against the kitten's shaggy face. Liu Sheng, so, in a few words, Kitty Xuangxu also joined Liu Sheng's shop. I don't know how to choose a name, I'm just more suitable for a nickname. Liu Sheng sat on the bed, comforting himself silently. Then, a voice with no emotional content suddenly appeared in Liu Sheng's mind. System, host, I think you may look up to yourself. Liu Sheng, system, can you always come out and block me at such times? Liu Sheng asked very seriously. System, host, I know, good medicine is bitter, and the truth is against your ears. The truth is sometimes really blocked. Liu Sheng almost didn't get angry with the system. After finally calming down, Liu Sheng asked, you came out suddenly, it must be more than just a blockage for me. System, host, it seems to be a little smarter. This time comes out, and there is indeed good news. Liu Sheng said with a straight face, it must be my task. I will hand in the new purchase channel soon. Right. System, your task has not been completed. Host, please think about it. So far, anyone in Cloud Mist City can come out alive in the depths of Cloud Mist Forest. Liu Sheng's complexion stiffened. In this sentence, system has no problem at all. In the depths of the current Cloud Mist Forest, there are 8 Grandmaster rank demonic beasts dominating it. Before separating their respective territories, for the people of Cloud Mist City, there is a dead zone. Even for the general Grandmaster rank powerhouse, there is a forbidden area. After being silent for a long time, Liu Sheng nodded with difficulty after confirming that he could not refute the system, said, then I will find a way. But what is the good news you said? System, congratulations to the host for harvesting a devouring civet as a pet. You can be sure that Xuangxu is a devouring civet. Why didn't you say it earlier? Liu Sheng heard this sentence, almost didn't jump up. He went to Gapingchuan most of the night. Almost lost the image of the high gold store manager. System, please listen to the host. According to system detection, this devouring civet seems to have swallowed a treasure that can catalyze the rapid promotion of demonic beasts. Well, then what? Liu Sheng still can't see where the good news is. System, if the host can get the treasure swallowed by devouring civet and submit it to the system, The pet extraction function can be opened in advance. Liu Sheng was surprised and said, "Is there such a good thing?" To be honest, Liu Sheng has coveted those divine beasts in the system, immortal beast or something, for a long time. I didn't expect a whim to open up this feature in advance. I really am a blessed person. Chapter 372, Devouring Civet Treasure. God Level Store Manager System. Chapter 373. System, Post Task. Get the treasure of Devouring Civet. Please find a way to get the treasure that Devouring Civet has swallowed, and submit it to the system. System, Task Reward. A pet card swap machine. No problem, I took it. Liu Sheng happily said. Task. The crisis of Cloud Mist City continued. The final question, which is the 8-headed Grandmaster rank demonic beast in the depths of Cloud Mist Forest. However, Liu Sheng has not yet figured out how to solve the problem of the 8-head Grandmaster rank demonic beast. After all, Liu Sheng himself only has professional rank. Relying on Dragonbone armor to bluff people is okay. If you really want to fight, you can also fight, just a little harder. But why does Liu Sheng do this? Thank you very much. In fact, the Grandmaster rank demonic beasts are left, as long as they are separated from their respective territories. These demonic beasts will not run wild. As long as they don't provoke in the Grandmaster rank demonic beast's territory, they won't take the initiative to attack. After all, not every demonic beast is the same as Devouring Civet, very happy and hurtful. Moreover, with the Grandmaster rank demonic beast, the overall strength of Cloud Mist Forest will gradually become stronger. Without heroic rank demonic beast, it will not become inaccessible. In this way, instead, it can attract more powerful mercenary squad and enter Cloud Mist Forest to hunt. After having a higher rank magic core, it will also attract more merchants. For Cloud Mist City, the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. And you don't need Liu Sheng's effort, you just need to wait a while with patience to complete the task. Why not do it? This is what Liu Sheng said all night, and early in the morning, he called System out, and seriously defended it with System. Finally concluded. So, System, since there is nothing wrong with me, look, can the task reward be sent to me in advance? System, Host, anyway, sooner or later. It's all dying, not as good as you. Liu Sheng immediately raised his hand to stop the system. Stop, stop, don't say, I'll wait, I'll just wait. Hey, you guy, how did you seal the doors and windows so badly? At this time, Zhuang Xu walked back from the door of the store with sorrow, jumped onto the counter, lying weakly down. This morning, as soon as Zhuang Xu's strength recovered, it began to try to escape from the store. Because it is clear that he is definitely not the opponent of this man, it is more appropriate to escape far. Dignified a Grandmaster rank beak. Devouring Civet evaluated as extreme danger, the tyrannical variation beast that can feed on the dragon race giant dragon at the peak of the peak. Now he only wants to escape. If this is to let those powerhouses who know Devouring Civet know, I am afraid that even their jaws will be shocked. Liu Sheng cleared the counter, and then said slowly, first, I don't call him, I am Liu Sheng. Second, if you want to call me, if you do, you can call me store manager just like Sire. Third, you are impossible to get out of the store without my consent. If you don't believe me, you can try it. Liu Sheng's tone barely fell. Zhuang Xu rubbed his feet and stood up. At the same time, the store door was pushed open by Xlang, who came over early in the morning. Boss what? Halfway through Xlang, he saw a white shadow rushing towards him. Then at the entrance of the store, this white shadow flew back at a faster speed as if it had hit some transparent formation. Chapter 373. People are dying, you are not as good as the host. God Level Store Manager System. Chapter 374. Then I heard a loud yell. Liu Sheng, why are you embarrassed by a little kitty? Your conscience won't hurt. Zhuang Xu to a little fluffy paw, holding head tightly, rolling on the floor with pain. Liu Sheng's mouth twitched slightly, and then said blankly, not only does it hurt, but I want to laugh. Old boss, you have a pet? Xwang looked at the little white cat rolling around on the ground with a dumbfounded face, some not knowing what to do. With the speed of this little white cat just now, Xwang can be sure that even if he is prepared, he can't react at all. And, the most important thing is, this little white cat can actually talk. Those who can speak humans' words, whether it is a demonic beast or a variation beast, are the existences they need to look up to. Why are the monsters in the boss shop? It's okay, just come in. Luo Sheng said, don't care. As long as you are in the store, you don't have to worry about Xuang Xu hurting people. By the way, in a few days, you can go to the depths of the Cloud Mist Forest to take a look. Luo Sheng looked at the people in the Blood Wolf group. After basically serving up the instant noodles, they suddenly appeared. Speaking of it, after Xwang forcibly swallowed the half-chewed bacon sandwich, he looked towards Luo Sheng in surprise and said, Boss, you have new equipment here already? If you have an armor that can withstand the Grandmaster rank demonic beast attack, then you can go deep into the Cloud Mist Forest. It's really okay. Otherwise, Xwang is not a person who likes to die. To provoke the Grandmaster rank demonic beast for no reason, this kind of person is not extremely powerful, it is desperate to die. Luo Sheng also thought about this problem, and felt in his heart that it was time for another wave of equipment. Maybe tomorrow. Very good. It's been a long time since I saw the new equipment. I hope I can use it. Xwang beamed. But I am still a little worried. There are a lot of good equipment in Luo Sheng's store, but not everyone can use these equipment. Rare weapons, armors, medicine pill, all have restrictions on their use. Only jewelry, it seems that there is no restriction on use. Then tonight, I still have to draw a wave of accessories to see my luck. Luo Sheng thought to himself in his heart. After Xuang Xu suffered another loss, he completely lost his desire to escape. How can you escape even if the store door is open? Luo Sheng, I don't think I'm really suitable for pets. Xuang Xu jumped on the counter and squatted on it. Pets are trivial things. I mainly don't want to let you out to be a disaster. Luo Sheng said righteously. Then I added another sentence in my heart, and in order to complete the task. However, raising a linking lion cat has always been Luo Sheng's dream in previous life. However, his family was poor at that time, and he came here before he had a cat. But it's not bad to be here, at least it's time for a cat. It's still a top-grade snow lion. Luo Sheng took a serious look at Xuang Xu. Well, at least on the outside, it looks like a pure snow lion. It's just that if you want to get out the treasure that Xuang Xu swallows, I'm afraid it's not easy to handle. Devouring civet feeds on various spirit material treasures, and is naturally greedy. Xuang Xu is reluctant to let anyone who accidentally enters its territory. It is hard to imagine that it wants to grab food from its cat's mouth. Chapter 374, When There Is a Cat. God-level Store Manager System. Chapter 375. Store Manager, why did you personally guard the store today? When Luo Sheng was still thinking about cat's mouth grabbing food, Lan Yi took several other people from Orchid Leaf Group walked into the store. Where is Xia? Xiao asked curiously. It turns out that store manager is in the store, which is really rare. Lan King pretended to be surprised. Store manager, you won't beat Xia last night. Ju followed up with a sensational expression on his face. Luo Sheng waved his hand and said blankly, don't make fun of me, Xia will sleep upstairs. True, since he hired Xia after became the store assistant, Luo Sheng never guarded the store anymore. But mixing eating and waiting to die, isn't it exactly what a store manager should do? Wow, what a cute kitten. Luo Sheng, when did you start keeping pets? I like it as soon as I enter the store. Lan Xia and Nalan Kinky, who were lying on the counter, immediately noticed Xuang Xu lying on the counter. The cuteness index of little Mo Thing is definitely a killer for all girls. Little cat, let the elder sister hug. Nalan Kinky unceremoniously hugged Xuang Xu from the counter. No, let me go, you guy. Do you know who I am? Xuang Xu was immediately annoyed. As a Grandmaster rank variation beast, devouring civet, who is still very happy and hurtful, was hugged and rubbed around like this. I am really sorry for my identity. But being stared at by Liu Sheng, Chuang Tzu dare not really show his strength. Otherwise, it must be the band power that is waiting for it. Hey, kittens and cats can actually talk. Lanzia's tone was surprised, but not much. After all, Lanzia itself has the bloodline of dragon race. For these demonic beasts and variation beasts, the understanding of these demonic beasts and variation beasts is inherently better than ordinary people. Speaking humans' words is not difficult for dragon race. In dragon race, there is also dragon language dedicated to dragon race. Even to change the human body is something that every adult giant dragon can do. However, most giant dragons do not like to change into such a weak body. Really speaking, store manager, where did you find such a cute kitten? Xiao leaned in immediately. Wow, it's so cute. Let me rub it a bit too. Other girls also leaned over. Chuang Tzu was instantly submerged among the girls in Orchid Leaf group. Cute? This guy can knock you down with one paw. Liu Sheng watched this scene quietly, thinking silently in his heart. Wait. Liu Sheng looked around and suddenly found something wrong. Chuang Tzu's gaze seems to have been staring at Lanzia, and a strange look flashes in his eyes that are as blue as the sky, and he sticks out his small tongue to lick his lips from time to time. The devouring civet on the occasion of peak, feeding on dragon race giant dragon. Liu Sheng suddenly remembered Gapingchuan's words. His heart jumped, and he suddenly remembered a very important one. Things. That's how to solve Chuang Tzu's food problem. Chuang Tzu, this guy, wouldn't he want to eat Lanzia? You need to know that dragon race giant dragon is full of treasures: dragon's blood, dragon meat, dragon bone, dragon scales, and dragon tendons, dragon claw, all of which are top-notch materials. I really want to speak of which, and it really fits the taste of devouring civet. Meow. Just when Chuang Tzu couldn't help but rushed towards Lanzia, a big hand suddenly appeared in the air, and intercepted. Chapter 375, Feeding on Dragon Race Giant Dragon. God-level store manager system. Chapter 376. Ah, what is it that choked my little kitty's throat? Chuang Tzu was lifted by Liu Sheng on the back of his neck and immediately stopped moving. The look of excitement in his eyes turned into disappointment. Big brother, what's the matter? Lanzia looked towards Liu Sheng with some confusion. If you keep rubbing the kitten, it will affect its growth and development, Liu Sheng said solemnly, and then put Chuang Tzu on the counter. Use your eyes to warn it, to be honest. Ah! Lanzia startled, and then looked at Chuang Tzu with apologetic eyes. I'm sorry, I didn't know it would be like this. It doesn't matter, don't believe him, this store manager is very bad. Chuang Tzu licked his little paw, said to Lanzia very friendly. No, big brother, people are very nice. Lanzia retorted. That's you being cheated by him. Liu Sheng. Halfway through Chuang Tzu's words, Liu Sheng gave him a thump, and suddenly yelled. What's the matter? Liu Sheng asked blankly. No, nothing. Chuang Tzu closed his mouth, very self-aware. Xia suddenly woke up after sleeping for 2 more hours. That's awful. It seems that I got up too late today. Store manager won't be angry, right? Xia jumped off the bed, hurriedly dressed and washed, and ran downstairs. Get up earlier than I thought. What do you want for breakfast? Liu Sheng sat behind the counter and glanced at the stairs. Bacon sandwich and potato chips. Ah, fine, sorry, store manager, I overslept. After Xia answered what he had for breakfast, he immediately apologized. It's okay, I approved this time. Liu Sheng waved his hand, motioning Xia not to care. But these two conversations made Chuang Tzu, who was resting on the counter, caught a very novel vocabulary. Liu Sheng. Chuang Tzu rubbed his feet and stood up. What's wrong? Liu Sheng is still thinking about the task. Breakfast. Where's my breakfast? I'm hungry. Chuang Tzu straightened out his small paw towards Liu Sheng. Liu Sheng was taken aback. Then I thought of a way to complete the task in an instant. Xia is an employee in the store, So there is breakfast. If you want breakfast, you can only buy it with spirit crystal. Luo Sheng Wang Su, who stretched out his paw, spoke very seriously. Isn't feeding pets a matter of course? Why do pets pay spirit crystal? Wang Su retorted. Little kitty is not suitable for pets. This is what you said. Luo Sheng said slowly. But I succumbed. You must give me breakfast. Wang Su reluctantly. No, I now choose to respect your wishes and can't use you as a pet. Luo Sheng peaceful. See tricks. What a joke. If breakfast is really free for you, how can I pry treasure out of your mouth? Luo Sheng is not in a hurry now. He doesn't believe that variation beast like devouring civet can really avoid eating. You forget it. I won't eat anymore. Wang Su stared at Luo Sheng for a long time, and then said with enthusiasm. From Wang Su's point of view, the food that human race eats is just like that. Compared with those heavenly materials, earthly treasures and spirit material treasures, 1 in 10,000 can't match. The energy contained in it is almost nothing. At most, it is used to satisfy the appetite and fill the stomach. Chapter 376. Why Little Kitty Does Not Have Breakfast. God-Level Store Manager System. Chapter 377. However, for variation beasts like devouring civet, filling your stomach is just a dispensable thing. Their purpose of devouring heavenly materials and earthly treasures is to absorb the energy in it. This kind of food without energy, no matter if you don't eat it. Really not eating? Luo Sheng raised an eyebrow. No, even if my little kitty jumped from here and starved to death outside, it is absolutely impossible to eat your breakfast. Wang Su said angrily. Luo Sheng shrugged, did not speak anymore. If you persuade too much of this kind of thing, it will easily cause suspicion. Xia has no such scruples. She is very happy to be accompanied by a cat variation beast. Little X, don't be angry. Come and eat potato chips. After Xia tore open the potato chips bag, he picked up a piece of potato chips and handed it to Wang Su's mouth. I don't eat. Wang Su said half a sentence very firmly. The potato chips on the side of the mouth, the scent that exudes, rushed into its nose. The breath of energy. This kind of food contains so much energy. Wang Su turned pale with fright, forcibly swallowing half of the words back. The perception of energy is the inherent talent of devouring civet. This feeling can never go wrong. Wang Su can be sure that the energy contained in this unknown piece of food in front of him is definitely not less than a high-rank spiritual grass. In other words, eating this kind of food is no less than eating those heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Thinking of this, Wang Su no longer hesitates. A cute cat rushes to eat. Directly snatched the potato chips from Xia. An extreme delicacy burst out of Wang Su's mouth, making it a little kitty that doesn't care about the taste at all, and squinted his eyes with enjoyment. Quietly feeling this piece of potato chips, slowly turning into energy. Wang Su couldn't help shaking her little pink nose. It's so fragrant. Do you still want to eat? Luo Sheng suddenly asked. I want to eat. No, Wang Su said halfway and reacted suddenly. However, Wang Su's gaze can't stop floating above the potato chips in Xia's hand. Why this damn human race food is so delicious. A package of potato chips. Cheng Hui. 5 spirit crystals. Luo Sheng said without losing the opportunity. He was not worried at all. Wang Su would get angry and go on a hunger strike. This is an impossible thing. The goods in the Luo Sheng store are said to be heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Divine weapon, which is not an exaggeration at all. The energy contained in it is definitely devouring civet's most coveted thing. I don't have a spirit crystal. Wang Su opened his mouth, hesitated for a while, hesitated for a moment, and finally said it quietly. Without spirit crystal, I will also accept treasure, you consider it. Luo Sheng said slowly without raising his eyelids. Although devouring civet feeds on spirit material treasure, heavenly materials earthly treasures, and divine weapon, but in devouring civet, There is actually a small space that can be used to store some treasures that it finds useful to you. Because of this, devouring civet is easy to attract the coveting of many powerhouses. It's just that the powerhouses that covet devouring civet are basically going to die. Treasure. Xuang Xu showed a painful expression on his face. To be honest, this expression appears on a kitten, which looks strange at the same time, but also extraordinarily cute. Luo Sheng knows that this kitten shows this expression. It shows that it is heart-stirring. Chapter 377, I don't eat. But, it's so fragrant. God-level store manager system. Chapter 378. Xuang Xu is also thinking about it. There are not many treasures it has saved, so you have to pick the one you don't need the most. And it's best to use this treasure for a long-term meal ticket. Luo Sheng, let's say it first. If I give you treasure, you will always take care of my breakfast. Xuang Xu said after a total of in his mind. Luo Sheng pretended to be meditating for a while, and then warmly said, if the treasure is good enough, this matter can be discussed. Xuang Xu, hearing this, hesitated. Enduring the pain, opened his small mouth. The little paw reached into his mouth, and he took out a stone covered with inscriptions from his mouth. Here you are, this is my best treasure. Xuang Xu gritted his teeth and handed Luo Sheng the stone covered with inscriptions. Best. The worst is about the same. Luo Sheng smiled in his heart, but he would not believe what Xuang Xu said. But this guy, the distress is true. System, can you help me see what is this? Luo Sheng is not as knowledgeable as Gepingchuan, so I can only ask System for help to identify the value of this stone. System, the spirit transformation stone can catalyze the rapid promotion of demonic beast, and the task item. Task item. Luo Sheng raised his brows, and he was suddenly happy. Didn't expect to cheat the spirit transformation stone from Xuang Xu so soon, but thinking about it carefully, it seems that there is no problem. If Xuang Xu can't get out of the store, urging the spirit transformation stone on it is really useless. Although the spirit transformation stone is not useful for Luo Sheng, the system is enough. Luo Sheng was overjoyed, but his face remained calm. Otherwise, Xuang Xu caught the handle, and I don't know what lion's big mouth will be. This stone, to be honest, has a somewhat off-purpose use and can't sell for a good price. Luo Sheng took the spirit transformation stone and looked at it pretentiously before speaking. What about your breakfast for 1 year? Luo Sheng offered the price. It's only a year. Xuang Xu hesitated. Although the spirit transformation stone is useless for it, but for devouring civet, who is stingy by nature, I always feel like I have suffered a big loss. If it doesn't work, you can take it back. Luo Sheng pushed the spirit transformation stone out without hesitation. If there is any hesitation, Xuang Xu will definitely be suspicious. 1 year is 1 year, you can take it away. Xuang Xu clenched the teeth, said with a painful face, it's useless to hold this thing anyway. It's better to exchange it for breakfast. What do you want for breakfast? Just let Xia take it for you. Xia knows the rules. Luo Sheng put away the spirit transformation stone without expression. Then choose to submit to the system. System, congratulations to the host for completing the task so quickly. The pet card swap machine has been issued. Do you want to receive it now? No. I'll talk about it in the evening. Luo Sheng is also not sure how big this pet card changing machine is. It is better to store it in the system first, and it is better to arrange it when there is no one after the store is closed at night. Cloud Mist City, Guild the Mercenary. Mu Qianqiu and Wan Zongshan sat at the table with dignified faces. On the table, there is a mission report that Dragon Tooth Mercenary Squad this time to explore the depths of Cloud Mist Forest. There is indeed a Grandmaster rank demonic beast, and there are a total of 8. Wan Zongshan said this, quite a headache. Chapter 378, Task Item, God-level store manager system. Chapter 379. So many Grandmaster rank demonic beasts, I'm afraid it was not accidental promotion. Mukienkiu also felt the seriousness of the matter. If there is a Grandmaster rank demonic beast in Cloud Mist Forest, it may also be the accidental breakthrough of professional rank peak demonic beast. But within a short period of time, 8 Grandmaster rank demonic beasts appeared. That must be driven by external forces. A lot of mercenaries have died in the previously released mission, and now in Cloud Mist Forest, not many people dare to enter. Mukienkiu's face was a little ugly. Cloud Mist Forest is a long-known low-level demonic beast forest, and there are more than just demonic beasts in it. Many medicine ingredients, ores, wood and stones are produced. It is precisely because of the abundance of materials and profitability, coupled with the geographical conditions, that it will attract merchants and mercenaries and develop such prosperity. If Cloud Mist Forest can't enter, the decline of Cloud Mist City is a matter of immediate concern. Mukienkiu and Wan Zongshan were assigned to Cloud Mist City by the Mercenary Guild. If Cloud Mist City declines, their status in the Mercenary Guild will also be lower. This is if one prospers, all prospers. If one suffers, all suffers. Although within the Mercenary Guild, on the surface said, each mercenary is divided into guild administrators, and their status is equal. But really speaking, it is impossible. The mercenaries located in the economically prosperous city-states with prosperous military forces are divided into guild. The real status of their administrators will definitely be higher than those of the ruined city-states divided into guild administrators. Although Wan Zongshan is cruel, he also understands this. He cannot care about the life and death of those mercenaries, but he can't care about his status. With the mercenaries in Cloud Mist City, there is no way to deal with the Grandmaster rank demonic beast in Cloud Mist Forest. Wan Zongshan felt helpless. The strength of mercenaries and the strength of the demonic beast are not equal, and the demonic beast forest is a forbidden area. Otherwise, ask for help. Mukienkiu said solemnly. Now that's the only thing that can happen. Wan Zongshan also agreed with this approach. For those who slept in, the whole morning almost passed by in a flash. Xia has this feeling. Not long after eating breakfast, I saw Xwang and the others stand up from the deck. It is obvious that today's 4 hours have been used up. Boss, Xia, today we will leave first. Xwang said hello. Go slowly. Xia replied. No. Luo Sheng added. Boss, can't you say something nice? Xwang didn't know whether to cry or laugh. At this time, the store door was pushed open. Qin Ming walked in with Qin Shay, followed by a battalion city guard elite. It's all here, Xwang. It's time for you to go. Qin Ming habitually exchanged greetings with Xwang. It's almost there. Whistling Wind Guild, Ling Xiao, ask for communication. Do you accept it? Xwang said nothing. Message came from membership card. It's Ling Xiao's communication request. See me at this time. It won't be the start of the Academy Grand Competition. Xwang thought, and accepted Ling Xiao's communication request. On the membership card, Ling Xiao's face immediately appeared. Behind him, the magnificent Desolate Origin Empire Imperial City Heroes Square. Ling Xiao, young master, has the Academy Grand Competition started? Xwang asked. Yes, Xwang captain, where are you now? Ling Xiao nodded, then asked. It's in the boss shop. It just so happens that we are here. I will let boss broadcast it for you. Xwang laughed, and then shouted at Luo Sheng. Chapter 379, Ling Xiao's communication request. God-level store manager system. Chapter 380. Boss, Ling Xiao and the others. The Academy Grand Competition seems to be about to start. Then I will trouble you. Ling Xiao, hearing this, thanked you. Too polite. Xwang waved his hand. Luo Sheng didn't expect Academy Grand Competition, but it didn't start in the morning, but just about noon. I will actually choose to start the game at this time. Xwang, take the membership card. Desolate Origin Empire Imperial City Heroes Square. This is the largest square inches the Desolate Origin Empire Imperial City. It is located in the center of the Imperial City, so it is also called the Grand Plaza. After being selected by Brilliance Academy as the venue for the Academy Grand Competition, Heroes Square was put under total martial law. The arena, the viewing platform, the main seat, and the judge's seat were quickly set up in a short time. It wasn't until the days of the Academy Grand Competition that Heroes Square was opened from the state of martial law. The first to attend the class is naturally the students from the 3 major academies. Academy Grand Competition is a big day, and the rankings of the 3 major academies will be determined accordingly, so the students are also very excited. Sitting on the viewing platform, chirp chirp Twitter talks non-stop. After all the students from the 3 major academies entered, it was the prince and princess of the Desolate Origin Empire imperial family who entered. After that is the imperial court minister. Ling Xiao also contacted Xlang with the membership card after entering the venue. After the communication request was completed, Ling Xiao also saw the faces of Xlang and the others in the membership card. Everyone, long time no see. The Academy Grand Competition is about to begin. Next, I, Ling Xiao, will live broadcast this time for everyone. Ling Xiao's opening remarks were extremely fluent, and it felt like he had practiced. Sitting beside Ling Xiao, there are 2 other men and 2 women. Flame Sovereign Ling Xiao has 3 sons and 2 daughters, so I think they are all here. Eldest prince is high in the sky, with a face like a crowned jade, elegant and upright, an official robe, sealed on the top of the court, and 6 books in total. The 6 ministers of Shangxiu, under the official residence of Chancellor, are in charge of the Ministry of Officials, the Ministry of Households, the Ministry of Etiquette, the Ministry of War, the Ministry of Criminal Affairs, and the Ministry of Industry. 4th Prince Ling Yun, magnanimous, domineering and unparalleled, wearing armor, the official title of the West Army Lieutenant. Desolate Origin Empire in the West. The guards on the west side are all under the command of the Western Army Lieutenants of the town, and the official residence is under the Empire's Guardian Great General. Ling Xiao first introduced her big brother and 4th brother, and then introduced the other 2. The second daughter of Flame Sovereign, that is, the second sister of Ling Xiao, Minayu Princess Lingyue. The figure is long and well proportioned. Even if you sit on a chair, you can see the perfect figure and the fullness of the body. Lingyue wore a half veil on her face, revealing only a pair of eyes like a bright moon in the sky, and her skin as fair as fat. Looking across the yarn, it really looks like fairy in the middle of the month. Beside Lingyue, there was a lively and lovely little girl who was talking to Lingyue, sometimes laughing like an ying. Although the face of the little girl is slightly immature, it is not difficult to see the devastatingly beautiful appearance from the eyebrows. This little girl is the youngest daughter of Flame Sovereign, the 5th sister of Ling Xiao, the Pearl Princess Ling Duyu. The other 3 didn't care much about Ling Xiao's movements. But Ling Duyu looked at Ling Xiao curiously, and chattered at a strange crystal card. 3rd brother, what are you doing? Ling Duyu still couldn't bear his curiosity and asked aloud. Little Duyu, I'm broadcasting live. Ling Xiao answered directly. This is not something to hide. Maybe Chief Store Manager will be able to attract a few customers in the past. Chapter 380, Ling Xiao's brother-sister. God-level Store Manager System. Chapter 381. Live. Ling Duyu looked at Ling Xiao suspiciously. Yes, it's live broadcast. Just use this membership card. Ling Xiao showed Ling Duyu the video window on the membership card, and then briefly explained it. It's amazing. Ling Duyu's bright and intelligent eyes widened, looking quite cute. There are more powerful things. After the Academy Grand Competition is over, 3rd brother will show you how it is. Ling Xiao took the opportunity to say, okay, Duyu wants to see it. Ling Duyu answered happily, but soon pouted again, and said with some anxiety, however, the Imperial Father forbids Duyu to go out. Ling Duyu, as the youngest daughter of Flame Sovereign Ling Ao, is naturally favored in one body. So in order to ensure the safety of Ling Duyu, Flame Sovereign Ling Ao prohibits Ling Duyu from leaving the Desolate Origin Empire Imperial City, the heroic rank powerhouse, within the city-state, can be completely taken care of by anyone, as long as there is no other heroic rank to take action, even if it is the Grandmaster rank peak. Don't want to rob anyone under the eyes of heroic rank. It's okay, I'll leave this to me. Link Xiao patted his chest, taking care of everything. Thank you, third brother. Small things. After all the spectators are seated, the side seats of the competition seats were also full. That is the position of the prince and princess. And the main seat of the main table is a powerful and domineering dragon throne, placed in front of the table, like a crouching dragon, and an imposing manner. Flame Sovereign is here. The majestic shout seems to come from all directions. Roar! Under the main stage, a fire sea suddenly ignited, a fire dragon formed by a condensed flame, emitting a loud roar, fluttering up, landed on the main bench. The flame congealed and turned into a human form. He wears an imperial robe and a golden crown on his head. His face is upright and majestic. This person is Desolate Origin Empire Flame Sovereign, Lingao. Flame Sea Fire Dragon, short position flashes. This stage is still big enough. In Ling Xiao's membership card, Luo Sheng's voice came out. Seeing the appearance of Flame Sovereign Lingao, Luo Sheng realized that magic can still be used in this way. Add special effects to your appearance. If you can add another background music, that would be absolutely amazing. Immediately afterwards, 3 majestic shouts sounded one after another. Brilliance Academy, Dean of Gapingchuan, please join the judge's seat. Precipice Academy, Dean Rengong Xiu, please join the judge's seat. Mother Earth Academy, Dean Banjing, please join the judge's seat. 3 heroic ranks, almost together, entered the judge's seat and sat down behind the judge's seat. Gapingchuan is still so kind, like a kind great-grandpa. Rengong Xiu, wearing a robe with a ribbon around his chest, is an old man with a clean face and a spirited face. In his small eyes, there is always a sharp gleam. Banjing, however, is in a simple suit, revealing his explosive muscles. Dean Ban, you are still the same, and I don't know how to check it. Rengong Xiu said directly after he took the seat. I am waiting to practice battle chi, based on body refinement, but there is no need to cover myself with a robe. Banjing smiled and returned carefree. It's Dingu. In the past 2 years, your strength seems to have improved. After Banjing returned to Rengong Xiu's words, he suddenly turned to Gapingchuan. The perception of heroic rank is very keen. Even if it is only a slight improvement, it is difficult to hide the perception of the powerhouse of the same level. Chapter 381, Taking a Seat. God-level store manager system. Chapter 382. Gapingchuan slightly nodded, said with a smile, I still can't hide it from your eyes. I have some insights recently, and I have indeed improved a little bit. Dingu is still too modest. Rengong Xiu would not believe Gapingchuan's words. Judging from the aura of Gapingchuan, I am afraid that if he and the squad leader team up, it will be difficult to defeat him. I don't know what Dingu's sentiment is. When the time comes, it's a good idea to ask someone in class. Banjing couldn't help asking. Dean Ban. Rengong Xiu frowned, reminded him aloud. I was abrupt. Banjing also reacted. It's not to blame Banjing for losing self-control. In their realm, it is extremely difficult to improve even a little bit. Rengong Xiu and Banjing have entered the heroic rank for more than 10 years, but they are stuck here and cannot make progress. That's why Banjing is so eager. It's okay, but this matter will be discussed in the future. Today, let's watch the Academy Grand Competition first. Gapingchuan laughed, not caring about Banjing's abruptness. Luo Sheng's shop, as long as you are a little careful. Rengong Xiu and Banjing impossible can't find it. However, the gap between old players and new players is not so easy to make up. Okay, let's look at the Academy Grand Competition first. Banjing nodded. I wonder what Dingu thinks. What will be the ranking of the 3 major academies this year? Rengong Xiu asked aloud. This is also the competition of their 3 people before every Academy Grand Competition. Your trump cards are all hidden. Let me guess. Then I will guess. My Brilliance Academy is number 1. How about it? Gapingchuan said with a smile. Dingu, Brilliance Academy has always been at the bottom in the past years. You guessed it first, but it's a bit overrated. Rengong Xiu spurned. After all, Gapingchuan has some insights, but it does not mean that the entire Brilliance Academy students can become stronger. Even if Brilliance Academy has cultivated some trump cards in the past 2 years, it is still far from Precipice Academy and Mother Earth Academy. Years of ranking at the bottom, so that really good seedlings almost will not choose Brilliance Academy. Dingu, it is a good thing to have confidence in your students, but sometimes, it is better to seek truth from facts. Banzheng grinned, also said. They all know what the foundation of Brilliance Academy is. Not to mention, Precipice Academy and Mother Earth Academy have prepared good cards. Those are true elite students. Although Gapingchuan had been run on for a few words, he still had a calm smile on his face, and he did not dispute it. Facts speak louder than words. Then it depends on the performance of the students. Gapingchuan smiled kindly and said peacefully. After the 3 deans took the seats, the ones that followed closely from behind were on both sides of the main seat. Desolate Origin Empire, Empire's Guardian Great General, Ying Yuang, please take your seat. Desolate Origin Empire, Chancellor, Xen, please take your seat. 2 majestic shouts rang immediately after the 3 deans took the seat. An old man in an official gown with a ribbon wrapped around his chest, a serious face and imposing manner, walked onto the main seat and made it to the left of Flame Sovereign Lingao. It is Chancellor Xen. Another old man who is tall and sturdy, dressed in light armor, and clearly white hair, but who is not old at all, walked the tiger steps to the main seat and sat down. Flame Sovereign Lingao on the right. It is Empire's Guardian Great General, Ying Yuang. Chapter 382, Guessing the Ranking. God Level Store Manager System. Chapter 383. Wait for the main and judges' seats to be seated. Flame Sovereign Lingao, as the host, naturally came out to give a speech first. Then Chancellor Xen, and Empire's Guardian Great General Ying Yuang stood up and gave a speech. Then came the speeches of the 3 deans, encouraging the students of the 3 major academies and announcing the start of the Academy Grand Competition. It's basically a set of words. Even people from the imperial family like Ling Xiao couldn't listen to them. In the side seats of the main seat, they were bored. Not to mention the people in the Luosheng store who sit together and watch the live broadcast. Fortunately, we don't have time to pass. Xlang couldn't help sighing. Dingu doesn't usually see so many words. Qin Ming said silently in his heart. In Heroes Square, it is very quiet. No one will speak when Flame Sovereign is speaking with the 3 deans, because that is disrespect for heroic rank. But I really want to speak, of which, Flame Sovereign Lingao is just a spectator. The people who really preside over the Academy Grand Competition are the 3 deans. This time Academy Grand Competition is arranged by Brilliance Academy. The person who announced the start of the competition is naturally Gapingchuan. The singles and doubles are played in rotation. 3 big arenas have been built on Heroes Square, just to let the students of the 3 grades play together. The format of the Academy Grand Competition has always been this way. The 3 trifling arenas and the 3 heroic rank deans can be seen completely, and there is no need to worry about omissions. But Ling Xiao, who didn't expect this, was a little dumbfounded. These 3 arenas, how can I shoot a membership card? Ling Xiao held the membership card, and for a while, he didn't know which ring would be better to aim at. Brilliant Guild, Ying Feng, ask Guild to communicate. Do you accept? Brilliant Guild, Ying's, ask Guild to communicate. Do you accept? At this moment, 2 request prompts appeared on the membership card. Ling Xiao slapped his head, sighed in relief. I almost forgot. There are people from the Brilliant Guild. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao glanced at Ge again. Bingchuan. It's a pity that the judges are overly eye-catching. Otherwise, from that place, it is the place where you can see the overall situation of Heroes Square. The first round competition is a solo competition between Brilliance Academy and Precipice Academy. The first grade of Brilliance Academy is Kminglan, the second grade is Grimace, and the third grade is Jinkinion. In the first and second grades, the students of Brilliance Academy are not worried. When the level is still low, the difference in strength brought about by the level difference will not be very wide. What makes people worry is only Jinkinion in the third grade. We have filmed your performance on stage. Boss is watching the live broadcast. Yingfeng held up the membership card to cheer up the people who will be on stage. We don't worry about Kmingling and Grimace. The key is Kinion Senior's battle, which must be taken down. Yingzhu also shook the membership card in his hand. What does it mean we don't have to worry? Kmingling said helplessly. Don't worry, I will definitely win this battle. Jinkinion is confident. Participants enter the field. The three arenas, almost at the same time, walked up to 6 students. There are no referees in the ring, but the students of Brilliance Academy and Precipice Academy bend their waists tacitly and bow their fists in salute, waiting for the signal to start. Dingu, the students of Brilliance Academy, it seems not very good. Banzheng sat in the judge's seat, among the 6 after the students stepped onto the ring. They suddenly spoke. Chapter 383, 3 Rings. God-level store manager system. Chapter 384. At first glance, the level of the 3 students of Brilliance Academy is 2 levels lower than the 3 students of Beak. Even under Brave Rank and Brave Rank, the strength difference between these 2 levels is not big. But this basically means that the results of the game have been announced. Dingu, it seems that this year's singles, I'm Precipice Academy, and you let me win again. Rengongxiu also laughed. Dinren, how can you see it? Gapingchuan asked with a constant expression. A result that anyone with a discerning eye can guess. Rengongxiu answered confidently. The main side seats, sitting on a chair in the sky, with an elegant smile on his face, he slowly opened the mouth and said, Fourth brother, what do you think of this competition? Ling Yun, who was sitting unceremoniously next to him, took a closer look at the few people on the ring, and said, Imperial brother, in my opinion, in this competition, Precipice Academy has the upper hand. The words directly included all 3 arenas. The fourth brother's opinion is almost the same as mine. Ling Qinkong was nodded. Brilliance Academy has always been a side that has not been favored, even more how, the current students on the field, everyone's level, is worse than their opponents. I don't think so. Ling Xiao said lightly, suddenly rang. Oh? From third brother's point of view, who loses and who wins this competition? Ling Qinkong raised his eyebrows and asked calmly. Let me say that in these 3 arenas, Brilliance Academy will win. Ling Xiao's tone was very firm. Hey, third brother, your eyes are a little short in the battle. Ling Yun chuckled, dismissing Ling Xiao's words. Fighting on the battlefield all the year round, Ling Yun is still very confident of his intuition. Then let's wait and see. Ling Xiao held the membership card, shrugged. Sitting on the side Ling Duyu blinked, leaning on Ling Wu, looking at Ling Xiao for a while, and then looking at the ring again. Duyu, you should pay attention to your demeanor when you go out. Ling Wu didn't care about the battle in the ring, and instead softly trained Ling Duyu. It's just a pampering in the tone, as long as it is heard by anyone who can hear it. In the first grade ring, Mingling drew the long knife from his waist. This is an ordinary weapon, not the raging flames. Saber in Liu Sheng's store. To be honest, Ying Feng and the others agreed that if they use Liu Sheng's weapons and armors in the Academy Grand Competition, it is a very bullying thing. They want to test their true abilities without the help of foreign objects in this arena. Looking at your breath, it seems that you have only been promoted to brave rank soon. Mingling's opponent is a bald head of a tiger and waist of a bear, and a tendon. The meat looks powerful. Yes, your perception is not bad. I did pass the brave rank test the past few days. Mingling shrugged, said nonchalantly. Then sorry, I won this game. The bald head twisted his neck and made a few crisp noises. In the first grade, anyone who can be successfully promoted to brave rank can be regarded as a peak student. The bald head is very clear about his own strength. In fact, with his strength, he would have become a second-year student long ago. It's just that the second grade has requirements not only for strength, but also for the length of enrollment. That's why the bald head came to participate in the first-year Academy Grand Competition. It is easy to get a rookie who has only become a brave rank for a few days. Chapter 384, The Start of the Test. God-Level Store Manager System. Chapter 385. Boy, come here. With a low roar of bald head, Battle-Chi wrapped around his palm, probing his hands into claws, and digging directly into Kmingling's chest. Yo, fighter. Kmingling's gaze condensed. Although his attitude is sloppy, he will not neglect the opponent's attack. The speed of the bald head is very fast, his fingers become claws, and he comes to Kmingling almost instantly. As long as he catches Kmingling, the follow-up attack will allow Kmingling to lie down directly from the ring. Boy, the competition is over. I also think it's over. Kmingling corner of the mouth raise. The attack of this guy in front of him, the weak spot is too big, it is simply to attack, and gave up the defense. If the speed of the bald head can be so fast that Kmingling can't react, it is the biggest advantage if it is offensive or defensive. Unfortunately, the speed is too slow. Kmingling suddenly turned sideways and shot. The bald-headed sharp claw brushed past Kmingling's eyes, while Kmingling's long knife was slashed under the bald-headed ribs and across his waist and abdomen. Get down! Kmingling burst into force. His bald head was directly picked up and smashed into the ring. There was an uproar on the viewing platform. I didn't expect at all that in this competition, the winner would be decided within one move. Renggong Xiu on the judge's seat was also stared wide-eyed, opened his mouth, and didn't know what to say for a long time. When I just finished speaking, I was slapped in the face in a blink of an eye. This feels really uncomfortable. Dingu, Brilliance Academy has collected a good seed. Banzheng seemed to have noticed something. His eyes lit up and he gave an involuntarily compliment. It is not easy for this child to turn the knife over and attack with the back of the knife in such a tight time. Renggong Xiu and Gapingchuan naturally also noticed this. A little. Otherwise, Renggong Xiu's face wouldn't be so ugly. In the arena, a second kill is not a rare thing. Even if it is somewhat unexpected, it is still acceptable. But the most surprising thing about Kmingling is that he had a very short reaction time. He thought of a coping method, and at the last moment of the shot, he could flip the blade without hurting him. Opponent. In the ring, the sword is merciless, and the fists have no eyes. In the battle, the wounds were fairly minor. Kmingling's move does not say his temperament is high. His character is good. The terrifying reaction ability alone is enough to shock people. Dean Ban overrated. Gapingchuan smiled naturally and said to Renggong Xiu, Dean Ren, you let me win, you let me win. Don't be proud, it's too early. There are still 2 games without a winner. Renggong Xiu said stiffly. At the main stage, Lingao looked at Kmingling bowing in the ring with fun. Chancellor, this one is your eldest grandson who only entered school this year, Kmingling. Lingao looked at it for a while and suddenly said, Chancellor Xen and Empire's guardian Great General Ying Yuang are both loyal ministers who fought with the Emperor. It's a pity that the Emperor Xian passed away too early. So he entrusted Lingao to the 2 of them. So if you have to count it, Xen and Ying Yuang can be regarded as Lingao's uncle generation. In the Desolate Origin Empire Imperial Court, apart from Flame Sovereign Lingao, Xen and Ying Yuang have the highest status. Of course, if Gapingchuan must be included in the row together, compared to Xen and Ying Yuang, Gapingchuan's status is still a bit more advanced. Chapter 385. Flip the Blade. God-Level Store Manager System. Chapter 386. Your Majesty has good eyesight. Xen smiled, with a provocative look in his eyes, and looked deeply at Ying Yuang, who was sitting on the other side. At a glance, Xen and Ying Yuang, starting from following the Emperor, they like to compete with each other, and neither is convinced. Now that the 2 of them are getting older, they can't compare themselves. It began to compare with their children and grandchildren. So it is the truth to say that the K family and the Ying family are not dealing with each other, but it is also the truth to say that the two families are in harmony. What's the matter, you old guy, looking at me like this? Are you trying to beat me up? Ying Yuang didn't like to be frustrated. Seeing Xen's eyes, the bull's eyes glared at the scene. DSK, brash man, it hasn't changed at all for so many years. Xen was stared at by Ying Yuang and couldn't help shook the head. What's the matter with you? When I rescued you, why didn't you say that? Ying Yuang raised his eyebrows and said nonchalantly, you still have the face to say this. If it weren't for your disobedience, I could ask you to save it. Xen was furious when she heard this. Ling Yao sat in the middle, listening to the bickering between the two, a little helpless. The two old men of the uncle generation have been fighting for a lifetime. Ling Yao doesn't know how many times they have said it, but after a few days of silence, they are still the same in the end. This is true even above the court. The two choked at each other. Xen joined hands and said, okay, I won't mention the past. Lao Ying, I heard that your grandson and granddaughter also entered Brilliance Academy. Yes, what's the matter? Ying Yuang answered, we are getting older now, and there is nothing to fight for. Xen said to him. Ying Yuang understands what Xen means. I am getting older and there is nothing to fight for. Then it depends on your children and grandchildren to fight. The students who can participate in the Academy Grand Competition are the highest in the Academy. Now that Minglan has appeared, but Ying Feng and Ying's have not appeared yet, isn't that clear? Is that Minglan is better than Ying Feng and Ying's? Thinking of this, Ying Yuang's eyes widened, and for a while, he couldn't find a word to refute. Ling Xiao, sitting in the side seat, now also proudly looking at Ling Yun, said, fourth brother, how about it, my vision? There is nothing wrong with it. This is impossible. Ling Yun cannot believe. In the first arena, Minglan is inferior to the bald head in terms of level and imposing manner. How did you make such a fierce shot? One move ended the battle. Ling Xiao smiled inwardly. The people who come out of Liu Sheng's shop are mostly restrained in an imposing manner. After all, fighting skills, this thing, are all memories carved in the bones, and they cannot be displayed in an imposing manner. I was clumsy for a while, that's all, and there are still two arenas that have not been determined. Ling Yun was coldly snorted, turning his gaze to the other two arenas. Then the next second, on the ring of the second-year Academy Grand Competition, the grimace turned around with the knife, and his foot was wrong, and his body suddenly appeared behind his opponent. The opponent who couldn't react enough to send out a groan, and his body suddenly fell to the ground. Don't worry, I just fainted. The face with the grimace hidden under the iron mask, there is no expression, but is slowly retracting the knife, but it seems quite imposing manner, full of aura. Ling Yun was dumbfounded. My face hurts so much. The students sitting on the viewing platform were in an uproar again. Among them, the loudest is the second-year students of Brilliance Academy. Wow, when did the ghost face become so strong? Chapter 386, when did the ghost face so strong? God-level store manager system. Chapter 387. Is this really the new gospel messenger back then? Don't you for 3 days, please treat me with admiration. I heard that Grimace went to the out-of-hospital training camp. It's only after coming back that it's so strong. And where is the out-of-hospital training? The effect is so strong. The sound of astonishment continued. Everyone around me drew their eyes and asked about the grimace. The second-year students of Brilliance Academy decided that after the Academy Grand Competition, they must ask where the out-of-hospital training this time is. Dean Ren, you let me win. Gaping Chuan said to Ren Gongxiu with a smile when he grimaced and bowed. Not simple. As a sword warrior, his body skills are so agile, even weird. Banzheng commented on the grimace battle, clicking one's tongue in wonder. The sword warrior prefers frontal combat. The martial skills that use knives as weapons tend to be tough. Therefore, a sword warrior with a smart body as the core like a grimace is really rare. And the grimace also proved to everyone that the sword warrior with body skills as the core is also extremely tyrannical. I really don't know where you recruited these students. Indeed interesting. Ren Gongxiu had to say a word of service after watching the grimace battle. I'm overwhelmed. Gapingchuan said modestly. To be honest, Gapingchuan also didn't expect. The rank of Grimace is clearly a sword warrior. Why is the fighting style so swordsmanlike, deceptive and unexpected? Could it be that in the single-player mode of the battle strength boosting arena, you have been abused by swordsmen more? But I don't blame Gapingchuan for thinking so. In the single-player mode of the battle strength promotion arena, there is a saying, if you can't beat the opponent, then join the opponent. This sentence is very applicable to people who have been abused in the battle strength promotion arena. Even Gapingchuan, in terms of combat skills, has also borrowed from battle strength to enhance the great magician in the arena. However, Dingu, although you have recruited some good seedlings in the past 2 years, there is no hope for third-grade students to win. Although Precipice Academy has already lost 2 games, but Rengongseu was still not convinced. The third grade, professional rank. This is a dividing line. Brave rank just proves that a person has aptitude capable of cultivation. And only if you are promoted to professional rank and your rank is determined, you can be regarded as a real cultivator. A cultivator who has fully defined his path forward. After confirming the rank, you can learn martial skills and magic that belong to the rank alone, and the attribute enhancements belonging to the rank will also appear. That's why it is said that professional rank is a huge dividing line. Academy Grand Competition, held every 2 years. In 2 years of trifling, it is impossible to train a third-grade student who is capable of carrying the big beam. Dinren, why did you say this? Gapingchuan still smiled and asked. A third-year student, Wang Yu, I wonder if Dinga can still remember. Rengongseu didn't say it straight, just a name. But Precipice Academy, ranked first student Wang Yu? Banjing asked, slightly startled. Exactly. Speaking of Wang Yu, he is also a legendary student of Precipice Academy. At the age of 15, he was recruited into Precipice Academy with a brave rank 30. When it was good time, I directly participated in the Academy Grand Competition that year, and easily won the first-year competition, and after the game, it was easy to win the second-year student competition. In another year, when Wang Yu was 16, he was successfully promoted to professional rank. Begin to challenge third-grade students in Precipice Academy. Chapter 387, Student Ranked First, Wang Yu. God-level store manager system. Chapter 388. In less than a year, Wang Yu was unbeatable among third-grade students. When everyone thought that Wang Yu was going to participate in the Academy Grand Competition again as a third-year student, Wang Yu actually asked the Academy for instructions to hone himself outside the hospital. Didn't expect. 2 years later, Wang Yu actually came back. Jing Qinian certainly heard the name of this talented student of Precipice Academy, but didn't expect this talented student would actually stand in front of him. Precipice Academy, Wang Yu, please enlighten me. This is what Wang Yu would say before every challenge when he challenged third-grade students. Since entering Precipice Academy, Wang Yu has not failed. Brilliance Academy, Jing Qinian, please enlighten me. If you lose, don't lose. Jing Qinian also clasped his fists and clasped his hands, and said loudly, the feeling you give me is very weak. You are not my opponent. Wang Yu's tone was calm, as if he was saying something as it should be by rights. Arrogant, arrogant, I think the so-called genius is only this. Jing Qinian complexion slightly changed, but soon recovered. Listening to your tone, it seems to know me, then you should also know that genius and ordinary person are different. Wang Yu slowly pulled out the long halberd behind him. Rank, gun soldier. Come on, let you see how big the gap between you and the genius is. Wang Yu's long halberd waved down diagonally and stretched out his free left hand. He recruited Jing Qinian. That's right, I'll let you see how big the gap is between you and true powerhouse. Jing Qinian pulled out the long sword, but what he remembered in his mind was Liu Sheng's silhouette. Liu Sheng's fighting skills displayed in the battle strength enhancement arena really shocked Jing Qinian. With this superb fighting skills, he is just as humble as an ordinary person. This is true powerhouse. True powerhouse. Interesting. Wang Yu pointed his toes, and the long halberd in his hand pierced towards Jing Qinian. A gun soldier is different from a gun soldier. The pikemen pay attention to press forward, there is no life or death. But the gun warrior, what is particular about it? Within the gun enclosure, I am invincible. Wang Yu's fighting skills are indeed worthy of the name of a genius. Point, split, protrude, thorn, hook, hang, swing, pick. A long halberd is in Wang Yu's hands, like a dragon roaring in the air. Where long halberd reaches, I am invincible. Jing Qinian was also attacked by Wang Yu and was defeated steadily. At this moment, the students of Precipice Academy, who had been sluggish in morale, immediately became exasperated. I see it, this is the genius of our Precipice Academy, Wang Yu Sr. The first and second grades are just good luck. Compared to true strength, you guys, there is no way. Wang Yu Sr. 2 years ago, he was already ranked first among students. 2 years later, how could someone beat him? Brilliance Academy has always been at the bottom. Good luck. What's the use of recruiting a few stronger freshmen? On the board of judges, Rengong Xiu also looked at with a smile on his face. The third ring. Wang Yu's fighting skills have improved a lot. It seems that these 2 years of training have indeed made him a lot stronger. Banzheng made an objective evaluation. Dingu, now you are so sure, can your students win? Rengong Xiu heard Banzheng's evaluation and suddenly asked, after reading it, it is better to make a conclusion. Gapingchuan just smiled, indifferent expression. Chapter 308, Gun Warrior. God-level store manager system. Chapter 389. On their arena, Wang Yu got close to Jing Qinian and slashed on the long sword. How? Do you feel the gap with the genius? While speaking, Wang Yu turned the long halberd and shook with a violent force. He almost shook the long sword in Jing Qinian's hand. Go with. Jing Qinian retreated several steps, pulling away from Wang Yu. You are really strong. Jing Qinian sighed and slowly put the long sword into the scabbard. Store manager often said, know yourself and know your enemy. Fight every battle without defeat. For genius, I am always curious. But now it seems that it is only this. Jing Qinian repeated this sentence, seeming to confirm himself the opinion of, what did you say? Wang Yu was furious. Since you say that, then you try to beat me, otherwise, you'd better die. Wang Yu shot in anger, long halberd like a dragon, bite towards Jing Qinian. If bitten by this halberd, Jing Qinian will definitely end up with a serious injury. Glang! Jing Qinian suddenly drew his knife, from bottom to top, intercepting Wang Yu's attack. At the same time, there was a lapse of shape. After images, Wang Yu's heart tightened, and his pupils shrank suddenly. You lost. Accompanied by Jing Qinian's voice, there was also a bit of icy cold that struck Wang Yu's neck and wiped out a trace of blood, a faint blood, slowly flowing out. Wang Yu turned his head, took a deep look at Jing Qinian behind him, and asked unwillingly, when did you appear behind me? When I figured out your offensive moves. Jing Qinian closed the sword into sheath and returned quietly. Wang Yu stared wide-eyed. His face is full of unbelievable. Could it be that this guy was defeated by himself before, just to figure out his offensive moves? That's it. Know yourself and know your enemy, before you can fight every battle without defeat. Jing Qinian clasped his fists and arched his hands, bowed slightly, and said without the slightest complacency, you let me win. Compared to Wang Yu, what is more shocking is the absolute silence of the viewing platform at this moment. Who is Wang Yu? That is a rare genius in Precipice Academy in a century. When both the first year and second year students lost, Wang Yu, as the last hope, is also the most impossible one to lose. However, he still lost. Under the last move, he lost cleanly without any muddle. The sudden appearance of the arena made everyone on the spectator stand dumbfounded, and the cheering or ridicule that was about to shout, all got stuck in the throat. Just staring at the ring blankly. Brilliance Academy and Precipice Academy's singles are all over. Brilliance Academy, a complete victory. The sudden reversal of the battle situation on the ring made Rengong Xiu's smile stiff, then gradually disappeared from the face. Dingu, Congratulations to Brilliance Academy for being such a hero. In time, he will surely be able to soar into the sky. Rengoku said calmly, I have already lost the game, but I can't lose anymore. Then take Dean Ren's auspicious words. Gapingchuan smiled as always, as if he had anticipated this situation a long time ago. Isn't it? If Wang Yu can really win Jing Qinian, it is not just a genius, but a fighting ghost. Is it really such a mess to raise the arena with battle strength? I didn't see Gapingchuan in it, and they didn't even take advantage of it. On the contrary, did they suffer a lot? Banjing is also extremely complicated at the moment. He knew in his heart that the third-year solo participants of Mother Earth Academy would definitely not be able to beat Wang Yu. When facing Jing Qinian, there is even more hopelessness. Chapter 389, Wang Yu's Defeat. God-level store manager system. Chapter 390. There. Main seat. Side seats. Ling Yun's face had already turned black. She leaned on the chair, her face was cold, and she didn't say a word. Ling Xiao, who was sitting at the side, knew that he had won this round of secret fight, so he closed it as soon as he saw it, and didn't make any noise to stimulate Ling Yun. After all, Ling Yun is the official lieutenant of Zhenxi, and he is in control of the army. And Ling Xiao just has a spare job in Imperial City. In comparison, Ling Xiao still suffers. Third brother, if you haven't seen it for a while, your eyesight has indeed improved a lot. Seeing Ling Yun deflated, Ling Chenkong also looked at Ling Xiao highly. Regardless of the reason, this is Ling Xiao's ability. Moreover, Ling Chenkong and Ling Yun quarreled with Ling Yun. Ling Yun was deflated, which is also a happy thing for Ling Chenkong. Imperial brother is overpraised. It's just a little luck, that's all. Ling Xiao said politely. Luck? Then third brother might as well watch this round of competition. What do you think? Ling Chenkong narrowed his eyes slightly and said with a faint smile. This round is a top-layer battle between Mother Earth Academy and Brilliance Academy. Ling Xiao didn't expect Ling Chenkong would ask this, and only after slightly hesitated did he say, I still think that Brilliance Academy has a better chance of winning. Ling Xiao gave Ling Xiao a deep look, but didn't speak anymore. In the main seat, Ying Yuang immediately became proud of the students appearing on the ring, and coughed at Xen, and waited for Xen to look over before she Shiren. Opening. It's a pity, Lauk, you only have one grandson studying in Brilliance Academy. The implication is that Ying Feng and Ying's both participated in the Academy Grand Competition, one more person than Kminglen. Since both are eligible to participate in the Academy Grand Competition, those two people are definitely better than you alone. What's the use of more people? Being able to win is ability. Xen stiffened and felt depressed. Ying Yuang is only an only child, but she has 2 grandchildren and 1 granddaughter. Xen had 1 son and 1 daughter, but only 1 grandson and 1 granddaughter. Although his daughter has been married, she has not yet given birth to an heir. It's strange not to be depressed if you think about it this way. You are right, it is ability to win. Ying Yuang agreed with nodded. Xen was taken aback, and said to his heart, this old guy, why didn't he refute himself this time? Then I looked up at the ring, and my heart became even more depressed. This is less than 1 minute. On the first ring, Ying Zhu and Ying Feng have already solved their opponents and bowed to thank you. In the judge's seat, this time it was Banjing's turn to be stunned. Dingu, this year's Academy Grand Competition, your Brilliance Academy won't plan to sweep us away, right? Banjing slapped his mouth, feeling his mouth a bit bitter. Rengoku sat next to him with a wry smile that empathizes with him. What Dean Ban said, victory or defeat is commonplace, victory is not arrogant, defeat is not discouraged, is the temperament that a cultivator should have. Gapingchuan laughed. Excited. Brilliance Academy has bottomed out that many years. This time, all of them are back. But no matter how happy Gapingchuan is, he still has to do a good job on the surface. Yes, Dingu is right. Banjing nodded. You are not arrogant when you win, and you are taught. Rengoku looked humble. However, Both of them are slandering. If it weren't for Brilliance Academy to show off today, Gapingchuan, if you could say this, they would dare to eat the table in front of them. Winning is not arrogant, defeat is not discouraged, that is to comfort the loser. If you can win, who wants to lose? Chapter 390, Exciting. God-level store manager system. Chapter 391. There. Three deans smirked, pretend to be polite while continuing to pay attention to the situation on the ring. On the viewing stage, the students of the three major academies watched the competitions on the three arenas below, and gradually only the cheers of Brilliance Academy were left. What a shame. Whether it is a single or double match, Precipice Academy and Mother Earth Academy have all lost. The students of Brilliance Academy, their fighting skills, compared with the students of the other two academy, are simply not on the same level. It almost completely crushes other participants. After hitting the back, the students of Precipice Academy and Mother Earth Academy became discouraged. The faces of Rengong, Xiu and Banjing are getting more and more ugly. Only Gapingchuan has always been laughing, thinking in my heart, this kind of out-of-hospital training can come a few more times. Cloud Mist City. In the Luosheng shop, Xuang and the others watch the live broadcast with keen interest. Pleasure. Only Luosheng is sitting on the long leather sofa and yawning straight. Seeing these superficial fighting skills, it is really hard to improve. Why are their opponents so weak? Luosheng is grateful, but fortunately he didn't go to the scene. Otherwise this kind of lethargic match, I really can't stand it. System. Congratulations to the host. Trigger the hidden task. Glory. System. Hidden task. Glory. Store manager witnessed the achievements of customers. This glory, store manager and Yu Rongyan. System. Task reward. In view of this achievement, it mainly comes from the battle strength improvement training room, and the system will increase the battle strength to increase the training room by 200 seats. This series of prompt sounds directly shock Luosheng's sleepiness. Wow, system, when have you been so generous? Luosheng almost jumped off the sofa in surprise. Joy. I didn't expect. I just watched the live broadcast and triggered a hidden task. System, host, system has always been generous. Please don't wantonly slander the system in the heart. Hee. Luosheng smiled and said nothing. Luosheng knows the virtues of the system, and can't eat even the slightest loss. It is definitely the first to take advantage. Luosheng can guarantee that this time's reward, 200 battle strength upgrade training room seats. The system must also feel that the battle strength upgrade training room is going to be hot. If it is profitable, it will give this kind of reward. However, Luosheng feels that this hidden task can still be studied. The last hidden mission was that the two beastmen went to the store to help Luosheng trigger it, and gave Luosheng the opportunity to upgrade the training room for battle strength and make suggestions. This kind of reward for nothing. Don't take it for nothing. Here Luosheng received the reward. Desolate Origin Empire Imperial City, on Heroes Square. The Academy Grand Competition is over. Ying Feng and the others are also on stage, waiting to receive the first prize of this time Academy Grand Competition. Although the Academy Grand Competition ranks among the top 3 academies, the winning academy is also very rewarding. It's not ashamed of the boss. Ying Feng stood on the stage, saying fortunately. And Dingu. Ying's reminded him next to him. There is also a brilliant guild. Mingling added another sentence, and then shook the membership card in his hand to tell them that the live broadcast was not over yet. Mo Hai and Mo Bei on the side baited their shoulders, feeling an urge to embrace and cry. Big brother, we finally justified ourselves. After we go back, who would dare to call our new birth gospel messenger? I must beat his teeth off. Chapter 391, Yu Rongyan. God-level store manager system. Chapter 392. Okay, everything is over. The grimace patted the brothers on the shoulders, comforting them. Wu Jie stood quietly beside Jing Qinian, and suddenly said, You and Wang Yu's battle took 16 minutes and 43 seconds. Jing Qinian's face is slightly faint. After a change, he replied in a small voice, Could you not mention this? It means there is 1 minute 43 seconds longer. He is the #1 genius of Precipice Academy. This incident is also Jing Qinian's Wuji said, worried that he would lose. So it was posted in the guild exchange, saying that it only takes 15 minutes to defeat Wang Yu. Qinian Sr., the message you sent before is still in the communication system. Shuang immediately said, expressing his support for Wu's elder sister. If Wang Yu knew about this conversation, he would vomit 3 liters of blood. Dignified Precipice Academy #1 genius, being challenged. It is not whether you can win or not, but directly whether you can win within 15 minutes. Although the Academy Grand Competition is not long, it cannot be denied that the Academy Grand Competition is serious and grand. The luxurious lineup witnessed by 4 heroic ranks is enough to overwhelm most events. Here, I announce that this Academy Grand Competition is over here. The Academy Grand Competition is over, and it is still Gepingchuan who came to the stage to give a speech and announced this. The Academy Grand Competition ended perfectly. Rengong, Xiu and Banzheng in the heart slander. Of course, it is a perfect ending. Your Brilliance Academy has swept Precipice Academy and Mother Earth Academy, and the benefits are all for you. When the time comes out of the 3 major academy rankings, Brilliance Academy can make a fuss about the results of this year's Academy Grand Competition. Maybe these 2 years, good seedlings will be recruited by Brilliance Academy. On the main seat, Flame Sovereign Lingao also showed a hint of joy that is not easily detectable. In any case, among the 3 academies, only Brilliance Academy is located in the territory of Desolate Origin Empire. Now Brilliance Academy ranked first. Desolate Origin Empire can also benefit. Gepingchuan didn't have much to say. After the conclusion, he walked off the stage. Dingu, the Academy Grand Competition is over. We will leave first. Rengong, Xiu and Banzheng will not stay on the judges' bench. The students have their own mentor organization, return to their respective academy. However, after returning to the academy this time, Rengong, Xiu and Banzheng will lose their tempers. I didn't win a match. Originally, the 2 deans planned to take the stage to encourage their students to say a few words about being ashamed and brave. But seeing Gepingchuan's triumphant A's, he lost his thoughts. Flame Sovereign Lingao was on the main bench and watched Rengong, Xiu and Banzheng leave. Before the Academy Grand Competition started, the 4 had a conversation. So now Lingao is silent. The 4 heroic ranks all know each other, but the only ones who really know each other are Lingao and Gepingchuan. A powerhouse of the heroic rank is not easy to stand in random teams, especially the deans of the 3 major academies. As a standard neutral force, academy is standing in random teams. Even heroic rank will have some scruples. Gepingchuan had the title of Desolate Origin Empire Protector Deity in the early years, so there is no that many fears. After the show, Ying's, Yingfeng, and Mingling are all ready to go home. Finally, I returned to Imperial City once. If I didn't even return home, I guess I would be beaten half a month to bed. Chapter 392, The End of the Academy Grand Competition. God-level store manager system. Chapter 393. Outside the heroes' square, Zhen and Yingqiang are still blowing their beards and staring. There was a gorgeous carriage beside him, and the coachman in front of him looked steadily forward, as if he hadn't seen the 2 imperial court ministers arguing. Yingzwen and the 3 of them immediately walked up. Grandfather, should be grandfather. 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 You 3 come here exactly. Zhen and Yingqiang have been fighting for many years, and even if they are now stable, their insight into the surrounding movement is still undiminished. The footsteps of the 3 people have long been heard by them. I'm just busy arguing and not having time to pay attention to that's all. Zhen put his hands together, glanced at Mingling with relief, and praised. Mingling, you performed very well in the ring today. I am very satisfied. Grandfather, satisfaction is fine, Mingling said modestly. Yingqiang snorts on the side, then looks at Yingzwen and Yingfeng, and says, your performance today is not ashamed of Ying's family. Ying's family background army, Yingqiang, as the Empire's guardian great general, holds the power of troops, and is in charge of all soldiers and horses of Desolate Origin Empire. Even the Desolate Origin Empire Imperial City Guards are in the hands of Ying Yuang. The sentence of not embarrassing Yingjia is already a great compliment. Thank grandfather for sure, we will continue to work hard. Yingzhu and Ying Feng said in unison, answering sonorously. The K family is a civilian court official, and the Ying family is a military commander. The requirements of the two are different. Well, Ying Yuang nodded, and then asked again, have you three learned from each other? Are they stronger and weaker? At that time, Ying Yuang gave Xen a special glance. People of military background are used to going straight. Xen also knows about this. After all, Xen also followed the emperor to fight everywhere. Although he was only a military advisor, his style of work was much more decisive than a simple civilian court official. Let's talk. Xen's eyes flashed with the expected rays of light. No matter how brilliant the old people have been, they have the same expectations for their children and grandchildren. Ying Feng is better. Mingling opened his mouth and stopped talking, but finally said it. No way. Who among their three people, Ying Feng is the first person to enter the New World mode. Being led by Luo Sheng with leveling guidance, even Ying's did not enjoy this treatment. Ying Feng can come from behind, surpassing Mingling and Ying's, and Luo Sheng has made great contributions. Hey, Laok, you lost this time. The bottle of good wine that has been treasured for 30 years, remember to send it to me tomorrow. Ying Yuang hearing this, immediately became proud. Go home and pack you up. Xen gave Mingling a stare. Mingling's mouth twitched. Ying Feng and Ying's beside them could only glance at him sympathetically, and then silently prayed for him in their hearts. On the other side, Ling Duyu pulled Ling Xiao's clothes tightly. Third brother, you promised to take me out to play. Ling Duyu's immature voice is empty and beautiful, and his bright and intelligent eyes are full of curiosity about the Imperial City. In the entire Imperial City, there is no such thing as a noble child like Ling Duyu. So Ling Duyu has been lonely since he was a child. Ling Chenkong needs to follow the teacher to learn how to deal with affairs, and Ling Yan also needs to learn martial skills. There is only Ling Xiao, who is a part-timer, who will take Ling Duyu around to play. So speaking of which, the closest person to Ling Duyu is not Lingwa, but this unreliable third brother Ling Xiao. Of course there is no problem, we will go to the Imperial Father now. Chapter 393, you guys learn from each other, who is better? God-level store manager system. Chapter 394. Ling Xiao said that, but he didn't have much confidence in his heart. After all, the Imperial City is out. If someone wants to plot Ling Duyu, it is too easy. You said you want to take Ling Duyu out of the Imperial City? Ling Ao listened to Ling Xiao's words, just squinted his eyes slightly and looked at Ling Xiao. Looking at Ling Xiao, cold sweat is coming from behind. The coercion of the Emperor's prestige and the heroic rank, mixed together, is definitely terrifying than imagined. It's Cloud Mist City. Ling Xiao strongly refuted. Ling Duyu followed Ling Xiao, bowing his head nervously. Cloud Mist City? Ling Ao repeated faintly. Seeing that look, it seems to be thinking of something. After a moment of silence, Ling Ao continued to open the mouth and said, there, it's not so peaceful recently. Desolate Origin Empire's big and small things, Flame Sovereign Ling under Ao's rule, there are special officials who collect and organize them, and then submit them. During this time, the Grand Master rank demonic beast in Cloud Mist Forest was a major event. Ling Ao impossible don't know, and because of this incident, many forces are moved. To put it harder, Cloud Mist City is a major breakthrough of Desolate Origin Empire. This year's Academy Grand Competition also has the meaning of deterring the younger generation. But for the forces that really want to do something, the 4 heroic ranks who are still uncertain about whether they will make a move are not enough. Therefore, Ling Ao will never rest assured that Ling Duyu will go to Cloud Mist City. When Ling Xiao heard these words, he probably knew that the matter was out of the question. Ling Duyu, who followed behind, also seemed a little lost. Well, little children, by nature, they love to play. Ling Ao, if you go to Cloud Mist City, the old man can protect them, and there will be no accident. Gapingchwin suddenly appeared outside the temple at this time. Dingu, what the hell is it? I can bother you to protect it. Ling Ao was also a little surprised when he saw Gapingchwin coming. When Gapingchwin achieved heroic rank, it was more than 10 years earlier than Ling Ao in the morning. Even now Ling Ao has become a heroic rank, but compared with Gapingchwin, it is still a lot worse. There is no way, the longer you stay in the same realm, the more you have a lot of background and the more cards you have. Even more how? When Gapingchwin came to Imperial City a few days ago, Ling Ao noticed it. Gapingchwin took another half step in heroic rank peak realm. Now, only one powerhouse level trial crystal is needed to truly enter the legendary powerhouse level. The opportunity for the old man comes from Cloud Mist City. Gapingchwin only talked to the end, paused, and said, "Where? If that person wants to protect, I am afraid that even an old man will not hurt that person." The weight of Gapingchwin's sentence is already very heavy. Under Gapingchwin's attack, he can protect an ordinary person who has nothing to do with battle chi and magic. Could it be that that person is the legendary powerhouse class? Ling Ao was shocked. If there is such a powerhouse, why didn't I get any news at all? But as Gapingchwin, if these words can come out of his mouth, it must be true, because he can't lie. And Gapingchwin's breakthrough, that is a real thing. Ling Xiao, who stood by, didn't expect Gapingchwin to come out at this time and speak for him. But in the final analysis, it still has Liu Sheng's light. Because in the Liu Sheng store, if Liu Sheng insists on protecting someone, then just a Gapingchwin does not hurt the person Liu Sheng wants to protect. Chapter 394, The Old Man Guarantees Both of Them. God-level store manager system. Chapter 395. Cloud Mist City. Aku. Liu Sheng sat on the sofa and suddenly sneezed. Is anyone thinking about me? Even if I am handsome, I don't need to be like this. Liu Sheng rubbed his nose and thought in his heart. Since Dinga has come forward, then I disagree, but it is a bit uncomfortable. Ling Ao thought about it. Fan, although still a little surprised, but also relieved. In fact, Gapingchwin took the shot. Those who want to attack Ling Duyu in order to beat Ling Ao must weigh their own weight. Annoying an ordinary heroic rank, and annoying a heroic rank who may be promoted to a powerhouse level at any time are two completely different things. Even if it is a newly promoted powerhouse level, it is not too difficult to kill a heroic rank. Okay. Your goal has been achieved. Now go out and wait for the old man to go to Cloud Mist City. Gapingchwin said this sentence to Ling Xiao and Ling Duyu. Ling Ao is also slightly nodded, signaling Ling Xiao to take Ling Duyu out. As Gapingchwin, how could you come here specifically for Ling Xiao? When the two of them went out, Gapingchwin's magic power turned, and a soundproof magic was released and enveloped in this room. The surrounding forces have begun to stir. Gapingchwin said lightly. In this matter, he just reminded Ling Ao, that's all. It is Flame Sovereign Ling Ao that really decides how to deal with it. Probably they came for the ruins. Ling Ao was coldly snorted. A foul breath flashed in his eyes. There are too many people coveting the ruins. The last time Cloud Mist City's beast wave was the beginning. Although Ling Ao is not clear about these things, he can guess to one or two. More than that, beastmen also appeared in Cloud Mist City. Gapingchwin suddenly said, Beastmen? Is even the Beastman tribe involved? This is really interesting. Ling Ao wrinkled his brows and felt a headache. Beastman is not a race with outstanding innate talent. I really want to speak of which, and human race can be regarded as birds of a feather, and the number is far worse than human race. It was just the participation of other races, which made Ling Ao feel a bit of crisis. Compared to the innate talent of human race, there are not many races, but they are definitely not many. Without mentioning the dragon race of aloof and remote, it is said that elf race, wing race, and those demi-human, innate talents are much stronger than human race. If they are mixed in, it is indeed a headache. If it's just these questions, I won't bother you. Gapingchwin's tone this time became a lot more serious. Dinga means Ling Ao heard Gapingchwin's tone change, frowning deeper. A few days ago, On the day when the old man left Cloud Mist City, in Cloud Mist Forest, the breath of dragon race came out. Gapinchwan thought for a while, and he said it. Dragon race. Link Xiao was shocked, completely didn't expect. Even dragon race came. This is a well-deserved race, standing at the top of the pyramid, overlooking the sentient beings. Dragon race does not necessarily come for the ruins. The treasures of Dragon Island are no less than the ruins. After Gapinchwan said these words, he did not leave more. I've said all that should be said, and let Ling Ao think about the rest. Aku. Luo Sheng sneezed again, then rubbed his nose with a depressed look. Chapter 395, Does Anyone Think of Me? God Level Store Manager System. Chapter 396. Store Manager, have you caught a cold? Xia has heard Luo Sheng sneeze several times, so she asked with some concern. A cold? Even if you are freezing to death, Luo Sheng will not catch a cold. Xuang Xu said angrily, lying on the counter. In the store, Xuang Xu can't see the strength of Luo Sheng. But looking at Xia, it's clear. Professional rank. For Xuang Xu, it is really weak enough to be crushed to death with a small claw. Can you say something nice? Do you want to be banned again? Luo Sheng rubbed his nose and reached out and tapped Xuang Xu on the head. Do you have a sense of accomplishment when you bully a little kitty like this? Xuang Xu immediately hugged his head and said grievously, "It's okay." Luo Sheng shrugged. If you don't know the details of Xuang Xu, Luo Sheng might really be confused by its cute appearance. But now that I know that this is a powerful devouring civet in front of him, Luo Sheng is really a sense of accomplishment. Looking at the sky outside, it's getting late. Okay, Xia, go and close the store door. I'll go to the warehouse to replenish the goods. Luo Sheng pointed to the store door, then got up and went to the warehouse to sort out the goods that needed to be replenished. Weapon egg pool, armor egg pool, medicine pill egg pool. There have been no new products for a long time. It seems that before the egg pool is expanded again, there should be only so many types. It's just this jewelry egg pool, because it is not welcomed by those mercenaries, so Luo Sheng didn't draw it again. After all, those mercenaries are the big 5 and 3 big men. Wearing those exquisitely shaped necklaces and rings on the body is really detrimental to the tough guys. But now, Luo Sheng still plans to take a try. Because there are no restrictions on the use of rare jewelry in the jewelry egg pool. Before coming in, I even washed my hands specially. I hope it can be useful. Luo Sheng recharged the familiar road, and then clicked on the altar representing the jewelry egg pond. 10 consecutive draws. Start. Bronze storage ring, excellent level jewelry. Bronze storage ring, excellent jewelry. Blood binding, death and destruction. The interior has a space of 10 cubic meters and cannot accommodate living creatures. Storm jade pendant, excellent level jewelry, with active skills. Violent wind, gather violent wind to guard the target. Keep violent wind and unbreakable defense. Bracelet of wind, excellent level jewelry, improve the wearer's shot speed. When attacking, there is a small probability of triggering the wind slash effect. Wind slash condenses the wind blade, attaches it to the next attack, and improves destructive power and armor piercing. Forest bandana, excellent level jewelry, improve the wearer's physique. When under attack, there is a small probability to directly dodge this time attack. Fiery earrings, after entering the battle, for every attack of the wearer, an equal amount of fire damage is attached. Belt of mountain, excellent level jewelry, after entering the battle, a mountain shield is generated for the wearer. Before the shield is broken, the wearer cannot be knocked back or knocked down. Necklace of charm, rare level jewelry. The wearer is immune to all attack type magics below the Grandmaster rank and reduces damage from half of the Grandmaster rank magic. At this point, Luo Sheng suddenly stared wide-eyed. Immunity to all attack magic below the Grandmaster rank. Rare trinkets, are they so powerful? This trinket is simply a magician disaster. However, Luo Sheng knows in his heart that immunity to magic is real, but while being immune to magic, Necklace of Charm will also be depleted. It's just that the durability issue is not displayed by the system. Chapter 396, Necklace of Charm. God Level Store Manager System. Chapter 397, Great Sword of Rage, Blade of Greed, Giant Sword of Greed, Staff of Envy, Heavy Armor of Laziness, Light Shield of Pride, plus the Necklace of Charm extracted this time. The equipment of the 7 Cardinal Sins series is finally exhausted. Luo Sheng has to say that the equipment of the 7 Cardinal Sins system is more than a supermodel in terms of attributes. Compared with the equipment of the same level, it is much stronger. And the most powerful thing is that Necklace of Charm has inherited the usual style of jewelry and still has no restrictions on use. I just don't know if anyone can accept this type of jewelry. Luo Sheng is worried. Although it is not clear whether it is the evil taste of system, the collar is classified as a jewelry. But thinking about the system, even barrel instant noodles can be classified as snacks. Luo Sheng is relieved. Picking up the tidied equipment and just walking out of the warehouse, Luo Sheng felt a hot gaze and was staring at him. No, to be precise, staring at the equipment in his hand. Do you want to be knocked again? Luo Sheng glanced at Xuang Xu, who was lying on the ground and waving his tail constantly. I vaguely remember that cats should not be able to wag their tails at people. Luo Sheng, I am hungry. Xuang Xu lay down on the ground, trying to open his eyes wide, revealing a pitiful appearance, and wagging his tail very well behaved. You are so hungry. Luo Sheng returned blankly. When it comes to this, Luo Sheng can't understand. The equipment he moved out of the warehouse, if not counting the durability, can be regarded as a real divine weapon. For devouring civet, divine weapon, but it accounts for a large proportion of rations. The more powerful divine weapon is, the more devouring civet likes it. Xuang Xu does not have the appetites that most racers have. For it, anything that contains a lot of energy is a delicious food. So it's not just the equipment Luo Sheng is holding. In fact, those medicine pills are also a huge temptation for Xuang Xu. But relatively speaking, divine weapon contains more energy than heavenly materials, earthly treasures, spirit pill and marvelous medicine. Luo Sheng, you said you have to take care of my breakfast for a year, then I will eat these tomorrow morning. Xuang Xu raised a fleshy, hairy little paw, stubbornly pointing with the equipment in Luo Sheng's hands. Don't even think about it. Luo Sheng said decisively. How many potato chips are in a pack of spirit crystal, and how many are in a pack of superior weapons? Is there a comparability between the two? But we said yes. Xuang Xu blinked her big shui ling-ling eyes, as if there was water vapor in it. The spirit crystal you handed in is not enough. If you eat this, I will at most take care of your breakfast for half a month. Luo Sheng is indifferent to shrugged, and is not affected by Xuang Xu's pitiful pretense. You bully the cat. Luo Sheng, you hate it. Xuang Xu let out an angry cry, with a tender and cute voice. Fighting in front of the crystal ball, the Xia from all over the world was attracted. Store manager, are you bullying little Xu again? Xia asked curiously. No. Luo Sheng denied seriously. Oh. Xia also nodded very seriously, expressing his belief. Damn it, if you are embarrassed, you will bully a little kitty who has no power to bind a chicken. Xuang Xu was so angry that he even spoke upside down. Although you can't eat, you can't talk nonsense. Luo Sheng returned slowly while sorting the shelves. Chapter 397, Little Kitty is Hungry Again. God Level Store Manager System. Chapter 398. I don't care, I want to eat. Luo Sheng, I am hungry. Xuang Xu said that he couldn't say Luo Sheng, so he started to roll on the ground. A fluffy snow-white kitten tumbling on the ground looks quite cute. Luo Sheng watched Xuang Xu rolling unperturbed, and felt that she really wanted to do something for Xuang Xu. Originally brought Xuang Xu back to the store, just to complete the task. But always letting it sit idle in the store is not a problem. System, can devouring civet enter the new world mode? Liu Sheng suddenly had a thought. System, host, this shop can accommodate guests of all races. Please don't ask questions of low IQ in the future. I shouldn't ask. Liu Sheng, who was choked, held his forehead helplessly. Then he mentioned Zhuang Xu, who was still rolling on the ground, and said, you can eat if you want, but you have to buy spirit crystal. If you don't have spirit crystal, I have a way and I can teach you how to earn spirit crystal. I don't have treasure anymore. Zhuang Xu immediately stretched out his small paw, and firmly covered his small mouth. Liu Sheng rolled the eyes, and then carried Zhuang Xu to one of the decks in the battle strength improvement training room. In this, there is the New World mode. You can sell equipment, sell skill books, or bring people to copy. I believe these should not be difficult for you. Liu Sheng pointed to the crystal ball and introduced Zhuang Xu how to earn spirit crystal. Zhuang Xu stared at Liu Sheng with a look of, did you really lie to me? I'm not going to lie to you in this kind of place. Sire, come and guide little Xu. Liu Sheng was stared at Zhuang Xu's eyes, didn't know whether to cry or laugh. Okay, store manager. After Xia brushed the copy, he walked over quickly. Little X will leave it to you, don't play it too late. Liu Sheng threw Zhuang Xu to Xia, turned around and went up to the second floor. In the matter of earning spirit crystal in the New World mode, Liu Sheng really didn't lie to Zhuang Xu. I believe that after the Academy Grand Competition, there will be a lot of new customers in the store soon. Precipice Academy and Mother Earth Academy are too far away. It may be more difficult to come here. But the students of Brilliance Academy, I'm afraid they will all be overlooked and run over. These novices, in order to quickly travel from the Goblin Mountain range to the Evil Spirit Warrior front line, they will definitely need veterans to bring a copy. As for equipment and skill books, the equipment of the New World mode will not be mentioned for the time being, although the skill books that can be exploded now are all low-level general merchandise. They will not depreciate once the number of them is increased, because not everyone will learn everything, even if it is a big-ticket item. Learning martial skill, learning magic, it takes time. Improving the proficiency of martial skills and magic requires a lot of time and energy. So most cultivators, when learning martial skills and magic, choose what they need, useful martial skills or magic to learn. Those who can come will not refuse. And I am afraid that there are not many people who can learn comprehensively except Gapingchuan, which has a lot of time and great magician. You know, even Flame Sovereign Ling Ao will go deep into it, and it is mostly fire element magic. Those students who don't have much time and patience will not dabble in that many martial skills or magic. So, with such a simple opportunity to learn new martial skills and new magic, how could they not be tempted? Chapter 398, Ways to Earn Spirit Crystal. God Level Store Manager System. Chapter 399, Even more Hao and Gin Che, pampered young masters who can only learn magic with skill books. That's why Liu Sheng said that the market for skill books is definitely huge. Because of this matter, in fact, in the New World mode, it is vaguely reflected. Liu Sheng is also happy to see this happen, because no matter what, the final profit will definitely be Liu Sheng. Why? Because using the skill book to activate the martial skill and magic on the skill tree, spirit crystal needs to be consumed. The more powerful martial skills and magic, the more spirit crystal needs to be consumed. And after the martial skill and magic level on the skill tree are high, if you continue to upgrade, you also need to consume spirit crystal. In short, it is just one sentence: how can it become stronger without Krypton gold? Back in the bedroom, Liu Sheng immediately called System in his mind. System, what kind of pet card changing machine? Can I put it out in the bedroom first? Liu Sheng plans to study the pet card changing machine first, and then put it on the first floor. System, yes. As soon as the sound in my mind finished, a square-shaped machine appeared on the open space of the bedroom. At first glance, the appearance of this machine looks a bit like a slot machine. It's just that the marquee has turned into a screen, and there is only one button at the bottom. Next to that button, There are several more openings. Liu Sheng knew at a glance that the circular opening must be where the spirit crystal was cast. I have an ominous premonition. I hope it won't be true. Liu Sheng swallowed his saliva, then turned on the pet card swap machine. Welcome to the pet card swap machine. Cast 10 spirit crystals to get a chance to draw a card. Poodash! Liu Sheng almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. I should have guessed it a long time ago. System, can you explain to me what is going on with this pet card swapper? Liu Sheng really doesn't want to waste these 10 spirit crystals. System, pet card swapping machine. You can draw out a variety of pet cards. System, pet cards can summon powerful pets and fight for summoners, or assist the summon in the battle. System, the pet card details. The host can view in the store manager background of the pet card changer. You said the last, can't you? Just say a word. Liu Sheng's mouth twitched slightly, and finally he could only silently spit out one mouthful of impure air in his chest, and opened the store manager backstage of the pet card changer. The rarity of the pet card, that is, the quality of the pet card, is divided into 5 levels: B, A, R, SR, and SSR from low to high. Liu Sheng knows it here. A stands for air, which means rare. S stands for super, which means super. SR means super rare. With these two systems, what did I read from my mind? Seeing this, Liu Sheng couldn't help rubbing his beating temples. However, it is undeniable that this kind of card drawing products are indeed a great source of Krypton gold. Liu Sheng's previous life has been exposed to many games of this type. It is a pity that Liu Sheng's previous life, because of his poor family, can only live on an iron liver in the game. Liu Sheng can't even see the world of Krypton gold. However, Liu Sheng is sure that this Stoput system has also read this situation. So he eliminated the possible big guy with liver situation from the pet card changing machine. Chapter 399, Quality of Pet Card. God Level Store Manager System. Chapter 400. The higher the rarity of the pet card, the higher the quality, and the higher the added attribute for every liter of level 1. This is something that cannot be changed by the liver, because there is no other way to obtain the pet card except in the pet card swap machine. As for the degree of black heart system, the heartless guy is really powerful. Liu Sheng shrugged helplessly, and then continued to read about the pet card. Pets from the summon pet card can be upgraded together with the summon, and it is more convenient to upgrade. The upgrade method of pets is a bit similar to devouring civet, as long as it consumes items that contain energy. For example, demonic beast meat, magic core and the like. It is very much like an upgrade of Dagu AI in reality. But the energy in the pet's body is not battle chi and magic power, but rather like the energy in Liu Sheng's body. It can perfectly simulate the effects of battle chi and magic power. In other words, these pets, like Liu Sheng, can use martial skills and magic. This is a big selling point. Liu Sheng thought that the system only knew about Spirit Crystal. Didn't expect it was a good idea. However, unlike the cultivator, pets can only rely on upgrades to enhance their attributes, not like cultivators, which have attributes for realm promotion. As mentioned before, the realm of a cultivator needs to pass trial space every 20 levels to improve its realm. And after reaching a fixed level, it is impossible to continue to increase the level before the realm is improved. Every time you pass the trial space and get promoted to a realm, you can get a full attribute enhancement. But pets produced by system are not good. There are good and bad things about this. The advantage is that there is no need to consume trial crystals. The disadvantage is that quality pets with too low a battle strength in the later stage will be completely inferior to the summons themselves. However, this disadvantage is simply not a problem for high-quality pets, such as SR and SSR pets. Because of this high-quality pet, its attribute growth is extremely high, and the attribute upgrade of each level must completely exceed the summon one. Summoners want to rely on trifling several times to enhance the trial space. They want to catch up with these pets on the attribute, that is impossible. Just like human race and dragon race, human race wants to surpass dragon race solely from various attributes, which is basically impossible. Awakening? Liu Sheng continued to look down, and suddenly saw a very interesting word. The pet card can be awakened and promoted. Each awakening can greatly increase the pet's own attributes and the growth value of the attributes. The same pet card can be awakened up to 5 times. Seeing here, Liu Sheng is a sturdy big startled. This so-called awakening promotion is not the cultivator's promotion of realm through trial space, and it is more powerful than the realm of the cultivator, because the cultivator will not strengthen its aptitude after passing the trial space. Just like a Pinchuan can become a heroic rank, it is because of his own genius, not trial space, which can improve his aptitude. But these pets can. It's amazing, my system. Seeing this, Liu Sheng couldn't help clapping his hands and applauding the system. As soon as this idea appeared in my mind, system appeared. System, the host is overwhelmed. This is all your creativity. Chapter 400, Pets Upgrade and Awakening.